national total. Industrial outputs. Plural of industrial output. Industrial park. An area zoned and planned for the purpose of industrial development. Industrial parks. Plural of industrial park. Industrial peace. A state in industrial relations in which both employer and employees abstain from industrial action, such as strikes and lockouts. Industrial piercing. A piercing, especially of the upper ear cartilage, in which two pierced holes are connected with a single straight piece of jewelry. Industrial piercings. Plural of industrial piercing. Industrial properties. Plural of industrial property. Industrial property. Intellectual property as used in commerce and industry, particularly patents and trademarks, as distinguished in some European legal systems from intellectual property as used in the arts. Industrial punk. A musical genre that is a fusion of punk rock with industrial music. Industrial qualities. Plural of industrial quality. Industrial quality. A type of characteristic, feature, or quality that is applicable in an industry or an industrial process. Industrial relations. The relationship between management and workers in a given industry. Industrial evolution. The major technological, socioeconomic and cultural change in the late 18th and early 19th century resulting from the replacement of an economy based on manual labor to one dominated by industry and machine manufacture. Industrial rock. A genre of rock music influenced by industrial music. Industrial scale. The large size or amount characteristic of industrial processes. Industrial scales. Plural of industrial scale. Industrial school. A school specifically training for skills aimed at industrial employment. Industrial schools. Plural of industrial school. Industrial store. Synonym of company store. Industrial stores. Plural of industrial store. Industrial strength. Made for use by businesses or manufacturers as opposed to home consumers and therefore typically larger, stronger, more difficult to operate, and less attractive in appearance. Industrial strengths. Plural of industrial strength. Industrial tribunal. A tribunal with jurisdiction to hear labor disputes. Industrial tribunals. Plural of industrial tribunal. Industrial grade. Of or pertaining to a chemical or product that is designed to withstand more extreme conditions than a consumer product, used in commercial and industrial applications. Industrial organizational psychology. The scientific study of human behavior in organizations and the workplace. Industrial strength. Having a level of potency, concentration, or durability suitable for industrial tasks as opposed to merely household tasks. Industrializable. Alternative form of industrializable. Industrialization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of industrialization. Industrializations. Plural of industrialization. Industrialize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of industrialize. Industrialize. Having undergone industrialization. Industrializer. Alternative spelling of industrializer. Industrializers. Plural of industrializer. Industrializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of industrialize. Industrializing. Present participle and gerund of industrialize. Industrialism. The socioeconomic system based upon the industrial production of manufactured goods rather than on agriculture. Industrialisms. Plural of industrialism. Industrialist, a person involved in the ownership or management of an industrial enterprise. Industrialists, plural of industrialists. Industrializable, able to be industrialized. Industrialization, a process of social and economic change whereby a human society is transformed from a pre-industrial to an industrial state. Industrializations, plural of industrialization. Industrialize, to develop industry, to become industrial. Industrialize, having undergone industrialization. Industrializer, one who industrializes. Industrializers, plural of industrializer. Industrializes, third person singular simple present indicative of industrialize. Industrializing, present participle and gerund of industrialize. Industrially, in an industrial manner. Industrialness, the quality of industrial. Industrials, plural of industrial. Industrious, plural of industry. Industrious, hard-working and persistent. Industriously, in an industrious manner. Industriousness, the quality of being industrious. Industry, businesses of the same type. Industry 4.0. Synonym of Fourth Industrial Revolution. Industry discount, a discounted airfare for airline staff. Industry discounts, plural of industry discount. Industry minister, a senior government official responsible for overseeing the nation's industrial sector. Industry ministers, plural of industry minister. Industry plant, a music artist associated with a label but appearing as if they are independent and self-made. Industry plants, plural of industry plant. Industry-Y, alternative spelling of industry-Y. Industry-Y, extending throughout a particular industry. Industry-wise, of or pertaining to industry. Induta, covered, applied to seeds which have the usual integumentary covering. Idure, persistent portions of a calyx or corolla. Induvel, relating to induve. Induve, covered with induve. And well, to exist within, especially as a spirit or driving force. And well, simple past and past participle of inwell. Indweller, one who dwells in a place, an inhabitant. Indwellers, plural of indweller. Indwelleth, third person singular simple present indicative of indwell. Indwelling, a dwelling within, especially lodgment or habitation in the mind or soul. Indwelling catheter, a catheter left inside the body, either temporarily or permanently. Indwelling catheters, plural of indwelling catheter. Indwellings, plural of indwelling. Indwells, third person singular simple present indicative of indwell. Indwelt, simple past and past participle of indwell. Acronym of I'm not dead yet, a fruit fly gene, mutant versions of which are said to have increased the organism's lifespan. Indianapolis. Indy car, an open-wheel race car. Indy curious, interested in the possibility of independence for Wales without necessarily being in favor of it. Indira, the Scottish independence referendum held on 18 September 2014. Indiref 2, a proposed second referendum on Scottish independence. Ir, to put into the earth, inter. Immert, simple past and past participle of inerth. Inerving, present participle and gerund of inerth. Inerth, third person singular simple present indicative of inerth. Inebilizumab, a medication for the treatment of neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder. Inevesi, the state or characteristic of drunkenness, especially as a persistent condition. Inebriant, an intoxicating agent. Inebrians, plural of inebriant. Anyway, a person who is intoxicated, especially one who is habitually drunk. Inebriated, behaving as though affected by alcohol, including exhilaration, in a dumbed or stupefied manner. Inebriates, plural of inebriate. Inebriatus, second person singular simple present indicative of inebriates. Inebriate, third person singular simple present indicative of inebriate. Inebriate, having intoxicating qualities. Inebriation, the state or characteristic of drunkenness. Inebriations, plural of inebriation. Inebriative, causing or relating to inebriation. Inebriatis, plural of inebriety. Inebriety, the state of being inebriated, inebriation, drunkenness. Inebiometer, a device that measures the response of an organism to the effects of alcohol. Inebiometers, plural of inebiometer. Inebrious, intoxicated, drunk. Inebriously, in an inebrious manner. Inebriety, inebriation, drunkenness. Ineconomies, plural of ineconomy. Ineconomy, lack of economy, waste of resources, etc. Yet, abbreviation of inedita. Ined, an incoming edge in a digraph, i.e. one that enters a particular node. Inedges, plural of inedge. Ne, the purported ability to live without food. Ne, not requiring food and, in some cases, water to survive. Innate, plural of inediate. Inedibility, the quality of being inedible. Inedible, not edible, not appropriate, worthy, or safe to eat. Inedibleness, inedibility. Inedibles, plural of inedible. Inedibly, to the extent of being inedible. Inedita, unpublished literary works. Inedited, dated form of unedited. Ineducibility, inability to be educated. Ineducable, incapable of being educated, not educable. Ineducated, uncommon spelling of uneducated. Ineducation, lack of education. A type of arrow poison made from the plant Strophanthus hispidus, used especially in the areas of Togo and Cameroon. Ineffabilities, plural of ineffability. Ineffability, the quality or state of being ineffable. Ineffable, beyond expression in words, unspeakable. Ineffable husbands, the ship of characters as Raphael and Crowley from the novel Good Omens and its television adaptation. Ineffableness, the quality or state of being ineffable. Ineffably, indescribably, to a very great degree or extent. Ineffaceability, quality of being ineffaceable. Ineffaceable, incapable of being effaced. Ineffaceableness, the state or condition of being ineffaceable. Ineffaceably, in an ineffaceable manner, in a manner that cannot be removed or erased. Ineffectable, ineffectual, impracticable. Ineffective, not having the desired effect, ineffectual, odious. Ineffectively, in an ineffective manner, not producing any significant or desired effect. Ineffectiveness, the condition of being ineffective. Ineffectivenesses, plural of ineffectiveness. Ineffectivities, plural of ineffectivity. Ineffectivity, the quality of being ineffective. Ineffectual, unable or insufficient to produce effect. Ineffectual dependent, one of the 4 subtypes of dependent personality disorder, including features of schizoid personality disorder. Ineffectuality, the state or condition of being ineffectual. Ineffectualize, to make ineffectual. Ineffectualize, simple past and past participle of ineffectualize. Ineffectualize is third person singular simple present indicative of ineffectualize. Ineffectualizing, present participle and gerund of ineffectualize. Ineffectual, obsolete form of ineffectual. Ineffectually, in an ineffectual manner. Ineffectualness, inefficacy. Ineffectuate, to make ineffectual, to disable. Ineffectuated, simple past and past participle of ineffectuate. Ineffectuates, third person singular simple present indicative of ineffectuate. Ineffectuating, present participle and gerund of ineffectuate. Ineffervescence, lack of effervescence. Ineffervescent, not effervescent. Inefficacies, plural of inefficacy. Inefficacious, incapable of having the intended consequence. Inefficaciously, without efficacy or effect. Inefficaciousness, lack of efficacy. Inefficacity, synonym of inefficacy. Inefficacy, the condition of being ineffective. Inefficience, synonym of inefficiency. Inefficiences, plural of inefficience. Inefficiencies, plural of inefficiency. Inefficiency, lack of efficiency or effectiveness. Inefficient, not efficient, not producing the effect intended or desired, inefficacious. Inefficiently, in an inefficient manner. Inefficience, plural of inefficient. Inegalitarian, characterized by inequality between people. Inegalitarian, rare spelling of inegalitarian. Inegalitarianism, inegalitarian beliefs, the belief that not all should be equal. Inegalitarians, plural of inegalitarian. Inegro, a municipality and district of Bursa province, Turkey. Inelaborate, not elaborate, crude, unfinished. Inelastic, lacking elasticity, inflexible, unyielding. Inelastically, in an inelastic way. Inelasticities, plural of inelasticity. Inelasticity, the quality of being inflexible. Inelative, expressing the notion from inside or out of. Inelative case. The grammatical case that is inelative. Inelegance, the state or quality of being inelegant, lack of grace, refinement, beauty, or polish in language composition or manners. Inelegances, plural of inelegance. Inelegancies, plural of inelegancy. Inelegancy, alternative form of inelegance. Inelegant, not elegant, not exhibiting neatness, refinement, or precision. Inelegantly, in an inelegant manner. Inelightable, unable to be elided, omitted. Ineligibilities, plural of ineligibility. Ineligibility, the state or quality of being ineligible. Ineligible, not eligible, forbidden to do something. Ineligibleness, ineligibility. Ineligibles, plural of ineligible. Ineligibly, in an ineligible manner. Ineliminable, unable to be eliminated. Ineliminably, in a manner that cannot be eliminated. An ellipse, an ellipse inscribed in a triangle. An ellipsis, plural of inellipse. Ineloquence, the state or condition of being ineloquent. Ineloquent, not eloquent. Ineloquently, without eloquence. Ineluctability, the state or condition of being ineluctable. Ineluctable, impossible to avoid or escape, inescapable, irresistible. Ineluctableness, synonym of ineluctability. Ineluctably, in an ineluctable manner. Ineludible, incapable of being eluded or evaded. Inembionate, not ambionate, devoid of an embio. Inemulous, not emulous. Not envious or desirous of. Enamuri, the practice of dozing at school or work, interpreted in Japanese culture as evidence that a person has been working hard. And inarable, that cannot be told, indescribable, inexpressible, unspeakable. An enchema, fibrocellular tissue whose cells have the appearance of spiral vessels as in sphagnum. An inviolable, incapable of being cleared of clouds. An innumerable, not innumerable. Inept, not able to do something, not proficient, displaying incompetence. Inepter, comparative form of inept, more inept. Ineptus, superlative form of inept, most inept. Ineptitude, the quality of being inept. Ineptitudes, plural of ineptitude. Ineptly, in an inept or incompetent manner. Ineptness, the quality or degree of being inept. Ineptesses, plural of ineptness. Ineptocracies, plural of ineptocracy. Ineptocracy, a government characterized by incompetent leaders. Inequable, not equable, unequable. Inequably, in an inequable manner. Inequal, not equal. Inequalitarian, and inegalitarian. Inequalitarianism. Inegalitarianism. Inequalitarians, plural of inequalitarian. Inequalities, plural of inequality. Inequality, an unfair, not equal, state. Inequal way, in an unequal manner. Inequalness, inequality, unequalness. Inequite, not equant. An equation, a statement that two expressions are not the same. In equations, plural of inequation. Equiangular, not equiangular. Equiaxial, not equiaxial. Inequidimensional, not equidimensional. Inequidistant, not equidistant. Inequigranular, not equigranular. Inequilateral, having unequal sides, unsymmetrical or lopsided. Inequilaterally, in an inequilateral manner, not equilaterally. In equilibrium, not equilibrium. Inequilobate, unequally lobed, divided into lobes of different shapes or sizes. Inequilobed, not equilobed. Inequipotent, not equipotent. Inequitable, unfair, unequal, or unjust. Inequitably, in an inequitable manner. Inequities, plural of inequity. Inequity, a lack of equity, justice. Inequivalence, the condition of being inequivalent. Inequivalences, plural of inequivalence. Inequivalent, not equivalent. Inequivalently, by means of, or in terms of an inequivalence. Inequivalve, having valves of different sizes. Inequivalved, synonym of inequivalve. Inequivalves, plural of inequivalve. Inequivalvular, having unequal valves, inequivalve. Ineradicability, quality of being ineradicable. Ineradicable, not able to be eradicated, of a root, plant, etc. Too deep to remove. Ineradicableness, ineradicability. Ineradicably, in an ineradicable manner. Inerangan, a barangay of Alaminos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Inerasable, that cannot be erased. Inerasably, in an inerasable manner. Inerect, synonym of unerect. Energetic, having no energy, sluggish. Energetically, without energy, not energetically. Enter, without spines or thorns, inermis. Inermi, any fish in the family. Inermidi, a synonym of the Hemilidae. Inermids, plural of inermiid. Inermis, without spines or thorns. Inerrability, lack of or exemption from error, infallibility. Inerrable, incapable of error, infallible, unerring. Inerrableness, exemption from error, infallibility. Inerrably, without making errors, infallibly, unerringly. Inerrances, plural of inerrancy. Inerrancy, freedom from error. Inerrant, exhibiting inerrancy without error. Inerrantism, a belief in the inerrancy of religious scripture. Inerrantes, someone who believes in the inerrancy of religious scripture. Inerrantests, plural of inerrantis. Inerrantly, in an inerrant manner, without error. Inerratic, not erratic. Inerrant, archaic form of unerring. Inerringly, archaic form of unerringly. Errant, unable to move or act, inanimate. Inert gas, a gas which does not undergo chemical reactions. Inert gas narcosis, nitrogen narcosis. inert gases, plural of inert gas. Inert pair effect, the tendency of the two electrons in the outermost atomic s orbital to remain unshared in compounds of post-transition metals. Inert pair effects, plural of inert pair effect. Inertogram, a graph of acoustic inertance by frequency. Inertograms, plural of inertogram. Inertance, a measure of the inertia to flow of a fluid. Inertances, plural of inertance. Inert, simple past and past participle of inert. Inertest, superlative form of inert, most inert. Inertia, the property of a body that resists any change to its uniform motion, equivalent to its mass. Inertia selling, an attempt to sell goods or services by first supplying them unsolicited and then demanding payment. Inertia welding, a form of friction welding in which the energy comes from a rotating flywheel. Energy, plural of inertia. Inertial, of, relating to, or depending on inertia. Inertial frame, ellipsis of inertial frame of reference. Inertial frame of reference, a frame of reference that is stationary relative to a body moving at constant velocity and on which no force is being exerted. Inertial frames, plural of inertial frame. Inertial frames of reference, plural of inertial frame of reference. Inertial guidance, an automated system which directs a craft or missile, continually calculating its position from its measured acceleration. Inertial mass, the mass of an object measured as its resistance to being accelerated by an applied force. It is equal to its gravitational mass. Inertial masses, plural of inertial mass. Inertial navigation system, a self-contained navigation device that determines an object's position, orientation, and velocity without relying on external references. Inertial navigation systems, plural of inertial navigation system. Inertial navigation unit, synonym of inertial navigation system. Inertial navigation units, plural of inertial navigation unit. Inertial reference, any of various devices found in airplanes, missiles, satellites, guns, etc. that sense and calculate data such as linear acceleration and turning rate around each axis and which send that data onto other systems. Inertial reference system, synonym of inertial navigation system. Inertial reference systems, plural of inertial reference system. Inertial reference unit, a device which uses the forces applied to a spacecraft or aircraft in order to track its orientation. Inertial reference units, plural of inertial reference units. Inertial space, a coordinate system or a frame of reference defined with respect to the distant stars whose relative positions do not change over reasonably long periods of time. Inertial spaces, plural of inertial space. Inertialess, that has no inertia or acts without the use of an inertia. Inertialessness, absence of inertia. Inertially, in an inertial manner. Inertious, plural of inertia. Inerting, present participle and gerund. Plural. Inertini, oxidized organic material or fossilized charcoal found as tiny flakes within sedimentary rocks. Inertinites, plural of inertinite. Inertinitic, of or pertaining to inertinite. Inertion, lack of activity or exertion, inertness, quietude. Inertitude, inertness, inertia. Inertization, the use of an inert gas to prevent explosion. Inertizations, plural of inertization. Inertia, plural of inertia. Inertly, in an inert manner. Inertness, lack of activity or exertion, habitual indisposition to action or motion. Inertnesses, plural of inertness. Inerts, plural of inert. Inerudite, not erudite, unlearned, ignorant. Inescapabilities, plural of inescapability. Inescapability, the state or property of being inescapable. Inescapable, impossible, unable to avoid or escape, not escapable. Inescapableness, the quality of being inescapable. Inescapably, in an inescapable manner. Inescapable, non-standard spelling of inescapable. Inescate, to allure, to lay a bait for. Inescated. Simple past and past participle of inescate. Inescates, third person singular simple present indicative of inescate. Inescating, present participle and gerund of inescate. Inescation, the act of baiting, allurement. Inescations, plural of inescation. Inesculent. Inedible. Inescutcheon, a small escutcheon coat of arms. Shield such as an escutcheon of pretense which is charged represented on a larger escutcheon. Inescutcheoned, presented as an inescutcheon. Inescutcheons, plural of inescutcheon. Inesinio, a closely related dialect of the Barbernio language. Inesi, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Inessa, a transliteration of the Russian female given name Ilyenya Ssa Inessa. Inessential, not essential. Inessentiality, the condition of being inessential. Inessentially, in an essential way. Inessentials, plural of inessential. Inessu, of or relating to the inessive case, a grammatical case that in some languages indicates the state of being in or inside a location. Inessive case, a noun case used to indicate location inside something. In English, this is usually expressed by the prepositions in or inside. Languages that use the inessive case include Finnish, Hungarian, Estonian, Ossetian, and Erzya. Inessive cases, plural of inessive case. Inessos, plural of inessive. Inessivity, the papi of inessu. Inestation, misspelling of infestation. Inesthetic, alternative spelling of inesthetic. Inestimability, the papi of inestimable. Inestimable, not able to be estimated, not able to be calculated, computed, or comprehended as because of great scale, degree, or magnitude. Inestimableness, the capacity of being inestimable. Inestimably, in an inestimable manner, or to an inestimable degree. Unethical, alternative form of unethical. That, a surname originating as a matronymic. That's, plural of inet. Inu, a town in Arad County, Romania. Inut, a point of occur. Inuits, plural of inute. Ineuphonious, alternative form of uneuphonious. Inevaluable, unable to be evaluated. Inevaporable, not evaporable. Inevasible, impossible to evade. Inevasive, synonym of unevasive. Inevidence, lack of evidence, obscurity or unclarity. Inevident, not evident, obscure. Inevitabilism, the belief that certain developments are impossible to avoid, determinism. Inevitabilis, characteristic of inevitabilism. Inevitabilities, plural of inevitability. Inevitability, the condition of being inevitable. Inevitable, the 56th Surah chapter of the Quran. Inevitable abortion, an abortion that is beyond stopping. Inevitable abortions, plural of inevitable abortion. Inevitableness, the characteristic of being inevitable, inevitability. Inevitables, plural of inevitable. Inevitably, in a manner that is impossible to avoid or prevent. NX, an eclipse cycle of 10,571.95 days, or 358 lunations. Inexact, imperfectly conforming, exceeding or falling short in some respect. Inexacting, alternative form of unexacting. Inexactitude, a lack of exactness, something inexact or imprecise. Inexactitudes, plural of inexactitude. Inexactly, in a manner not exact or precise, inaccurately. Inexactness, the characteristic or quality of being inexact, a lack of precision, accuracy, or certainty. Inexactnesses, plural of inexactness. Inexcitability, the quality of being inexcitable. Inexcitable, not excitable. Inexcludable, that cannot be excluded, unable to be excluded. Inexcogitable, unimaginable, unable to be imagined, inconceivable or mind-boggling. Inexcusability, the quality of being inexcusable. Inexcusable, not excusable. Inexcusableness, the quality of being inexcusable, inexcusability. Inexcusably, in an inexcusable manner. Inexcusable, alternative form of inexcusable. Inexecrable, that cannot be execrated enough. Inexecutable, that cannot be executed or carried out. Inexecution, failure to execute or carry out. Inexertion, lack of exertion or effort, indolence, laziness. Inexertions, plural of inexertion. Inexus, plural of inex. Inexhalable, incapable of being exhaled. Inexhausted, not exhausted. Inexhaustedly, without exhaustion. Inexhaustibility, the state or condition of being inexhaustible. Inexhaustible, impossible to exhaust, unlimited. Inexhaustibleness, inexhaustibility, the quality of being inexhaustible. Inexhaustibly, in an inexhaustible manner. Inexhaustive, synonym of inexhaustible. Inexigent, undemanding, unexacting, relaxed. Inexist, to exist or live within. Inexistent, non-existent, that does not exist. Inexisted, simple past and past participle of inexists. Inexistence, the state of not being, not existing, or not being perceptible. Inexistences, plural of inexistence. Inexistent, non-existent. Inexisting, present participle and gerund of inexists. Inexists, third person singular simple present indicative of inexists. Inexorabilities, plural of inexorability. Inexorability, the quality or state of being inexorable. Inexorable, impossible to prevent or stop, inevitable. Inexorableness, the quality of being inexorable. Inexorably, in an inexorable manner, without the possibility of stopping or prevention. Inexorcisable, incapable of being exercised. Inexpansible, incapable of expansion or enlargement. Inexpectable, not to be expected or anticipated. Inexpectant, not expectant. Inexpectation, absence of expectation. Inexpected, obsolete form of unexpected. Inexpectedly, obsolete form of unexpectedly. Inexpectedness, obsolete form of unexpectedness. Inexpedience, the quality or state of being inexpedient, unsuitableness, or impropriety. Inexpediences, plural of inexpedience. Inexpediencies, plural of inexpediency. Inexpediency, the condition of being inexpedient. Inexpedient, not expedient, not tending to promote a purpose, not tending to the end desired, unsuitable to time and place. Inexpediently, in a way that is not expedient. Inexpensive, involving little expense, reasonable in price, cheap. Inexpensively, in an inexpensive manner. Inexpensiveness, the state or quality of being inexpensive. Inexperience, a lack of experience. Inexperience, not experienced, lacking knowledge because lacking experience. Inexperiencedly, in an inexperienced way. Inexperiences, plural of inexperience. Inexpert, inept or unskilled, not of expert ability or quality. Inexpertise, a lack of expertise. Inexpertly, in an inexpert manner. Inexpertness, lack of expertise or skill. Inexpertnesses, plural of inexpertness. Inexperts, plural of inexpert. Inexpiable, that cannot be expiated or atoned for, unforgivable. Inexpiableness, the quality of being inexpiable. Inexpiably, in an inexpiable manner or degree, permitting no atonement. Inexpiate, not appeased or placated. Inexpiated, not expiated. Inexplainable, that cannot be explained. Inexplainably, synonym of unexplainable. Inexplicabilities, plural of inexplicability. Inexplicability, the state of being difficult to account for, the state of being inexplicable. Inexplicable, impossible to explain, not easily accounted for. Inexplicableness, the state of being difficult to account for, the state of being inexplicable. Inexplicables, plural of inexplicable. Inexplicably, in an inexplicable manner, for an unknown reason. Inexplicit, not explicit. Inexplicitly, in an inexplicit manner. Inexplicitness. The state or condition of being inexplicit. Inexplorable. That cannot be explored or discovered, inscrutable or unfathomable. Inexplosive, not explosive. Inexportable. Alternative form of unexportable. Inexposure. A lack of exposure, the state of not being exposed. Inexpressible. Very rare spelling of inexpressible. Inexpressibility. The condition of being inexpressible. Inexpressible. Unable to be expressed, not able to be put into words. Inexpressibleness. The quality of being inexpressible. Inexpressibles. Reaches, trousers. Inexpressibly. In an inexpressible manner. Inexpression. Lack of expression. Failure to express. Inexpressive. Lacking expression or emotion. Inexpressively. Without expression. Inexpressiveness. The quality of being inexpressive. Inexpressivity. The quality of being inexpressive. Inexpugnability. The quality of being inexpugnable. Inexpugnable. Impossible to eliminate or destroy, impregnable. Inexpugnableness. The quality of being inexpugnable. Inexpugnably. In an inexpugnable manner. Inexpugnable. Not capable of being expunged. Inexpungible. That cannot be expunged. Inexsuperable. Not capable of being beaten. Insuperable. Insurmountable. Inextant. Not extant. Inextended. Not extended. Inextendability. The quality or state of being inextendable. Inextendable. Not extendable. Inextensibility. The condition of being inextensible. Inextensible. Not capable of being extended. Inextensile. Not extensile. Inextension. Lack of extension, unextended state. Inextensional. That is not accompanied by extension. Inextensive. Not extensive. Inexterminable. Impossible to exterminate. Inextinct. Not quenched. Not extinct. Inextinguishable. Inextinguishable. Inextinguishability. The state of not being extinguishable. Inextinguishable. Incapable of being extinguished, not extinguishable. Inextinguishableness. The property of being inextinguishable. Inextinguishably. In a way that cannot be extinguished, immortally. Inextirpable. Not capable of being extirpated or rooted out, ineradicable. Inextirpableness. The quality of being inextirpable. Inextractable. Alternative form of unextractable. Inextricabilities. Plural of inextricability. Inextricability. The condition of being inextricable. Inextricable. Impossible to untie or disentangle. Inextricableness. The state of being inextricable. Inextricably. In an inextricable manner. Inexuperable. Insurmountable, unbeatable. To inoculate or bud, engraft or propagate as a tree or plant by the insertion of a bud. simple past and past participle of inai. Inaiing, present participle and gerund of inai. Inai's, third person singular simple present indicative of inai. Inaiing, present participle and gerund of inai. That, a female given name from Spanish. Inet, any bird of the genus Inesia of tropical South America. F, ellipsis of INF treaty. F, abbreviation of inferior. Infacility, the inability to quickly adjust one's focus when looking from near to far or the converse. In fact, misspelling of in fact. Infair, obsolete spelling of infair. Unfairness, alternative form of unfairness. Inverse, plural of unfair. And allow, the act or process of falling in. Infallen, past participle of infoul. Infallor, a particle that falls behind the event horizon, for example into a black hole. Infallors, plural of infallor. Infallibilism, a doctrine of the infallibility of a certain person or thing, especially Roman Catholicism. The doctrine of papal infallibility support this doctrine. Infallibilisms, plural of infallibilism. Infallibilis, one who accepts infallibilism any sense. Infallibilists, plural of infallibilists. Infallibilities, plural of infallibility. Infallibility, the property of being infallible, the ability to never make a mistake. Infallible, a person who, or an object or process that, is taken as being infallible. Infallibleness, the quality of being infallible. Infallibles, plural of infallible. Infallibly, in an infallible manner. Infalling, moving towards a massive astronomical body under the influence of gravity. Infalse, plural of infal. Infalsificable, uncounterfeitable of South American paper money. Eva, to defame, to make infamous. Elad, simple past and past participle of infam. Emloms, third person singular simple present indicative of infam. Emlame, obsolete form of infamy. Emphamis, plural of infamy. Emlaming, present participle and gerund of infam. Infamize, alternative form of infamize. Infamize, simple past and past participle of infamize. Infamizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infamize. Infamizing, present participle and gerund of infamize. Infamata, a most heinous act against one's own family or against family life in general. Infamatus, plural of infamita. Infamize, to make infamous, to defame or smear. Infamize, simple past and past participle of infamize. Infamizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infamize. Infamizing, present participle and gerund of infamize. Infamonize, to defame. Enlombas, having a bad reputation, disreputable, notorious, unpleasant or evil, widely known, especially for something scornful. Infamously, in an infamous manner. Infamousness, the state or quality of being infamous, infamy. Emlam, the state of being infamous. Infants is plural of infancy. Infants, the earliest period of childhood crawling out and walking. Infancy gospel, one of a genre of early apocryphal gospels narrating the childhood of Jesus. Infancy gospels, plural of infancy gospel. And hadas, extremely odious. And hat, to draw or take in. Infangent theft, alternative form of infanthief. In has, third person singular simple present indicative of infang. Infecteth, alternative form of infanthief. Infective, a privilege of some feudal lords permitting them to execute summary judgment upon thieves captured within their estates, sometimes restricted to the lord's tenants or men and sometimes limited to those caught in flagrante delicto. Ella, a very young human being from birth to somewhere between 6 months and 2 years of age after birth, needing almost constant care and attention. Infant formula, a manufactured food simulating human breast milk, designed to be fed to babies and infants under 12 months of age. Infant formulae, plural of infant formula. Infant formulas, plural of infant formula. Infant formulae, plural of infant formula. Infant industries, plural of infant industry. Infant industry, a new industry, one in its earlier stages unable to keep up or compete against global competitors. Infant massage, a type of massage given to an infant, an instance of using massage therapy for human infants. Infant massages, plural of infant massage. Infant mortalities, plural of infant mortality. Infant mortality, the occurrence of death of very young children under 1 year old. Infant mortality rate, the total number of deaths in a year among infants under 1 year of age for every 1,000 live births in a society. Infant mortality rates, plural of infant mortality rate. Infant respiratory distress syndrome, a condition that occurs in premature infants due to underdeveloped lungs and surfactant deficiency. Infant respiratory distress syndromes, plural of infant respiratory distress syndrome. Infant safety seat, synonym of child safety seat, particularly versions designed for very young children. Infant safety seats, plural of infant safety seat. Infant school, a primary school, generally for children aged between 4 and 7. Infant schools, plural of infant school. Infant seat, synonym of infant safety seat. Infant seats, plural of infant seat. Infant star, synonym of protostar. Infant stars, plural of infant star. Infant, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. Infantahen, a native or inhabitant of Infanta, Quezon. Infantilize, misspelling of infantilize. Infantaricin, any group of bacteriocins produced by a strain of Streptococcus infantarius. Infantaricins, plural of infantaricin. Infantas, plural of infanta. Infant care, the act of supervising and taking care of infants. Inha, a surname from Spanish. Infante, simple past and past participle of infant. Infantier, a soldier employed in any infantry role, an infantryman. Infanteering, the role of being an infantry soldier. Infantiers, plural of infantier. Infants, plural of infant. Infantess, a female infant, a very young human being. Infantesses, plural of infantes. Infant fish, any marine fish of the genus Scindoria. Infanthood, infancy. Infanthoods, plural of infanthood. Infanticidal, of or pertaining to infanticide. Infanticidally, in terms of or by means of infanticide. Infanticide, the murder of an infant. Infanticider, one who commits infanticide. Infanticiders, plural. Infanticide, the murder of an infant. Infanticider, one who commits infanticide. Infanticiders, plural of infanticider. Infanticides, plural of infanticide. Infantire, a soldier in the infantry, an infantryman. Infantiers, plural of infantire. Infantile, pertaining to infants. Infantile dementia, synonym of childhood disintegrative disorder. Infantile paralysis, hoemulitis. Infantilely, in an infantile manner, childishly. Infantileness, the quality of infantile. Infantilization, alternative spelling of infantilization. Infantilize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of infantilize. Infantilize, simple past and past participle of infantilize. Infantilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infantilize. Infantilizing, present participle and gerund of infantilize. Infantilism, emotional dependency on being treated as an infant. Infantilisms, plural of infantilism. Infantilists, one who is subject to infantilism. Infantilistic, exhibiting or relating to infantilism. Infantilists, plural of infantilists. Infantilities, plural of infantility. Infantility, the state or quality of being infantile. Infantilization, the act or process of infantilizing or treating a non-infant as an infant. Infantilizations, plural of infantilization. Infantilize, to reduce a person to the state or status of an infant. Infantilize, simple past and past participle of infantilize. Infantilizer, a person who infantilizes others. Infantilizers, plural of infantilizer. Infantilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infantilize. Infantilizing, present participle and gerund of infantilize. Infantine, infantile, childish. Infante, present participle and gerund of infant. Infantino, a surname from Italian. Infantinos, plural of infantino. Infantize, infantilize. Infantized, simple past and past participle of infantize. Infantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infantize. Infantizing, present participle and gerund of infantize. Infant-like, childlike. Infantly, like an infant. Childlike. Infantocracies, Plural of infantocracy. Infantocracy, ruled by children. Infantometer, an instrument for measuring the size of young children. Infantometers, plural of infantometer. Infantophile, a pedophile who is sexually attracted to infants and other very young children, generally age 0–4. Infantophiles, plural of infantophile. Infantophilia, the primary sexual attraction of adults to infants and toddlers, defined by various studies as 0–4 years old. Infantophobe, someone with an irrational fear of infants. Infantophobes, plural of infantophobe. Infantophobia, the irrational fear of infants, pregnancy, or maternalism. Infantoria, plural of infantorium. Infantorium, a room where premature infants are kept and displayed to the public. Infantoriums, plural of infantorium. Infantress, alternative form of infantess. Infantresses, plural of infantress. Infantries, plural of infantry. Infantry, soldiers who fight on foot on land as opposed to cavalry and other mounted units, regardless of external transport, for example airborne. Infantry fighting vehicle, an armored combat vehicle designed to carry infantry soldiers and provide fire support for them. Infantry fighting vehicles, plural of infantry fighting vehicle. Infantryman, a soldier employed in an infantry role. Infantryman, plural of infantryman. Infantrypopple, plural of infantryperson. Infantryperson, an infantryman or infantrywoman. Infantrypersons, plural of infantryperson. Infantrywoman, a female member of an infantry. Infantrywomen, plural of infantrywoman. Elefants, plural of infant. Infants wear, clothing designed for infants. Infant wear, clothing designed for infants. And farce, to stuff or to swell. And farce, simple past and past participle of in farce. In farces, third person singular simple present indicative of in farce. In farcing, present participle and gerund of in farce. Infarct, an area of dead tissue caused by a loss of blood supply, a localized necrosis. Infarcted, affected by infarcts. Infarction, the process which causes an infarct. Infarctional, relating to infarction. Infarctions, plural of infarction. Infarcto, relating to infarction. Infarcts, plural of infarct. Inthair, a party or other celebration held to mark someone's entrance into a new home, especially the arrival of a bride at her new home, a wedding reception. Invares, plural of infair. Infaring, a faring or entering in, entrance, entry. Infashionable, obsolete form of unfashionable. Infatigable, indefatigable. Infatuate, to inspire with unreasoning love, attachment, or enthusiasm. Infatuated, simple past and past participle of infatuate. Infatuatedly, in an infatuated manner. Infatuates, Third person singular simple present indicative of infatuate. Infatuating, present participle and gerund of infatuate. Infatuation, an immensely strong love or sexual attraction. Infatuational, of or relating to infatuation. Infatuations, plural of infatuation. Infatuative, characteristic of infatuation. Infatuator, a person or thing that infatuates. Infatuators, plural of infatuator. Amphana, any aquatic organism that lives within the dominant medium of its environment, but especially within aquatic sediments. Amphani, plural of infauna. Infaunal, belonging to the infauna. Infaunalization, colonization by animals. Infaunally, in an infaunal manner. Infanas, plural of infauna. Infant, obsolete form of infant. Infants, plural of infant. Inhost, unlucky, unfortunate, ill-omened, unpropitious, sinister. Infeasibilities, plural of infeasibility. Infeasibility, the state of being infeasible or impractical. Infeasible, not feasible. Infeasibleness, the quality of being infeasible. Infeasibility. Infeasibly, in a manner that is not feasible. In fact, to bring the body or part of it into contact with a substance that causes illness of pathogen, so that the pathogen begins to act on the body of a pathogen to come into contact with a body or body part and begin to act on it. Infectability, the ability to infect or be infected. Infectable, able to infect or to become infected. Infectant, an infective agent. Infectants, plural of infectant. Infected, simple past and past participle of infect. Infected abortion, an abortion with an infection and high fever. Infected abortions, plural of infected abortion. Infectedness, quality of being infected. Infecteds, plural of infected. Infectee, a person or other organism that has been infected. Infectees, plural of infectee. Infector, someone or something that infects. Infectors, plural of infector. Infectists, second person singular simple present indicative of infect. Infected, third person singular simple present indicative of infect. Infectabilities, plural of infectability. Infectability, infectability. Infectable, able to be infected, capable of infection. Infecting, present participle and gerund of infect. Infectiology, relating to infectiology. Infectiological, relating to infectiology. Infectiologist, a type of physician who specializes in the diagnosis and treatment of infectious diseases. Infectiologists, plural of infectiologists. Infectiology, the study of infection. Infection, an uncontrolled growth of harmful microorganisms in a host. Infectional, relating to infection. Infectionism, the belief that diseases were spread by infection. Infectionist, one who believed that diseases were spread by infection. Infectionists, plural of infectionists. Infections, plural of infection. Infectious, caused by an agent that enters the host's body such as a bacterium, virus, parasite, or prion, often also transmitted among hosts via any of various routes, for example, contact, droplet-borne, airborne, waterborne, foodborne, fomite-borne, or bloodborne. Infectious abortion, synonym of contagious abortion. Infectious abortions, plural of infectious abortion. Infectious agent, synonym of pathogen. Infectious agents, plural of infectious agent. Infectious bovine rhinotrichitis, a disease of the respiratory tract of cattle caused by the species bovine herpesvirus 1. Infectious disease, an illness caused by a specific infectious agent, bacterium, virus, fungus, protozoa, prion, etc., that results from transmission of that agent from an infected person, animal, or reservoir to a susceptible host. Infectious disease specialist, a physician who specializes in the medical field of infectious diseases. Infectious disease specialists, plural of infectious disease specialists. Infectious diseases, plural of infectious disease. Infectious mononucleosis, synonym of mononucleosis. Infectiously, in an infectious manner. Infectiousness, the state or condition of being infectious. Infective, able to cause infection, infectious. Infectiveness, the state or quality of being infective. Infectives, plural of infective. Infectivities, plural of infectivity. Infectivity, the ability of a pathogen to establish an infection. Infectological, alternative, form of infectiological. Infectologists, alternative, form of infectiologist. Infectologists, plural of infectologists. Infectology, alternative, form of infectiology. Infectome, all the infectious organisms associated with a particular disease. Infectomes, plural of infectum. Infector, something that infects, that which causes infection. Infectors, plural of infector. Infectress, a female infector. Infectresses, plural of infectress. Infects, third person singular simple present indicative of infect. Infectious, obsolete form of infectious. Infecund, infertile. Infecundability, the condition of being infecundable. Infecundable, synonym of unfertilizable. Infecundities, plural of infecundity. Infecundity, lack of fecundity or fruitfulness. Infecundus, infertile, barren, unprofitable, unproductive. Enfeeble, archaic form of enfeeble. Enfeeble, simple past and past participle of enfeeble. Enfeebles, third person singular simple present indicative of enfeeble. Enfeebling, present participle and gerund of enfeeble. The material fed into a machine to be processed. Enfeed, plural of enfeed. Nf, obsolete form of enfeef. Invect, simple past and past participle of infef. Infefe, present participle and gerundive infef. Envefs, third person singular simple present indicative of infef. Envet, obsolete form of infef. Infefted, simple past and past participle of infef. Infefte, present participle and gerundive infef. Infefment, alternative form of enfeefment. Infeftments, plural of infeftment. Enfefts, third person singular simple present indicative of infeft. Infelicific, not felicific. Infelicities, plural of infelicity. Infelicitas, unhappy or unfortunate. Infelicitously, in a way that is infelicitous or unfortunate. Infelicitousness, the quality or state of being infelicitous or pragmatically ill-formed. Infelicity, the condition of being infelicitous. Enzel, simple past of infal. Infelonious, not felonious, malignant, or criminal. Infelt, felt inwardly or emotionally, heartfelt. Infeminine, alternative form of unfeminine. Infenestrate, to enter or insert into or through a window. Infenestrated, simple past and past participle of infenestrate. Infenestrates, third person singular simple present indicative of infenestrate. Infenestrating, present participle and gerund of infenestrate. Infidation, alternative form of infidation. Infidations, plural of infidation. Envif, alternative form of enfief. Enveit, simple past and past participle of enfief. Enfefe, present participle and gerund of enfief. Enfeimind, archaic form of enfeefment. Enfeiments, plural of enfeefment. Enves, third person singular simple present indicative of enfeef. Infer, to introduce something as a reason, conclusion, to conclude by reasoning or deduction as from premises or evidence. Inferability, the condition of being inferable. Inferable, that may be inferred or drawn as a conclusion, deducible, that may be put together from previous knowledge and current evidence. Inferably, such that it may be inferred. Infer agrarian, relating to the lowest portion of the cultivated lands in Great Britain. Inference, the act or process of inferring by deduction or induction. Inference rule, a rule for combining or modifying well-formed formulas of a formal language in a truth-preserving manner to yield new well-formed formulas. Inference rules, plural of inference rule. Inference to the best explanation, synonym of abductive reasoning. Inferences, plural of inference. Inferencing, the process of making inferences, inferring. Inferent, synonym of afferent. Inferential, of, pertaining to, or derived using inference. Inferential statistics, a branch of statistics studying statistical inference, drawing conclusions about a population from a random sample drawn from it, or, more generally, about a random process from its observed behavior during a finite period of time. Inferentialism, inferential role semantics, an approach to the theory of meaning that identifies the meaning of an expression with its typically inferential relationship to other expressions. Inferentialis, of pertaining to or supporting a belief in the primary importance of inference to any account of meaning. Inferentialists, plural of inferentialists. Inferentiality, the quality of being inferential. Inferentially, with respect to or by means of inference. In the sacrifices offered to the souls of deceased heroes or friends. Inferable, alternative spelling of inferable, synonym of inferable. Inferiolateral, misspelling of inferilateral. Inferiomediale, alternative form of inferomedially. Inferior, lower in rank, status, or quality. Inferior alveolar arteries, plural of inferior alveolar artery. Inferior alveolar artery, a branch of the maxillary artery that is distributed to the mucous membrane of the mouth and through the mandibular canal to the teeth of the lower jaw. Inferior alveolar nerve, a branch of the mandibular nerve that passes through the mandibular canal to the mental foramen and giving off various branches along the way to the teeth of the lower jaw and finally to the skin of the chin and the skin and mucous membrane of the lower lip. Inferior alveolar nerves, plural of inferior alveolar nerve. Inferior cervical ganglia, plural of inferior cervical ganglion. Inferior cervical ganglion, a ganglion that is located between the base of the transverse process of the 7th cervical vertebra and the 5th rib and is usually partly or completely fused with the first thoracic ganglion to form the stellate ganglion. Inferior colliculi, plural of inferior colliculus. Inferior colliculus, the nucleus just caudal to the superior colliculus, which is involved in the relay of auditory information. Inferior concha, synonym of inferior nasal concha. Inferior conchas, plural of inferior concha. Inferior court, any court whose decisions can be appealed to a higher one. Inferior courts, plural of inferior court. Inferior dental arteries, plural of inferior dental artery. Inferior dental artery, synonym of inferior alveolar artery. Inferior ganglia, plural of inferior ganglion. Inferior ganglion, the lower and larger of the two sensory ganglia of the glossopharyngeal nerve. Inferior good, a good that decreases in demand when consumer income rises, having a negative income elasticity of demand. Inferior goods, plural of inferior good. Inferior laryngeal arteries, plural of inferior laryngeal artery. Inferior laryngeal artery, a branch of the inferior thyroid artery that supplies the muscles and mucous membranes of the dorsal part of the larynx. Inferior laryngeal nerve, any of the terminal branches of the recurrent laryngeal nerve. Inferior mesenteric arteries, plural of inferior mesenteric artery. Inferior mesenteric artery, the third major branch of the abdominal aorta, supplying the distal 1/3 of the transverse colon, descending colon, sigmoid colon, and the proximal part of the rectum, i.e. the organs of the hindgut. Inferior nasal concha, the largest of the 3 nasal conchae located within the nasal cavity. Inferior nasal conchae, plural of inferior nasal concha. Inferior oblique, ellipsis of inferior oblique muscle. Inferior oblique muscle, a short extraocular muscle that arises from the orbital surface of the maxilla, is inserted slightly in front of and below the superior oblique muscle and moves the A upward and laterally. Inferior oblique muscles, plural of inferior oblique muscle. Inferior obliques, plural of inferior oblique. Inferior orbital fissure. One of two openings transmitting nerves and blood vessels to or from the orbit, situated inferiorly between the greater wing of the sphenoid bone and the maxilla. Inferior orbital fissures. Plural of inferior orbital fissure. Inferior petrosal sinus. The larger of the two petrosal sinuses that is situated inferiorly in a sulcus on each side, formed by the junction of the petrous portion of the temporal bone and the basilar portion of the occipital bone, and that extends from the posterior inferior end of the cavernous sinus through the jugular foramen to join the internal jugular vein of the same side. Inferior petrosal sinuses. Plural of inferior petrosal sinus. Inferior pharyngeal constrictor. A muscle of the pharynx that is the thickest of its three constrictors arises from the surface and side of the cricoid and thyroid cartilages, inserts into the median line at the back of the pharynx, and acts to constrict part of the pharynx in swallowing. Inferior planet. A planet that orbits the sun within the orbit of the Earth, and thus does not show retrograde motion when viewed from Earth. Inferior planets. Plural of inferior planet. Inferior recti. Plural of inferior rectus. Inferior rectus. One of the far exocular muscles of the eyeball in the orbit, which arises from the border of the optic foramen and inserts into the inferior aspect of the cilia. Inferior sagittal sinus. One of two venous sinuses of the dura mater, lying in the posterior 2/3 of the concave free inferior margin of the falx cerebri and ending posteriorly by joining the great cerebral vein to form the straight sinus. Inferior sagittal sinuses. Plural of inferior sagittal sinus. Inferior thyroid arteries. Plural of inferior thyroid artery. Inferior thyroid artery. One of two arteries supplying the thyroid gland and nearby structures at the front of the neck that branches from the thyrocervical trunk and that divides to form branches supplying the inferior portion of the thyroid gland and anastomosing with the superior thyroid artery or with a corresponding branch from the opposite side. Inferior turinate. Synonym of inferior nasal concha. Inferior turinate bone. Synonym of inferior nasal concha. Inferior turbinate bones. Plural of inferior turbinate bone. Inferior turbinates. Plural of inferior turbinate. Inferior vena cava. The large vein which returns blood from the lower extremities and the pelvic and abdominal organs to the right atrium of the heart. Inferior vena cavas. Plural of inferior vena cava. Inferior vena cava. Plural of inferior vena cava. Inferiorization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of inferiorization. Inferiorizations. Plural of inferiorization. Inferiorize. Alternative form of inferiorize. Inferiorize. Simple past and past participle of inferiorize. Inferiorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of inferiorize. Inferiorizing. Present participle and gerund of inferiorize. Inferiorities. Plural of inferiority. Inferiority. The quality or state of being inferior. Inferiority complex. A sense of inferiority, the feeling that one is inferior to others in certain aspects. Inferiority complexes. Plural of inferiority complex. Inferiorization. The process of inferiorizing. Inferiorizations. Plural of inferiorization. Inferiorize. To make or treat as inferior. Inferiorize. Simple past and past participle of inferiorize. Inferiorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of inferiorize. Inferiorizing. Present participle and gerund of inferiorize. Inferior. in an inferior man, inferioros, most inferior, inferiorness, quality of inferior, inferiors, plural of inferior, inferior superior, alternative form of inferior superior, inferior, obsolete spelling of inferior, inferiority, right spelling of inferiority, inferiority, obsolete form of inferiority, inferiors, plural of inferior, infernal, of or relating to hell or the world of the dead, hellish, infernal device, a time bomb, infernal devices, plural of infernal device, infernal machine, a bespoke machine comprising a large bomb and an unmanned vessel or carriage carrying it to a target. Infernal machines, plural of infernal machine, infernal stone, lapis infernalis, lunar caustic, infernalism, belief in the existence of hell, especially as a place of eternal and conscious torment after death. Infernalisms, plural of infernalism, infernalists, one who believes in infernalism. Infernalists, plural of infernalists. Infernalities, plural of infernality. Infernality, the quality of the infernal. Infernally, in an infernal manner. Infernals, plural of infernal. Inferno, a surname from French. Inferno, a place or situation resembling hell. Infernos, plural of inferno. Infernos, plural of inferno. Infero, inferior, inferior below an inferior infant. Infanteriorly, in an inferior manner or direction. Inverobasal, inferior and basal. Inferobranchian, any of the Inferobranchiata, a former suborder of marine gastropod mollusks now mostly classified as Armina and Felidia. Inferobranchians, plural of inferobranchian. Inferobranchiate, having the gills on the sides of the body, under the margin of the mantle, belonging to the Inferobranchiata. Inferfrontal, inferior and frontal. Inferignathal, the lower jawbone. Inferignathals, plural of inferignathal. Inferolateral, both inferior and lateral. Inferolaterally, in an inferolateral manner. Inferomarginal, located below a margin. Infaomedial, both inferior and medial. Infaomedially, in an inferomedial manner or direction. Inveronasal, inferior to the horizontal meridian and medial to the vertical meridian. Inferonasally, in an inferonasal direction. Inferoparietal, inferior and parietal. Inferoposterior, inferior and posterior. Inferoposteriorly, in an inferoposterior manner or direction. Inferostal, relating to the inferostum of the heart. Inferostum, the lower cardiac septum. Inferosuperior, from below to above. Inferotemporal, both inferior and temporal, especially relating to the inferior part of the temporal lobe. Inferotemporally, in an inferotemporal direction. Invariable, alternative spelling of inferable. Intherably, alternative form of inferably. Enthero, act of inferring. Intherals, plural of inferal. Infer, simple past and past participle of infer. Inferus, misspelling of inference. Inferrer, one who infers. Inferers, plural of inferrer. Inverus, second person singular simple present indicative of infer. Infera, third person singular simple present indicative of infer. Invariable, synonym of inferable. Inferring, present participle and gerund of infer. Inferrings, plural of inferring. Infers, third person singular simple present indicative of infer. Infertile, not fertile. Infertilely, in an infertile manner. Infertileness, the quality of being fertile. Infertilities, plural of infertility. Infertility, the condition of being infertile, of having poor fertility. Invest, to inhabit a place in unpleasantly large numbers, to plague, harass. Investant, that which infests something. Investants, plural of infestant. Infestation, the presence of a large number of pest organisms in an area or field, on the surface of a host or anything that might contact a host, or in the soil. Infestations, plural of infestation. Invested, simple past and past participle of infest. Infester, something that infests. Investors, plural of infestor. Infested, third person singular simple present indicative of infest. Investin, a thrombin inhibitor present in the blood-sucking insect Triatoma infestans. Investing, present participle and gerund of infest. Infestins, plural of infestin. Infestive, tending to infest, acting like an infection. Infestivity, a lack of festivity, cheerfulness, or mirth. Investment, synonym of infestation. Investments, plural of investment. Invests, third person singular simple present indicative of infests. Infestuous, mischievous, harmful, dangerous. Infeudate, to invest someone with feudal powers. Infeudate, simple past and past participle of infeudate. Infeudates, third person singular simple present indicative of infeudate. Infeudating, present participle and gerund of infeudate. Infeudation, the act under the feudal system of putting someone into possession of a fee or fief, and fiefment. Infeudations, plural of infeudation. Infibulate, to perform infibulation on. Infibulated, simple past and past participle of infibulate. Infibulates, third person singular simple present indicative of infibulate. Infibulating, present participle and gerund of infibulate. Infibulation, an act of fastening, especially the stitching together of the labia to prevent intercourse. Infibulations, plural of infibulation. Inficete, lacking wit. Infidel, rejecting a specific religion. Infidelic, infidel, lacking religious faith. Infidelical, alternative form of infidelic. Infidelities, plural of infidelity. Infidelitas, unfaithful. Infidelity, unfaithfulness in a marriage or an intimate sexual or romantic relationship, practice or instance of having a sexual or romantic affair with someone other than one's spouse without the consent of the spouse. Infidels, plural of infidel. Unveiled, the area inside a racetrack or running track. Infield flies, plural of infield fly. Infield fly, a batted ball which is in play and subject to the infield fly rule. Infield fly rule, a rule providing that a fair fly ball hit with a force play at third base, which is deemed catchable by an umpire, be ruled an out irrespective of the fielder's play, eliminating the force play at all bases. Infield fly rules, plural of infield fly rule. Infield hit, when a batter reaches base with a ground ball that does not leave the infield or shallow outfield. Infield hits, plural of infield hit. Infield shift, a defensive alignment in which the third baseman, shortstop, and second baseman positionally shift to their left when a left-handed batter is in the batter's box. Used primarily when the batter is an extreme pull hitter. Infield shifts, plural of infield shift. Unfrauded, simple past and past participle of infield. Infielder, a player who plays in infield, which is the inner portion of the field. Infielders, plural of infielder. Infielde, present participle and gerund of infield. Unveiled, plural of infield. Invite, to fight with allies or other members of the same group. Infighter, a person who engages in infighting. Infighters, plural of infighter. Infighting, fighting or quarreling among the members of a single group or side. Infightings, plural of infighting. Infights, plural of infight. Infigratinib, an anti-cancer medication used to treat cholangiocarcinoma. Endo, clipping of infiltration, the act of going into a place. Enizile, obsolete spelling of infile. Intiled, simple past and past participle of infile. Enziles, third person singular simple present indicative of infile. Intiling, present participle and gerund of infile. Endo, to fill in a space, hole, or gap. Enzob, simple past and past participle of infil. Endor, one who, or that which, fills in a gap. Infowers, plural of infler. Intoe, present participle and gerund of infil. Infillings, plural of infilling. Invols, plural of infil. Evon, to cover with a film or thin coating. Enthond, simple past and past participle of infilm. Infilming, present participle and gerund of infilm. Infilms, third person singular simple present indicative of infilm. Indols, plural of infil. Involver, to filter or sift in. Involver, simple past and past participle of infilter. Infiltrate, present participle and gerund of infilter. Infilters, third person singular simple present indicative of infilter. Infiltrability, plural of infiltrability. Infiltrability, the ability of a soil, etc. to undergo infiltration of water. Infiltrable, able to undergo infiltration of water. Infiltrate. An infiltrator, a spy who covertly enters a territory or organization. Infiltrants, plural of infiltrant. Infiltratable, able to be infiltrated. Possible to infiltrate, either to penetrate or to be penetrated. Infiltrate, to surreptitiously penetrate, enter, or gain access to. Infiltrated, simple past and past participle of infiltrate. Infiltrates, third person singular simple present indicative of infiltrate. Infiltrating, present participle and gerund of infiltrate. Infiltration, the act or process of infiltrating as of water into a porous substance or of a fluid into the cells of an organ or part of the body. Infiltration basin, a depression in the ground which temporarily fills with rainwater that would otherwise cause flooding or erosion, which empties its contents as groundwater. Infiltration basins, plural of infiltration basin. Infiltration pond, synonym of infiltration basin. Infiltration ponds, plural of infiltration pond. Infiltrationism, the advocacy or doctrine of infiltration into a group or organization. Infiltrations, plural of infiltration. Infiltrative, that infiltrates. Infiltratively, in an infiltrative manner, by means of infiltration. Infiltrator, one who infiltrates an organization or territory, an undercover or covert agent. Infiltrators, plural of infiltrator. Infiltratrices, plural of infiltratrix. Infiltratrix, a woman who infiltrates, a female infiltrator. Infiltree, one who infiltrates a country. Infiltrees, plural of infiltree. Infiltrometer, a device that is used to measure the infiltration of water into soil. Infiltrometers, plural of infiltrometer. Infiltrometry, the measurement of the rate of water infiltration into a soil. Inflemma, plural of infimum. Infima species, the narrowest of species, one that is not a genus to anything else. Infimia species, plural of infima species. Infemal, of or pertaining to an infimum. Infimum, of a subset, the greatest element of the containing set that is smaller than or equal to all elements of the subset. The infima may or may not be a member of the subset. Infimums, plural of infimum. Of an abbreviation of infinite. Of an abbreviation of infinitive. Infinite, misspelling of infinite. Infinger, a surname. Infingers, plural of infinger. Invenuat, extremely obese. Invenitwats, plural of infinifat. Infinigon, a polygon with an infinite number of sides. Invenigans, plural of infinigon. Infinite, obsolete spelling of infinite. Infinitant, serving to negate. Infinitarily, in an infinitary manner. Infinitary, of or pertaining to expressions of infinite length. Infinitate, to make infinite. Infinitative, simple past and past participle of infinitate. Infinitates, third person singular simple present indicative of infinitate. Infinitating, present participle and gerund of infinitate. Indefinably large, countlessly great, immense. Infinite canon. Synonym of perpetual canon. Infinite canons. Plural of infinite canon. Infinite continued fraction. A continued fraction that goes on forever. Infinite continued fractions. Plural of infinite continued fraction. Infinite descent. A method of proof by contradiction that is used to prove that a statement must be false for all positive integers by showing that if it is true for one integer, it must be true for a smaller integer. An infinite number of solutions are found and a contradiction is eventually reached. Infinite hotel paradox. A thought experiment illustrating a counterintuitive property of infinite sets, showing that a fully occupied hotel with infinitely many rooms can still accommodate any number of additional guests. Infinite loop. A loop which continues indefinitely. Infinite loops. Plural of infinite loop. Infinite monkey theorem. The proposition that a monkey hitting keys independently and at random on a typewriter keyboard for an infinite amount of time will almost surely type any given text, including the complete works of William Shakespeare. Infinite recursion. Any recursion that continues without end. Infinite recursions. Plural of infinite recursion. Infinite regress. A regress into an infinite sequence of propositions in an attempt to found the truth of the proposition P letter 1d62 on the truth of the proposition P letter 1d62. Infinite regresses. Plural of infinite regress. Infinite scroll. A web design technique that loads more content as the user scrolls towards the end of the loaded content. This prevents the browser's scroll bar from scrolling to the bottom of the page, causing the page to grow with additional content instead, until there are no more results to be displayed. Infinite series. Any expression that represents the addition a cadily infinite number of ordered summands often explicitly indexed by the positive or negative integers. Infinite suicide. A diabolo trick where a large number of suicides are performed consecutively. Infinite suicides. Plural of infinite suicide. Infinite dimensional. Quantum mechanics often uses infinite dimensional Hilbert spaces. Infinitely. In an infinite manner, as of anything growing without bounds, endlessly. Infinitely many. Having a quantity or cardinality that is infinite or unbounded. Infiniteness. The quality of being infinite. Infiniteness says, plural of infiniteness. Infiniteness. Plural of infinite. Infinitesimal. Incalculably, exceedingly, or immeasurably minute. Vanishingly small. Infinitesimal analysis. Calculus. Infinitesimal calculus. Differential calculus and integral calculus considered together as a single subject. Infinitesimality. The quality of being infinitesimal. Infinitesimalization. Conversion or extension to infinitesimal form. Infinitesimalizations. Plural of infinitesimalization. Infinitesimally. In an infinitesimal manner. Infinitesimalness. The quality of being infinitesimal. Infinitesimals. Plural of infinitesimal. Infinita. Alternative form of infinitive. Infinities. Plural of infinity. Infinitieth. Apposition infinity in a sequence. Infinitillion. An unspecified large number. Infinitillions. Plural of infinitillion. Infinitism. The view that knowledge may be justified by an infinitely long chain of reasoning. Infinitus. Relating to infinitism. Infinitistic, relating to infinitism. Infinitistically, in an infinitistic manner, in terms of or by means of infinitism. Infinitists, plural of infinitus. Infinitable, of, pertaining to, or formed from an infinitive. Infinitively, in an infinitival manner, with regard to the infinitive. Infinitive, the infinitive mood or mode, a grammatical mood. Infinitive marker, a word or affix attached to the stem of a verb in order to form the full infinitive. Infinitive markers, plural of infinitive marker. Infinitive of purpose, the use of the to infinitive form of a verb in answer to the implied question why. Infinitively, in the infinitive form. Infinitives, plural of infinitive. Infinitives of purpose, plural of infinitive of purpose. Infinitization, the process or result of making something infinite. Infinitizations, plural of infinitization. Infinitize, to make infinite. Infinitize, simple past and past participle of infinitize. Infinitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of infinitize. Infinitizing, present participle and gerund of infinitize. Infinitely, obsolete spelling of infinitely. Infinito, infinite, perpetual, as a canon whose end leads back to the beginning. Infinitude, the state or quality of being infinite or having no limit. Infinitudes, plural of infinitude. Infinituple, multiplied an infinite number of times. Infinity, endlessness, unlimitedness, absence of a beginning, end or limits to size. Infinity box, a device used in phreaking that can be activated remotely, typically for the purpose of eavesdropping on telephone calls. Infinity boxes, plural of infinity box. Infinity pool, synonym of infinity edge pool. Infinity pools, plural of infinity pool. Infinity scarf, a neck warmer resembling a scarf, but forming a loop with no ends. Infinity scarfs, plural of infinity scarf. Infinity scarves, plural of infinity scarf. Infinity shot, a photograph with the focus in the far distance. Infinity shots, plural of infinity shot. Infinity sign, alternative form of infinity symbol. Infinity symbol, a lemniscate, the figure infinity that represents infinity. Infinity symbols, plural of infinity symbol. Infinity theory, the belief that when a person in a romantic relationship starts to physically abuse their partner, the abuse will continue as long as the partner tolerates it. Infinity transmitter, synonym of harmonica bug. Infinity transmitters, plural of infinity transmitter. Infinity edge pool, a swimming pool that produces a visual effect of water extending to the horizon or vanishing into a lake, bay, etc. Infinity edge pools, plural of infinity hedge pool. Infinitive, by a multiple of infinity, by infinity times as much or as many. Infiniverse, theoretically, everything that exists, seen or unseen, the infinite multiverse. Infiniverses, plural of infiniverse. Inver, weak or ill, not in good health. Infirmer, one who took care of the sick, especially in a medieval monastery or nunnery, physician. Infirmers, plural of infirmer. Infirmers, a female infirmer, a woman in charge of an infirmary, especially in a medieval monastery. Infirmices, plural of infirmers. Infirmarian, one who works in a nunnery or monastery, caring for the nuns or monks who become ill, as well as caring for other old or sick people living in the compound. Infirmarians, plural of infirmarian. Infirmaries, plural of infirmary. Infirmary, a place where sick or injured people are cared for, especially a small hospital, sick house. Information, disconfirmation. Infirmative, tending to weaken, annul, or make void. Infirmatories, plural of infirmatory. Infirmatory, an infirmary. Inferred, simple past and past participle of infirm. Infirmer, comparative form of infirm, more infirm. Infirmist, superlative form of infirm, most infirm. Infirming, present participle and gerund of infirm. Infirmity, obsolete spelling of infirmity. Infirmities, plural of infirmity. Infirmity, feebleness, frailty, or ailment, especially due to old age. Infirmly, in an infirmare, feebly. Infirmus, the quality of being infirm, feebleness, or illness. Infirms, third person singular simple present indicative of infirm. And that, an inly or sensitive or information weighted fit. Instead of Egypt's policy after the 1973 war. And that, an inly or sensitive or information weighted fit. Instead of Egypt's policy after the 1973 war of encouraging the private sector and stimulating foreign investment. And let, plural of infit. And vex, to set, to fasten or fix by piercing or thrusting in. Infix notation, notation where operators appear between operands, for example, a plus b. Infix operator, an operator that is placed in between the operands like it is commonly used in arithmetical and logical formulae and statements. Infix operators, plural of infix operator. Envexel, that may be modified by the addition of an infix. Envexelway, in an infixal way. Infixation, word formation involving an infix or infixes, adding an infix to a word. Infixations, plural of infixation. Envex, simple past and past participle of infix. Envexas, plural of infix. Infixing, present participle and gerund of infix. Infiction, the addition of an infix. Infections, plural of infiction. Invexa, forming words through the addition of an infix. Envex, simple past and past participle of infix. Initialism of introverted, intuitive, feeling and judging, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. Plural of abbreviation of inflation. Inflammatory, misspelling of inflammatory. And elame, to set on fire, to kindle, to cause to burn, flame, or glow. And lamed, resulting from or affected by inflammation. Inflamedly, in an inflamed manner. Inflamedness, the state or quality of being inflamed. Inflamer, something that inflames. Inflamers, plural of inflamer. Inflames, third person singular simple present indicative of inflame. Inflames, Second person singular simple present indicative of inflame. Inflamed. Third person singular simple present indicative of inflame. Inflaming. Present participle and gerund of inflame. Inflamingly. In an inflaming manner. Inflammabilities. Plural of inflammability. Inflammability. The condition of being inflammable, usually in the sense of flammable. Inflammable. Capable of burning. Inflammable air. Hydrogen. Inflammable cinnabar. Hydrolyte. Inflammableness. The quality of being inflammable. Inflammability. Inflammables. Plural of inflammable. Inflammably. In an inflammable manner. Inflamed. To age or accelerate in age-like symptoms due to the effects of inflammation. Inflammaged. Simple past and past participle of inflammage. Inflammaging. Alternative form of inflammaging. Inflammagen. An irritant that causes inflammation. Inflammagens. Plural of inflammagen. Inflammages. Third person singular simple present indicative of inflammage. Inflammaging. Chronic inflammation as a side effect of aging. Inflammasomal. Relating to an inflammasome. Inflammasome. A multi-protein complex that is responsible for inflammatory rheumatic diseases via activation of caspases. Inflammasomes. Plural of inflammasome. Inflammated. Inflamed. Inflammation. A condition of any part of the body consisting of congestion of the blood vessels with obstruction of the blood current and growth of morbid tissue. It is manifested outwardly by redness and swelling, attended with heat and pain. Inflammational. Relating to inflammation. Inflammations. Plural of inflammation. Inflammative. Inflammatory. Inflammatogenic. That produces inflammation. Inflammatome. All the inflammation networks in an organism. Inflammatomes. Plural of inflammatome. Inflammatories. Plural of inflammatory. Inflammatorily. In an inflammatory manner. Inflammatoriness. The characteristic of being inflammatory. Inflammatory. Relating to, causing, or caused by inflammation. Inflammatory bowel disease. A gastrointestinal inflammatory disorder, a type of colitis not resulting from an infection. Inflamed. Misspelling of inflamed. Inflammo. Relating to inflammation. Inflammagen. Any inflammogenic substance. Inflammogenic. Liable to catch fire. Inflammagens. Plural of inflammagen. Inflammum. The sum of inflammatory responses in a given context. Inflammomes. Plural of inflammum. Inflammomodulatory. That modulates inflammation. Inflammapathology. The pathology of inflammation. Inflammophilic. Associated with as if attracted to inflammation. Inflammasome. Alternative form of inflammasome. Inflammasomes. Plural of inflammosome. Inflammasuppression. The suppression of inflammation. Inflare. To flare inward. Inflare. Simple past and past participle of inflare. Inflaring. Present participle of inflare. Inflatability, the quality of being inflatable. Inflatable, able to be inflated or blown up. Inflatable castle, synonym of bouncing castle. Inflatable castles, plural of inflatable castle. Inflatables, plural of inflatable. And a light, to enlarge an object by pushing air or a gas into it, to raise or expand abnormally. Inflatadate, an inflatable sex doll. Inflated, filled with air or fluid. Inflatedly, in an inflated manner. Inflatedness, the pappy of being inflated. Inflator, someone who inflates. Inflators, plural of inflator. Inflates, third person singular simple present indicative of inflate. Inflateth, third person singular simple present indicative of inflate. Inflating, present participle and gerund of inflate. Inflatingly, in an inflating manner. Inflatino, a hypothetical particle, the superpartner of the inflaton. Inflatinos, plural of inflatino. Inflation, the inflationary epoch of the universe, where the size of the space of the universe expanded at speeds beyond the speed of light. One of the ages of the universe, the cosmic era, when most formulations of Big Bang theory start their timelines. Inflation proof, alternative form of inflation proof. Inflational, synonym of inflationary. Inflationarily, in an inflationary manner. Inflationariness, the quality or condition of being inflationary. Inflationary, causing or liable to cause inflation. Inflationary spiral, a pattern of economic inflation in which higher wages lead to higher prices, which lead to higher wages, and so on. Inflationary spirals, plural of inflationary spiral. Inflationism, a policy or belief that encourages inflation. Inflationist, a proponent of inflationism. Inflationists, plural of inflationist. Inflationless, without inflation. Inflation-proof, resistant to the effects of inflation. Inflations, plural of inflation. In the Latin, of an inflating quality or tendency. In the Latin, a proposed particle that would have been responsible for inflation in the very early universe. Inflatonic, of or relating to inflatans. Inflatans, plural of inflaton. Inflatophilia, a paraphilia involving the thoughts of oneself or another person being inflated. Inflator, alternative spelling of inflator. Inflators, plural of inflator. Inflatory, relating to or causing inflation, inflationary. Inhalatus, a blowing or breathing into, inflation, inspiration. Inflect, to cause to curve inwards. Inflectability, the quality of being inflectable. Inflectable, that can be inflected. Inflected, deviating from a straight line. Inflectedness, the quality of being inflected. Inflecting, present participle and gerund of inflect. Inflection, a change in the form of a word, morphologic change to express different grammatical categories. Inflection point, a point of inflection. Inflection Inflection points, plural of inflection point. Inflectional, of or pertaining to inflection. Inflectional morphology, the study of the various processes, including vowel change and affixation, that distinguish word formations in certain grammatical categories. Inflectional phrase, a functional phrase that contains inflectional properties such as tense and agreement, and whereby the sentence can be treated consisting of a head, complement, and specifier. Inflectional phrases, plural of inflectional phrase. Inflectional suffix, an ending, a suffix added to a word and forming part of a declensional or conjugational paradigm. Inflectional tangent, a tangent to a curve at a point of inflection. Inflectional tangents, plural of inflectional tangent. Inflectionally, in an inflectional manner. Inflectionless, without inflection. Inflectionlessness, absence of inflection. Inflections, plural of inflection. Inflective, inflectional, characterized by variation or change in form to mark case, tense, etc. subject to inflection. Inflector, an affix that inflects the base form of a word. Inflectors, plural of inflector. Inflects, third person singular simple present indicative of inflect. Inflesh, to give fleshly form, to incarnate. Inflesh, simple past and past participle of inflesh. Infleshes, third person singular simple present indicative of inflesh. Infleshing, present participle and gerund of inflesh. Intellects, to bend, to cause to become curved, to make crooked, to deflect. Inflexed, inflected. Inflexibly, in an inflexed manner. Inflexes, third person singular simple present indicative of inflex. Inflexibilities, plural of inflexibility. Inflexibility, the quality or state of being inflexible or not capable of being bent or changed, unyielding stiffness. Inflexible, not flexible, not capable of bending or being bent. Inflexibleness, the quality or state of being inflexible. Inflexibly, with a firmness that resists all importunity or persuasion, in an inflexible, unyielding, or immovable manner, relentlessly. Inflexing, present participle and gerund of inflex. Inflection, alternative spelling of inflection. Inflectional, alternative spelling of inflectional. Inflectionally, dated form of inflectionally. Inflectionless, without inflection. Inflections, plural of inflection. Inflexive, inflective. Inflecture, a flexion, a bend or fold. Inflectures, plural of inflecture. Inflect, to thrust upon, to impose. Inflectable, able to be inflicted. Inflicted, simple past and past participle of inflict. Inflicted insight, unsolicited revelation of aspects of one's character, usually as a result of a deceitful experiment that has psychological dimensions, and especially where this results in emotional trauma and prolonged anxiety. Inflicted insights, plural of inflicted insight. Inflictor, one who inflicts. Inflictors, plural of inflictor. Inflictus, second person singular simple present indicative of inflict. Inflicteth, Third person singular present simple form of inflict. Inflicting, present participle and gerund of inflict. Infliction, the act of inflicting or something inflicted, an imposition. Inflictions, plural of infliction. Inflictive, of pertaining to or causing infliction. Inflictment, infliction. Inflictments, plural of inflictment. Inflictor, alternative form of inflictor. Inflictors, plural of inflictor. Inflicts, third person singular simple present indicative of inflict. In the light, alternative spelling of inflight. Infliximab, an immunosuppressive drug trademark Remicade administered by intravenous injection especially to treat the symptoms of Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and rheumatoid arthritis. It is a chimeric monoclonal antibody prepared from humans and mice that acts by binding to and blocking the activity of tumor necrosis factor. Enhoy, the act or process of flooding or flowing in, an inflow or influx. Enflooded, simple past and past participle of inflood. Inflooding, that is flooding or flowing in, inflowing. Infloodings, plural of inflooding. Infloods, plural of inflood. Infloration, a covering or decoration of flowers, natural adornment as if by flowers. Inflorations, plural of infloration. Inflorescence, a group or cluster of flowers arranged on a stem that is composed of a main branch or a system of branches. Inflorescence, arranged into an inflorescence. Inflorescences, plural of inflorescence. Inflorescent, of, pertaining to or causing inflorescence. Inflow, the act or process of flowing in or into. Inflow, simple past and past participle of inflow. Inflowing, the act or process of flowing in, an inflow. Inflowings, plural of inflowing. Inflows, plural of inflow. Inflow, influenza. Influencable, misspelling of influenceable. Influence, the power to affect, control or manipulate something or someone, the ability to change the development of fluctuating things such as conduct, thoughts or decisions. Influence machine, a generator that uses electrostatic induction to convert mechanical work into electrostatic energy by the aid of a small initial charge that is continually replenished and reinforced. Influence machines, plural of influence machine. Influence peddling, a type of corruption in which people use their connections with governments to gain favors or preferential treatment for a third party, usually in return for money. Influenceability, the quality or state of being influenceable. Influenceable, capable of being influenced. Influence, simple past and past participle of influence. Influency, a person or thing that is influenced by another person or thing. Influencees, plural of influencee. Influenceless, lacking influence, uninfluential. Influencer, a person who or a thing which influences. Influencer marketing, a form of marketing in which focus is placed on influencers, individuals that have influence over potential buyers rather than the target market as a whole. Influencers, plural of influencer. Influences, plural of influence. Influenza. Third person singular simple present indicative of influence. Influenceable. Misspelling of influenceable. Influencing. Influence. Influencings. Plural of influencing. Influencive. Influential. Influency. Influence. Influent. A stream which flows into another stream or a lake. Influential. Having or exerting influence. Influentiality. The quality of being influential. Influence. Influentially. In an influential manner. Influentialness. The quality of being influential. Influence. Influentials. Plural of influential. Influence. Plural of influent. Influenza. An acute contagious disease of the upper airways and lungs caused by a virus which rapidly spreads around the world in seasonal epidemics. Influential. Of or relating to influenza. Influenza-like. Synonym of flu-like. Influenzas. Plural of influenza. Influenza virus. Any of a group of viruses in family Orthomyxoviridae that cause influenza. Influenza virus H1N1. Synonym of H1N1. Influenza viruses. Plural of influenza virus. Influensic. Of or relating to influenza. Influenzoid. Resembling influenza. Inflorescence. Misspelling of inflorescence. Influx. That which flows or comes in. Influxes. Plural of influx. Influxion. An influx or infusion. Influxions. Plural of influxion. Influxious. Influential. Influxive. Having a tendency to flow inward. Info. Information. Info age. Alternative letter case form of info age. Info age. The information age. Intotech. Clipping of information technology. Into. Information. Info age. Alternative form of info age. Infodump. A large volume of data supplied at the same time. Infodumped. Simple past and past participle of infodump. Infodumping. Present participle and gerund of infodump. Infodumps. Plural of infodump. Info. Abbreviation of information. Infonarchist. A person who opposes intellectual property and copyright. Infonarchists. Plural of infonarchist. Infobahn. The information superhighway. Infobahns. Plural of infobahn. Infobsity. Synonym of information overload, the availability or supply of too much information or a state of stress which results from it. Invaot. A chatbot that provides access to a database of information via keywords or questions. Infobots. Plural of infobot. Infobox. A consistently formatted table which is present in articles with a common subject. Infoboxes. Plural of infobox. Infocasts. A broadcast of information. Infocasts. Plural of infocasts. Invochemical. Synonym of pheromone. Invochemically. In an infochemical manner. Infochemicals. Plural of infochemical. Infocommunications. telecommunications coupled with information processing. Infocommunist, a person who supports commons in information and communications. Infocracy, an organization whose operation is based on the flow of information. Infocrat, a leader in an infocracy, one who controls the flow of information. Infocratic, being or pertaining to an infocracy. Infocrats, plural of infocrat. Infodemic, an excessive amount of information concerning a problem such that the solution is made more difficult. Infodemics, plural of infodemic. Infodemiological, relating to infodemiology. Infodemiology, a form of epidemiology in which data is obtained via the internet. Infodesk, an information desk. Infodesks, plural of infodesk. Infodisruption, a disruption in the production or transfer of infochemicals pheromones. Infodisruptor, any material that causes infodisruption. Infodisruptors, plural of infodisruptor. Infodump, alternative form of infodump. Infodumped, simple past and past participle of infodum. Infodumping, present participle and gerund of infodum. Infodumps, plural of infodum. Infoganta, journalistic content, particularly news, published or broadcast in the interest of advancing an ideological agenda. Infoglat, information overload. Infographic, a visual representation of information. Infographics, the visual representation of data. Infography, the production of infographics. Infohazard, a piece of information which is directly harmful to one who knows it. Infohazardous, being containing or pertaining to an infohazard. Infohazards, plural of infohazard. Infoholic, a person who has an insatiable desire for news and information, especially when obtained online. Infoholics, plural of infoholic. Enfold, to fold inwards. Enfolded, simple past and past participle of enfold. Enfolder, archaic form of enfolder. Enfolders, plural of enfolder. Enfolding, present participle and gerund of enfold. Enfoldings, plural of enfolding. Enfoldment, archaic form of enfoldment. Enfoldments, plural of enfoldment. Enfolds, third person singular simple present indicative of enfold. Enfold, to cover or spread with or as if with leaves. Infoliated, simple past and past participle of infoliate. Infoliates, third person singular simple present indicative of infoliate. Infoliating, present participle and gerund of infoliate. Inflowing, a helpline providing information. Infallings, plural of infalling. Infomachine, clipped compound of information machine. Infomachines, plural of infomachine. Infomania, impairment of concentration caused by frequent response to text messages, emails, and other forms of digital communication. Infomaniac, a person who is very keen to acquire information. Infomaniacs, plural of infomaniac. Inflomax, A particular optimization method prescribing may possess emergent features such as personality. Infomorphs, plural of infomorph. Emon, a formalized piece of information in situation theory. Infonaut, one who navigates the information superhighway, an internet user. Infonauts, plural of infonaut. Infons, plural of infon. Infoporn, information superhighway, an internet user. Infonauts, plural of infonaut. Infons, plural of infon. Infoporn, information which does not serve a purpose other than to hold the attention of its audience, information for information's sake. Infopreneur, a person whose primary business is gathering and selling electronic information. Infopreneurial, of or pertaining to an infopreneur or his or her skills. Infopreneurs, plural of infopreneur. Infopreneurship, the role of infopreneur. Enfork, simple past and past participle of enforce. Enforce, obsolete spelling of enforce. Enforced, simple past and past participle of enforce. Enforcement, archaic form of enforcement. Enforcements, plural of enforcement. Enforces, third person singular simple present indicative of enforce. Enforceth, third person singular simple present indicative of enforce. Enforcing, present participle and gerund of enforce. Infor, an entity made up of information existing in the infosphere. Infords, plural of infor. Inform, to instruct, train usually in matters of knowledge. Inform on, to tell on someone, to act as an informant against. Informed, simple past and past participle of inform. Informal, not formal or ceremonious. Informal fallacies, plural of informal fallacy. Informal fallacy, a fallacy whose error cannot be represented by the symbols used in formal logic. Informal group, sometimes used to indicate that a formally accepted taxonomic group is considered not to be paraphyletic or polyphyletic. Informal learning, an unstructured form of acquiring knowledge, characterized by its spontaneous nature and absence of predetermined goals. Informal logic, that branch of logic whose task is to develop non-formal standards, criteria, procedures for the analysis, interpretation, evaluation, criticism, and construction of argumentation in everyday discourse. Informal logics, plural of informal logic. Informal settler, a squatter. Informal settlers, plural of informal settler. Informalization, alternative form of informalization. Informalism, a word, phrase, behavior, etc. that is informal. Informalisms, plural of informalism. Informalists, an artist working in the style of informalism. Informalistic, taking an informal approach. Informalists, plural of informalists. Informalities, plural of informality. Informality, the condition of being informal. Informalization, the process or the result of informalizing. Informalizations, plural of informalization. Informalize, to make informal. Informalize, simple past and past participle of informalize. Informalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of informalize. Informalizing, present participle and gerund of informalize. Informally, in an irregular or informal manner, without the usual forms. Informal wear, clothing suited to informal occasions, casual wear. Informants, a stage or musical performance with educational elements. Informances, plural of informants. Informant, one who relays confidential information to someone, especially to the police, an informer. Informants, plural of informant. Informate, to use information technology in a production process or an organization to translate activities and events into shareable information. Informative, simple past and past participle of informate. Informates, third person singular simple present indicative of informate. Informator, politician who researches the possible coalition options before a new cabinet is formed, particularly in one of the Benelux countries. Informatic, of or pertaining to informatics and information science, the processing of information. Informatical, of or pertaining to information science, the processing of information. Informatically, in an informatic way. Informatician, someone who practices informatics. Informaticians, plural of informatician. Informaticus, a person practicing the science of informatics. Informaticists, plural of informaticists. Informatics, a branch of information science and of computer science that focuses on the study of information processing, particularly with respect to systems integration and human interactions with machine and data. Informating, present participle and gerund of informate. Information, that which resolves uncertainty, anything that answers the question of what a given entity is. Information age, the current era characterized by the increasing importance and availability of information, especially by means of computers, as opposed to previous eras such as the industrial age, in which most endeavors related to some physical process or product. Information and communications technologies, plural of information and communications technology. Information and communications technology, the processing of data using computers and the movement of data between computers. Information assurance, the practice of assuring information and managing risks related to storage and transmission of information or data and the systems and processes used for those purposes. Information deficit model, enhancing scientific literacy occurs through increased engagement from the scientific community, leading to a more informed public capable of science-based decision-making. Information design, the practice of presenting information in a manner that promotes efficient understanding. Information desk, a staffed location providing information to the public, especially to visitors or tourists. Information desks, plural of information desk. Information drive, information campaign, project by an organization to disseminate information. Information engine, a data processor. Information engines, plural of information engine. Information entropy, a measure of the uncertainty associated with a random variable, a measure of the average information content one is missing when one does not know the value of the random variable, usually in units such as bits. The amount of information measured in, say, bits contained per average instance of a character in a stream of characters. Information fatigue, a type of fatigue caused by the availability or supply of an excess of information. Information fatigue syndrome, synonym of information fatigue. Information float, the time between information becoming available and it being publicly broadcast. Information floats, plural of information float. Information hazard, a risk arising from the dissemination of true information. Information hazards, plural of information hazard. Information hiding, the technique to hide information so that it is invisible from the outside of an object. It is a principle of segregation of design decisions that are most likely to change so that other parts of the program are protected from extensive modification. Information impactedness, a characteristic of transactions in which the parties to a contract are inclined to operate opportunistically in the presence of uncertainty and complexity surrounding the contract. Information integrity, the accuracy, consistency, and reliability of the information contained processes and systems, especially with regard to database corruption. Information literacies, plural of information literacy. Information literacy, the overall understanding of how information is produced and valued and used to create new knowledge. Information management, the study of the acquisition of information from one or more sources, the custodianship and the distribution of that information to those who need it, and its ultimate disposition through archiving or deletion. Information market, prediction market. Information markets, plural of information market. Information model, an abstract but formal representation of entities including their properties, relationships, and the operations that can be performed on them. Information modeling, the process of creating information model. Information models, plural of information model. Information overload, the inability to process everything one hears and sees, the availability or supply of too much information, or a state of stress which results. Information retrieval, the science of searching for information in documents, searching for documents themselves, searching for metadata which describe documents, or searching within databases, whether relational standalone databases or hypertextually networked databases such as the World Wide Web. Information send, the cues by which users determine how to navigate through a website or other user interface in order to find the information they need. Information sense, plural of information sent. Information science, a broad and interdisciplinary science that deals with the gathering, classification, storage, manipulation, retrieval, and analysis of information as an organized resource. Information sciences, plural of information science. Information security, the protection of information and information systems from unauthorized access and disruption. Information silo, synonym of silo, a structure in the information system that is poorly networked with other structures, with data exchange hampered. Information silos, plural of information silo. Information societies, plural of information society. Information society, a society where the creation, distribution, use, integration, and manipulation of information is a significant economic, political, and cultural activity. Information space, the totality of information, especially that which is accessible online. Information superhighway, the Internet and all other computer networks in the 1990s. Information superhighways, plural of information superhighway. Information symmetry, a condition in which all relevant information is known to all parties involved. For example, in the stock market, stock information has a full public disclosure and all investors are in the same position to share information is known to all parties involved. For example, in the stock market, stock information has a full public disclosure and all investors are in the same position to share information. Information system, any data processing system, either manual or computerized. Information systems, plural of information system. Information technologies, plural of information technology. Information technology, the practice of creating and or studying computer systems and applications. Information technology bubble, synonym of dot-com bubble. Information technology bubbles, plural of information technology bubble. Information theory, a branch of applied mathematics and engineering involving the quantification of information sent over a communication channel, disregarding the meaning of the sent messages, exemplified by the noisy channel coding theorem. Information velocities, plural of information velocity. Information velocity, the speed at which information is transmitted through a particular medium. Information warfare, the use and management of information in pursuit of an advantage over an opponent, such as propaganda, disinformation, and gathering assurances that one's own information is accurate. Information theoretic death, the point at which a person's unique memories and individual personality traits are no longer present in a form that could be read or inferred by future technologies, the complete loss of the information that defines an individual. Information theoretic deaths, plural of information theoretic death. Informational, designed to or able to impart information, possessing information. Informationalization, synonym of informatization. Informationalizations, plural of informationalization. Informationalism, alternative form of informationism. Informationalization, synonym of informatization. Informationalizations, plural of informationalization. Informationally, in an informational manner. Informationism, a significant ideology that information has power when disseminated. Informationist, one who gathers, analyzes, interprets, and uses information, possibly as a career. Informationists, plural of informationists. Informationization, synonym of informatization. Informationize, synonym of informatize. Informationized, simple past and past participle of informationize. Informationizes, third person singular simple present indicative of informationize. Informationizing, present participle and gerund of informationize. Informationless, devoid of information, meaningless. Informationlessness, absence of information. Informations, plural of information. Informatization, the process of becoming based on information and information technology. Informatize, alternative form of informatize. Informatize, simple past and past participle of informatize. Informatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of informatize. Informatizing, present participle and gerund of informatize. Informative, providing information, especially providing useful or interesting information. Informatively, in an informative manner. Informativeness, the condition of being informative, clarity. Informativity, the condition of being informative. Informatization, Oxford British English and U.S. Standard spelling of informatization. Informatize, to make informational or treat in terms of informatics. Informatize, simple past and past participle of informatize. Informatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of informatize. Informatizing, present participle and gerund of informatize. Informator Choristarum, the director of music at Magdalen College, Oxford. Informatorily, in an informatory manner. Informatory, providing or communicating information. Informavore. An infovore, one who eagerly acquires information. Informavores, plural of informavore. Informed, simple past and past participle of inform. Informed consent, consent to an action by another person given based upon a clear appreciation and understanding of the facts, implications, and consequences of the action. Informed consents, plural of informed consent. Informed on, simple past and past participle of inform on. Informedly, in an informed manner. Informedness, the state or quality of being informed. Informee, one who is informed, who receives information. Informees, plural of informee. Informer, one who informs someone else about something. Infomercial, alternative spelling of infomercial. Infomercials, plural of infomercial. Informers, plural of informer. Informists, second person singular simple present indicative of inform. Informeth, third person singular simple present indicative of inform. Informetric, of or pertaining to informetrics. Informetrics, the study of quantitative aspects of information. Informidable, not formidable, not to be feared or dreaded. Informing, present participle and gerundive inform. Informing on, present participle and gerundive inform on. Informingly, in an informing manner. Informization, alternative spelling of informatization. Informazations, plural of informization. Informities, plural of informity. Informity, absence of regular form, shapelessness. Informavore, alternative form of informavore. Informavores, plural of informavore. Informer, rare spelling of informer. Informers, plural of informer. Informer, obsolete form informer. Informers, plural of informer. Informess, misshapen, having no real form. Informs, third person singular simple present indicative of inform. Informs on, third person singular simple present indicative of inform on. Informulable, that cannot be formulated. And for SA, acronym of International Network for Sustainable Energy. Unfortunate, unfortunate, unlucky. Infortune, misfortune. Infortunes, plural of infortune. Infortunity, misfortune, adversity. Infoscape, the virtual landscape of information. Infoscapes, plural of infoscape. Infosec, abbreviation of information security. Infosat, an abstract data model of an XML document in terms of a set of information items. Infosets, plural of infoset. Infosheet, a sheet of information, a short informative document. Infosheets, plural of infosheet. Infoshow, a storefront or social center that serves as a node for the distribution of political information and resources for local activists. Infoshops, plural of infoshaw. Infosocieties, plural of infosociety. Infosociety, an information society. Infosphere, the sphere of digital information. Infospheres, plural of infosphere. Infestation, A node in a mobile phone network in an isolated and infrequently used area that only transmits data when a mobile phone or similar device is in range. Infestations, plural of infestation. Infostealer, a piece of malware that steals personal data. Infostealers, plural of infostealer. Infostress, stress caused by information overload. Infrastructural, relating to infrastructure. Infrastructure, the technical infrastructure supporting an information system. Infrastructures, plural of infrastructure. Infosystem, an information system. Infosystems, plural of infosystem. Infotactic, of or pertaining to infotaxis. Infotain, to inform and entertain. Infotained, simple past and past participle of infotain. Infotainer, one who produces or presents infotainment. Infotainers, plural of infotainer. Infotaining, present participle and gerund of infotain. Infotainment, a form of programming cinematic, television, live action, etc. that provides both information and entertainment, consisting of mostly celebrity news and human drama. Infotainments, plural of infotainment. Infotains, third person singular simple present indicative of infotain. Infotaxis, any searching strategy in which there is sparse information, especially a strategy used by biological organisms to zigzag toward the source of an odor based on sporadic clues. Infotech, information technology. Infotechnological, of or pertaining to information technology. Infotechnologies, plural of infotechnology. Infotechnology, information technology. Infotext, a text that provides information. Infotexts, plural of infotexts. Infotisement, an advertisement meant to describe and promote the attributes of a company's specific product or service in the guise of a non-proprietary informational format. Infotisements, plural of infotisement. Infotopia, an idealized information resource. Infotopias, plural of infotopia. Infotrash, information of low quality or value. Simple past and past participle of infight. Infound, to pour in, to infuse. Infounded, simple past and past participle of infound. Infounding, present participle and gerund of infound. Infounds, third person singular simple present indicative of infound. Infovalence, surveillance of online media in order to obtain information concerning public health issues. In favor, a person who indulges in and desires information gathering and interpretation. In favors, plural of in favor. In favorus, pertaining to the consumption of information involving learning and gathering knowledge. In favor, information warfare. In foul warfare, clipped compound of information warfare. In favor, a member of the American far-right conspiracy theory website InfoWars. Infowars, plural of infowar. Infowhelm, an overwhelming abundance of contested scientific information. Infoxication, information overload. Initialism of introverted, intuitive, feeling and perceiving, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. plural of inf, infer, disgust waiter, infradig, beneath one's dignity, infradig, alternative spelling of infradig, infradigitatum, synonym of infradig, ifer, below, beneath, inferior, infringenal, alternative form of infringenal, infraorder, alternative form of infraorder, infraorders, plural of infraorder, infrared, alternative form of infrared, infraortal, alternative form of infraortic, infraortic, beneath the aorta, infraola, below the iola, infraxillary, situated under the axle, infrabarreled, alternative form of infrabarreled, infrabarreled, describing a locally convex topological vector space for which every bounded barrel is a neighborhood of the origin. Infrabasal, located below the base of a structure. Infrabiological, describing a simple biological system or organism that lacks metabolism. Infrabony, vertical direction in bone below the tooth. Infrabrachial, below the gills. Infrabuccal, beneath or at the bottom of the cheek. Infracallosal, below the corpus callosum. Infracininophile, a person who loves or admires underdogs. Infracaninophiles, plural of infracaninophile. Infracardiac, inferior to the height. Infracarinal, beneath a carina. Infracentimetric, having dimensions of less than a centimeter. Infraciliaceae, a group of kinetids, fibrils, and microtubules in many ciliates. Infraciliatures, plural of infraciliature. Infraclass, a zoological classification sometimes inserted below subclass and above subterclass, rarely used in superorder. Infraclasses, plural of infraclass. Infraclavicular, below the clavicle. Infraclinical, not severe enough to require the intervention of a clinician. Infraclinoid, beneath the clinoid process. Infracohort, one of the ranks used in classifying animal life forms. An infracohort is more specific than a subcohort and more general than a subtercohort. Infracohorts, plural of infracohort. Infracala, inferior to the colon, usually with reference to the transverse colon and the compartments of the peritonal cavity. Infracommissural, synonym of subcommissural. Infracommunities, plural of infracommunity. Infracommunity, synonym of infrapopulation. Infraconnectivity, connectivity with something lower physically or hierarchically. Infraconstitutional, at a lower level than a constitution. Infracoronal, beneath a corona. Infracortical, beneath a cortex. Infracostal, below, inferior to a rib or the ribs. Infracatellar, beneath a caudalie. Infracranial, beneath the cranium. Infracrustal, beneath the earth's crust. And infract, to infringe, violate, or disobey a rule. Infracted, simple past and past participle of infract. Infractable, capable of being broken or broken down. Infracting, present participle and gerund of infract. Infraction, a minor offense, petty crime. Infractional, relating to infractions. Infractions, plural of infraction. Infractor, one who infracts or infringes, a violator, a rule breaker. Infractors, plural of infractor. Infracts, third person singular. Infradental, beneath the T's. Infradentaries, plural of infradentary. Infradentary, beneath the dentary bone. Infradian, cyclical with a periodicity significantly longer than 24 hours, that is, less frequent than circadian. Infradiaphragmatic, below the diaphragm. Infradiapophyseal, beneath the diapophysis. Infradigital, below a digit. Infradivision, a taxonomic rank below that of division. Infradivisions, plural of infradivision. Infraduct, to rotate the eye downward. Infraduction, the turning downward of a pet, especially of the eye. Infraductions, plural of infraduction. Infraduodenal, inferior to the duodenum. Infraexpression, the abnormal expression of a gene in decreased quantity. Infrafamilial, pertaining to division or subclassification within a biological family. Infrafamilies, plural of infrafamily. Infrafamily, a rank below subfamily. Infragastric, beneath the stomach. Infrageneric, pertaining to division or subclassification within a biological genus of organisms. Infragenerically, in an infrageneric manner. Infragenicular, below the knee. Infragenomic, relating to less than a complete genome. Infragenual, beneath a genu. Infragility, the state or quality of being fragile. Infraglobular, below the glabella. Infraglenoid, beneath the glenoid cavity. Infraglomerular, beneath the glomerulus. Infraglottal, inferior to the glottis. Infraglottic, inferior to the glottis. Infragrant, not fragrant. Infragranular, beneath the granular layer of the developing cerebral cortex. Infragranule, an infragranular cell. Infragranules, plural of infragranule. Infragravity, having a frequency lower than that caused by wind. Infrahepatic, synonym of subhepatic. Infrahilar, beneath the hilum. Infrahision, beneath inferior to the bundle of his. Infrahuman, below the level of the human. Infrahumanization, the belief that one's in-group is inherently more human than other groups. Infrahumanization, alternative form of infrahumanization. Infrahumans, plural of infrahuman. Infrahyoid, below the hyoid bone in the neck. Infrahyoidal, infrahyoid. Infrainguinal, below the inguinal ligament or canal. Infrachietosomal, beneath the chietosome. Infrakingdom, a taxonomic category sometimes inserted below subkingdom. Infrakingdoms, plural of infrakingdom. Infralabial, below the lower lip, set of certain scales of reptiles and fishes. Infralabials, plural of infralabial. Infralapsarian. A Calvinist who holds that election is a logical consequent of the fall of man in the original divine plan. Infralapsarianism. A doctrine held by certain Calvinists holding that, while the fall of man was inevitable, the identities of the elect and the reprobate were not known until after the fall. Infralapsarians, plural of infralapsarian. Infralapsary, infralapsarian. Infralegion. A taxon below the rank of subaltern and above the rank of order. Infralegions, plural of infralegion. Infralevator, inferior to the levator animuscle. Infralimbic, of or relating to a cortical region in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex which is important in tonic inhibition of subcortical structures and emotional responses such as fear. Infralinear, synonym of sublinear placed below a line of text. Infralittoral, the region of shallow water closest to the shore, in marine environments usually excluding the intertidal zone. Infralittorals, plural of infralittoral. Infralobar, inferior to a low. Infralow, lower than conventionally low frequencies, etc. Infraluminal, synonym of subluminal. Infranalia, beneath the malleolus. Inframammary, below the breast. Inframandibular, inferior to the mandible. Inframarginal, inside the margin. Inframaxillary, under the lower jaw, submaxillary. Inframe, inside a frame. Inframedian, of or relating to the interval or zone along the sea bottom at the depth of between 50 and 100 fathoms. Inframesenteric, beneath the mesentery. Inframesocolic, below the mesocolon. Inframitral, beneath a mitral valve. Inframundane, lying or situated beneath the world. Infranasal, below the nose. Infranasal depression, synonym of philtrum. Infranasal depressions, plural of infranasal depression. Infranasally, in an infranasal manner. Infranatant, lying below a sediment or precipitate. Infranatants, plural of infranatant. Infranate, infranatant material. Infranates, plural of infranate. Infranational, relating to geopolitical divisions of inferior status to the nation-state, not meeting the threshold of nationhood. Infranationality, the quality of the infranational. Infranationally, in an infranational manner. Infranatural, subnatural, below or beneath nature. Enfranchise, archaic form of enfranchise. Enfranchised, simple past and past participle of enfranchise. Enfranchises, third person singular simple present indicative of enfranchise. Enfranchising, present participle and gerund of enfranchise. Infrangibility, the quality of being infrangible. Infrangible, unbreakable, indestructible, or very difficult to break. Infrangibleness, the state or quality of being infrangible. Infrangible, in an infrangible manner. Infranodal, below and node. Infranuclear, beneath the nucleus typically of a nerve. Infraoccipital, situated below the occiput. Infraocclusion, an irregular occlusion caused by ankylosis of one or more teeth. Infraocclusions, plural of infraocclusion. Infraocular, situated below the eyes. Infraoptimal, less than optimal. Infraoral, below the mouth. Infraorbital, below the eye. Infraorbital arteries. Plural of infraorbital artery. Infraorbital artery, a branch or continuation of the maxillary artery that runs along the infraorbital groove with the infraorbital nerve and passes through the infraorbital foramen to give off branches which supply the phase just below the eye. Infraorbital foramen, an opening in the maxilla just below the lower rim of the orbit that gives passage to the infraorbital artery, nerve, and vein. Infraorbital foramina, plural of infraorbital foramen. Infraorbital groove, a groove in the middle of the posterior part of the bony floor of the orbit that gives passage to the infraorbital artery, vein, and nerve. Infraorbital grooves, plural of infraorbital groove. Infraorbital nerve, a branch of the maxillary nerve that divides into branches distributed to the skin of the upper part of the cheek. Infraorbitally, in an infraorbital manner or direction. Infraorbitals, plural of infraorbital. Infraorder, a taxonomic category below suborder and above superfamily. Infraorders, plural of infraorder. Infraordinal, relating to an infraorder or any taxon lower than an order. Infraordinary, existing at a level below that which is considered ordinary. Infraordo, the taxonomic rank below subordo and above superfamily. Infraorder. Infraorganizational, that is beneath or below an organization. Infraparticle, an electrically charged particle and its surrounding cloud of soft photons. Infraparticles, plural of infraparticle. Infrapatellar, below the kneecap. Infrapectineal, beneath the pecten. Infrapedicular, beneath a pedicle. Infrapelvic, relating to the base of the pelvis. Infraperitoneal, synonym of supraritonal. Infrapharyngeal, below the pharynx. Infrapharyngobranchial, beneath the pharynx and the branchiae. Infrapharyngobranchials, plural of infrapharyngobranchial. Infraphile, plural of infraphylum. Infraphylum, a taxon below subphylum and above superclass. Infrapolitical, relating to infrapolitics. Infrapolitics, hidden countercultural political activity that is not recognized or not regarded as legitimate in the political mainstream. Infrapopliteal, below the popliteus. Infrapopulation, a subset of a population. Infrapopulations, plural of infrapopulation. Infraposition, a situation or position beneath. Infrapostzygoepiphyseal, below and behind a zygapophysis. Infraprozygopiphyseal, below and in front of a zygapophysis. Infrapyloric, below the pylorus. Infrapyramidal, situated beneath the pyramidal tract or beneath something shaped like a pyramid. Infrarealism, a literary movement of the 1970s, founded in Mexico by poet Mario Santiago Papasquaro and Chilean novelist Roberto Bolaño. Infrared, the electromagnetic radiation of a wavelength longer than visible light, but shorter than microwave radiation, having a wavelength between 700 nm and 1 mm. Infrared astronomy, the astronomical observation and study of objects cooler than most stars using the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Infrared lamp, an incandescent lamp designed to produce radiant thermal energy in the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Infrared lamps, plural of infrared lamp. infrared radiation, electromagnetic radiation having a wavelength approximately between 1 micrometer and 1 millimeter, perceived as heat. Infrared spectroscopy, the spectroscopic study of the interaction of matter with infrared radiation, used as an analytical tool to identify mostly organic compounds. Infrared thermography, the estimation of surface temperatures by analyzing the emitted infrared radiation. Infrareds, plural of infrared. Infrarenal, below the kidney. Infrarenally, below the kidney. Infrarostral, beneath a rostrum. Infrarostrals, plural of infrarostral. Anaphrase, plural of infra. Infrascapular, beneath the scapula. Infrasection, a taxon below the rank of section. Infrasectional, relating to an infrasection. Infrasections, plural of infrasection. Infracellar, beneath the sella turcica. Infraserratus, a muscle located under the serratus. Infracisor, a device for determining how finely a substance has been ground. Infracisors, plural of infracisor. Infraslow, very slow typically of EEG activity, below 0.58 Z. Infrasonic, having frequencies below the human audible range. Infrasonically, by means of infrasound. Infrasonics, the study and the application of infrasound. Infrasound, sound waves having a frequency below the human audible range below about 20 Hz. Infrasounds, plural of infrasound. Infraspecies, an infraspecific name for a taxon below the rank of species, used informally as a rank in zoology. Infraspecific, pertaining to a taxon at a rank lower than species, such as subspecies in certain kingdoms only, strains, and variety. Infraspecific epithet, the third word in the scientific name of an infraspecific taxon, following the name of the species. This applies only to formal names of plants and fungi, and not to the formal names of bacteria or animals. Infraspecific epithets, plural of infraspecific epithet. Infraspecifically, in an infraspecific manner. Infraspinal, below the vertebral column/spine. Infraspinate, below the spine, infraspinal. Infraspinati, plural of infraspinatus. Infraspinatus, synonym of infraspinal. Infraspinatus, a thick triangular muscle whose main function is to rotate the arm externally and stabilize the shoulder joint. Infraspinous, synonym of infraspinal. Infrasplenic, inferior to the spleen. Infrastapedial, of or pertaining to a part of the columella of the ear, which in many animals projects below the connection with the stapes. Infrasternal, below the sternum. Infrastructural, of, relating to or originating in infrastructure. Infrastructuralist, someone who emphasizes the importance of infrastructure or who seeks to construct infrastructure. Infrastructuralists, plural of infrastructuralists. Infrastructurally, in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure, an underlying base or foundation for a building, organization, or system. Infrastructured, having an infrastructure. Infrastructures, plural of infrastructure. Infrasubgeneric, relating to a taxon at a rank lower than subgenus. Infrasubspecific, pertaining to a taxon at a rank lower than subspecies. The names of such taxa are not regulated by a nomenclatural code. They are not available names. Infrasutural, below a suture. Infrasyllabic, smaller than a syllable. Infratarsal, below a tarsus. Infratemporal, below the temple or temporal bone. Infratemporal crests, a transverse ridge on the outer surface of the greater wing of the sphenoid bone that divides it into a superior portion that contributes to the formation of the temporal fossa and an inferior portion that contributes to the formation of the infratemporal fossa. Infratemporal crests, plural of infratemporal crests. Infratemporal fossa, a fossa that is bounded above by the plane of the zygomatic arch, laterally by the ramus of the mandible, and medially by the pterygoid plate, and that contains the masseter and pterygoid muscles and the mandibular nerve. Infratemporal fossae, plural of infratemporal fossa. Infratemporally, in an infratemporal manner. Infratentorial, below the tentorium cerebelli. Infratentorially, in an infratentorial manner. Infraterritorial, in territorial, with the area of a state. Infrathalamic, below the thalamus. Infrathoracic, inferior to the thorax. Infrathreshold, below a specific threshold. Infratrapean, below a trapean stratum. Infratrochanteric, below the trochanter. Infratrochlear, below a trochlea, applied especially to one of the subdivisions of the trigeminal nerve. Infraumbilical, beneath the navel. Infraumbilically, in an infraumbilical manner or direction. Infravalvular, under a valve of the heart. Infraventricular, beneath a ventricle. Infraversion, the downward movement of the eyes. Infravesical, describing the lower part of the urinary tract. Infravisible, partially or nearly visible. Infravision, a superhuman ability to see in the dark. Infrayellow, electromagnetic radiation with longer wavelengths than yellow, including orange and red, used by colorblind people who can't see orange and red. Infrazygapophyseal, below a zygapophysis. Infrazygomatic, below a zygoma. In form of infrequency. Infrequences, plural of infrequence. Infrequencies, plural of infrequency. Infrequency, the characteristic of being infrequent. Infrequent, not frequent, not happening frequently. Infrequently, not frequently. Infriction, the act of rubbing something into the skin, etc. Infrictions, plural of infriction. Infrigidant, a medical agent or substance which produces a feeling of cold when applied to the body. Infrigidance, plural of infrigidant. Infrigidate, to make something cold, to chill. Infrigidated, simple past and past participle of infrigidate. Infrigidates, third person singular simple present indicative of infrigidate. Infrigidating, present participle and gerund of infrigidate. Infrigidation, the act of chilling or making cold, freezing. Infrigidative, coule. Infringe, to break or violate a treaty, a law, a right, etc. Infringible, that can be infringed. Infringed, simple past and past participle of infringe. Infringee, a victim of an infringement. Infringees, plural of infringee. Infringement, a violation or breach, as of a law. Infringements, plural of infringement. Infringer, one who infringes. Infringers, plural of infringer. Infringes, third person singular simple present indicative of infringe. Infringest, second person singular simple present indicative of infringe. Infringeth, third person singular simple present indicative of infringe. Infringible, alternative form of infringible. Infringing, present participle and gerund of infringe. Infringingly, so as to infringe. Infront, misspelling of in front. Infrutto, misspelling of in front of. Infructescence, the fruiting stage of an inflorescence. Infructescences, plural of infructescence. Infructiferous, not fructiferous. Infructuose, not yielding fruit. Infructuous, not fruitful. Infructuously, unfruitfully. Infrugal, not frugal, wasteful. Infrugiferous, not bearing fruit, fruitless. Infrustrable, not frustrable. Infrutescence, alternative form of infructescence. Infrutescence, misspelling of infrutescence. Incredible, incredible, unbelievable. Viola, a fillet of white wool worn on the head by ancient Roman priests. Infioli, plural of infiola. Indellus, plural of infiola. Infulminate, to make something thunderous. Infiltrate, misspelling of infiltrate. Infumate, to dry by exposing to smoke, to expose to smoke. Infumated, having a cloudy appearance. Infumates, third person singular simple present indicative of infumate. Infumating, present participle and gerund of infumate. Infumation, the process of drying in smoke. Infumed, dried in smoke, smoked. Infundibula, plural of infundibulum. Infundibular, having the shape of a funnel. Infundibular form, infundibular, funnel shape. Infundibularly, in an infundibular manner. Infundibulate, shaped like a funnel, infundibulated or infundibular. Infundibulated, funnel shaped. Infundibulectomy, surgical removal or excision of an infundibulum. Infundibuliform, having the shape of a funnel or cone. Infundibuliformity, the state or quality of being infundibuliform, conicity. Infundibuliformly, in an infundibuliform way, conically. Infundibulo, infundibulum. Infundibulofolliculitis, inflammation of the follicular infundibulum, the superior portion of a hair follicle. Infundibuloma, a tumor of the follicular infundibulum. Infundibulomas, plural of infundibuloma. Infundibulopic, of or pertaining to the infundibulum and the pelvis. Infundibulotomies, plural of infundibulotomy. Infundibulotomy, incision into or division of an infundibulum. Infundibulum, a funnel-shaped cavity or organ. Infungible, not fungible, not capable of being exchanged easily. Infuriable, tending to fury, capable of being infuriated. Infuriant, that which infuriates. Infuriants, plural of infuriant. Infuriate. To make furious or mad with anger, to fill with fury. Infuriated. Extremely angry, furious. Infuriatedly. In an infuriated manner. Infuriates. Third person singular simple present indicative of infuriate. Infuriating. Extremely annoying, frustrating, or irritating. Infuriatingly. In an infuriating manner. Infuriatingness. The quality of being infuriating. Infuriation. Something that causes extreme anger, an expression or instance of extreme anger. Infuriations. Plural of infuriation. Infuriator. One who or that which infuriates. Infuriators. Plural of infuriator. Infusate. A fluid given intravenously over a period of time for medication or diagnostic purposes. Infusates. Plural of infusate. Infuscate. To darken, to make black or obscure. Infuscated. Having a blackish tinge. Infuscates. Third person singular simple present indicative of infuscate. Infuscating. Present participle and gerund of infuscate. Infuscation. The act of deadening. Infuscations. Plural of infuscation. Endures. To cause to become an element of something, to insert or fill. Infused. Simple past and past participle of infuse. Infused oil. Herb oil mixed with other oil. Infused oils. Plural of infused oil. Infuser. A device used for preparing infusions. Infusers. Plural of infuser. Infuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of infuse. Infusists. Second person singular simple present indicative of infuse. Infusa. Third person singular simple present indicative of infuse. Infusibility. Incapability or difficulty of being fused, melted, or dissolved. Infusible. That cannot be fused. Unmeltable. Infusing. Present participle and gerund of infuse. Infusion. A product consisting of a liquid which has had other ingredients steeped in it to extract useful qualities. Infusement. Applied via infusion. Infusionism. The doctrine that the soul and the body originate separately, after which the soul is infused into the body during conception or birth. Infusionist. One who believes in infusionism. Infusionists. Plural of infusionists. Infusions. Plural of infusion. Infusive. Having the power of infusion, inspiring, influencing. Infusively. In an infusive manner. Infuser. Infusorium. Having the power of infusion, inspiring, influencing. Infusively. In an infusive manner. Infuser. Infusorium. Infusoria. Plural of infusorium. Infusorio. Of, relating to, or containing infusoria. Infusorian. Any member of the infusoria. Infusorians. Plural of infusorian. Infusories. Plural of infusory. Infusoriform. Shaped like an infusorium. Infusorigen. A hermaphroditic group of cells within a rhombogen. Infusorigens. Plural of infusorigen. Infusorioi. Characteristic of the infusorians. Infusorium. Any of the many-minute aquatic creatures, such as protozoa and unicellular algae, found in freshwater habitats. Infusors, plural of infusor. Infusory, one of the Infusoria, a former class of microscopic animals. And fly, and a surname. Inbe, a fit or tantrum. Ingbangs, plural of ingbang. Inform, an English verb's inflected form that ends in ing, including uses often analyzed as gerunds and present participles. Informs, plural of inform. A Mansk procedure, a technique used in gabial synthesis involving the action with aqueous or ethanolic hydrazine at reflux. This produces a precipitate of phthalhydrazide along with the primary amine. In fact, the third month of May Day traditional lunar calendar. Ingevons, a tribe of Germany mentioned by Pliny. Ingevonic, alternative form of Ingvianic. Engage, obsolete spelling of engage. Engage, simple past and past participle of engage. Engages, third person singular simple present indicative of engage. Engaging, present participle and gerund of engage. Ingnalawi, a village in Belgaum district, Karnataka, India. Ingnalik, the Dag-Zitan people. Inga, a surname. Ingallantries, plural of ingallantry. Ingallantry, a lack of gallantry. Inals, a surname. Inalsp, a surname. Ingalspes, plural of ingalsp. Ined, alternative form of in-game. Ined, an entrance or entryway. Ignitus, plural of indang. Intonation, cheating, deception. Intonation, plural of inganation. Ingarswy, the preserved site of a deserted medieval village in Hungarden Parish, Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6805. Inas, plural of inga. Ignasing, the process of absorbing or dissolving gases into a material. Invate, entrance, ingress. Ingates, plural of ingate. Ingatestone, a village in Ingatestone and Friarning Parish, Brentwood Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6499. Ingatestone and Friarning, a civil parish in Brentwood Borough, Essex, England, which includes the named places. Inat, to collect or gather in. Inattered, simple past and past participle of ingather. Ingatherer, someone or something that ingathers. Ingatherers, plural of ingatherer. Ingathering, present participle and gerund of ingather. Ingatherings, plural of ingathering. Ingathers, third person singular simple present indicative of ingather. Inber, a surname from German. Ingberlach, an Ashkenazi Jewish confection made with honey and ginger. Ingbers, plural of ingber. Ingsebai, a traditional surgeon among the Xhosa people. Ingsebes, plural of Ingsebai. Nze, a surname. Njgudbi, a river in the Snowy Mountains range of New South Wales, Australia. Angelo, a surname. Angelo, a surname. Ingeminate, to say a statement, word, etc. two or more times, to reiterate, to emphasize through repetition. Ingeminated, simple past and past participle of ingeminate. Ingeminates, Third person singular simple present indicative of ingeminate. Ingeminating, present participle and gerund of ingeminate. Ingemination, repetition, reduplication, reiteration. Ingeminations, plural of ingemination. Ingen, the fourth month of May, a traditional lunar calendar. Indiana, a gorilla. Ingene, a particular bridged bicyclic diterpene that is the basis of many natural products. Ingenas, plural of ingena. Engender, obsolete spelling of engender. Engender, simple past and past participle of engender. Engendering, present participle and gerund of engender. Engenders, third person singular simple present indicative of engender. Engender, obsolete form of engender. Engendre, simple past and past participle of engender. Engenders, third person singular simple present indicative of engender. Engendering, present participle and gerund of engender. Engener, obsolete form of engineer. Ingenerability, the state or quality of being ingenerable. Ingenerable, incapable of being generated or created. Ingenerably, without being generated. Ingenerate, innate, inborn. Ingenerative, simple past and past participle of ingenerate. Ingenerates, third person singular simple present indicative of ingenerate. Ingenerating, present participle and gerund of ingenerate. Ingeneration, generation, the creating or causing of something. Ingeners, plural of ingener. Inveniate, to invent, to contrive. Inveniates, third person singular simple present indicative of ingeniate. Indeni, ingenuity. Ingeniero Jacobacci, a city in Rio Negro province, Argentina, named after Guido Jacobacci. Ingeniosity, the quality of being ingenious. Ingenious, displaying genius or brilliance, inventive. Ingeniously, in an ingenious manner, using ingenuity. Ingenuousness, the condition of being ingenious. Ingenuousnesses, plural of ingenuousness. Ingenite, innate, inborn. Ingenito, a surname from Italian. Ingenitos, plural of ingenito. Ingenious, misspelling of ingenious. Ingenal, a particular diterpenoi. Ingenals, plural of ingenal. Ingenuo, an innocent, unsophisticated, naive, wholesome boy or young man. Ingenu, alternative spelling of ingenu. Ingenuo, an innocent, unsophisticated, naive, wholesome girl or young woman. Ingenu, alternative spelling of ingenu. Ingenues, plural of ingenu. Ingenus, plural of ingenu. Ingedu, in civil law, a class of freemen who were born free. They were distinguished from the class known as liberti or libertini who, born slaves, had afterwards legally obtained their freedom. Ingenuine, false, not genuine or unauthentic. Ingenuities, plural of ingenuity. Ingenuito, possessing ingenuity, ingenious. Ingenuitus, having or displaying ingenuity. Ingenuity, the ability to solve difficult problems in original, clever, and inventive ways, ingeniousness. Ingenuous, naive and trusting. Ingenuously, in an ingenuous manner, frankly, straightforwardly. Ingenuousness, the condition of being ingenious. Ingenuousnesses, plural of ingenuousness. Indenus, plural of ingenu. Ingenious, plural of ingenu. Ingeni, natural gift or talent, ability, wit, ingenuity. Ingerland. Inled. Ingerminate, to cause to germinate. Ingerminated, simple past and past participle of ingerminate. Ingerminates, third person singular simple present indicative of ingerminate. Ingerminating, present participle and gerund of ingerminate. Ingerasol, a surname. Ingersalian, of or relating to Robert G. Ingersoll 1833-1899 American politician and orator, noted for his broad range of culture and his defense of agnosticism. Ingerson, a surname. Ingersonite, a trigonal trap is a hedral brownish yellow mineral containing antimony, calcium, fluorine, iron, magnesium, manganese, and oxygen. Ingersons, plural of ingerson. Ingest, to take a substance, for example food, into the body of an organism, especially through the mouth and into the gastrointestinal tract. Ingesta, material introduced into the body by the stomach or alimentary canal. Ingestible, alternative form of ingestible. Ingestibles, plural of ingestible. Ingestant, any substance that is ingested. Ingestants, plural of ingestant. Ingested, simple past and past participle of ingests. Ingester, one who ingests. Ingesters, plural of ingester. Ingestibility, the quality or degree of being ingestible. Ingestible, capable of being ingested. Ingestibles, plural of ingestible. Ingesting, present participle and gerund of ingests. Ingestion, the process of ingesting something into a jet engine or an instance. Ingestional, relating to or involving ingestion. Ingestions, plural of ingestion. Ingestive, of or pertaining to ingestion. Ingester, one who or that which ingests. Ingesters, plural of ingester. Ingester, a village and civil parish served by Ingester with Tixall Parish Council in Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9724. Ingests, third person singular simple present indicative of ingest. Inab, the reedback. Inep, a place name. Ingam County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Mason. Ingamite, a follower of Benjamin Ingham 1712-1772, English cleric and founder of the Moravian Church in England as well as his own religious societies. Inghamites, plural of Inghamite. Inghams, plural of Ingham. Ingram, a surname. Ingrams, plural of Ingram. Ingelby, a surname. Ingelbys, plural of Ingilby. Imd, obsolete form of engine. And plural of engine. Ingirt, surrounded, encircled. Ingirted, simple past and past participle of ingirt. Ingirting, present participle and gerund of ingirt. Ingirts, third person singular simple present. Archaic spelling of England. Inley, a surname. Ingleenock, alternative form of Inglennock. Ingleenox, plural of Ingleenock. Ingleenock, alternative form of Inglennock. Ingleenox, plural of Ingleenock. Ingleborough, a mountain in Craven District, North Yorkshire. England OS Grid Ref SD 7474. Ingleby, a place name. Ingleby Barwick, a town and civil parish in Stockton-on-Tees District, North Yorkshire, England, originally formed by the settlements of Ingleby and Barwick OS Grid Ref NZ 4414. Ingleby Greenhow, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref NZ 5806. Inglebys, plural of Ingleby. Inno, simple past and past participle of Ingley. Inglefield, a surname. Inglefield clip, a double chain link clip which is opened and closed by alignment of the chamfered gaps in each, often used for flag halyards and jib sheets. Inglefield clips, plural of Inglefield clip. Inglefields, plural of Inglefield. Inglennock, a nook or corner beside an open fireplace, a chimney corner. Inglennox, plural of Inglennock. Inglet, plural of Inglee. Inglius, a surname from Italian in turn originating as an ethnonym. Inglesias, plural of Ingles. Ingleside, a town, the county seat of United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, Ontario, Canada. Ingleton, a village and civil parish in County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 1720. Inlet, a surname from Middle English. Inglet, plural of Inglet. Inglewight, a small village in Goosnarg Parish, City of Preston District, Lancashire, England OS Grid Ref SD 5440. Inglewood, a place in the United States. Inglewooder, a native or resident of Inglewood. Inglewooders, plural of Inglewooder. Ingling, present participle and gerund of Ingley. Inglies, a surname from Old English in turn originating as an ethnonym. English, alternative spelling of English. Ingliston, a constituent country of the United Kingdom. Ingliston, a locality on the south side of Edinburgh Airport, City of Edinburgh Council area. Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 1472. Englobate, in the form of a globe or sphere, applied to nebulous matter collected into a sphere by the force of gravitation. Englobated, simple past and past participle of englobate. Englobates, third person singular simple present indicative of englobate. Englobating, present participle and gerund of englobate. Englobe, obsolete spelling of englobe. Englobe, simple past and past participle of englobe. Englobes, third person singular simple present indicative of englobe. Engloping, present participle and gerund of englobe. Inglorious, ignominious, disgraceful. Ingloriously, in an inglorious manner. Ingloriousness, state of being inglorious. In what? The dot. In lut. Third person singular simple present indicative of inglut. In what? Simple past and past participle of inglut. In glutting, present participle and gerund of inglut. A lu vow of or pertaining to the inglovies or crop of birds or other animals. Inglovies, the crop or craw of birds. Ingluve, a digestive substance resembling pepsin obtained from the gizzards of fowls, employed as a digestant and to relieve vomiting in pregnancy. Ingluvialis, a foreign body in the crop of a bird. Ingluvialis, plural of ingluvialith. Ingluviatomies, plural of ingluviatomy. Ingluviatomy, surgery on the inglovies or crop. Ingluvius, gluttonous. Enough. Initialism of international non-governmental organization. Enough. The frame of a door, window, fireplace, or similar structure. Indodite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral silver white mineral containing bismuth, sulfur, and tellurium. Innoer, one who or that which goes in, an incomer as observed from an external or objective viewpoint. Ingoers, plural of ingoer. Inuz, plural of ingo. Indavue, a surname from Italian. Indaglias, plural of ingavia. Invelling, going in, entering. Ingoings, plural of ingoing. Inveld, a surname. Indolds, plural of ingold. Inalphalid, adiamphid in the family Inalphalidity. Inalphalids, plural of inalphalid. Ingolstadt, a city on the river Danube in Bavaria in southern Germany. Engorge, archaic form of engorge. Engorge, simple past and past participle of engorge. Engorges, third person singular simple present indicative of engorge. Engorging, present participle and gerund of engorge. Ingornichwa Bay, a bay of Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. In a plural of ingo. In that, a solid block of more or less pure metal, often but not necessarily brick-like in shape and trapezoidal in cross-section, the result of pouring out and cooling molten metal, often immediately after smelting from raw ore or alloying from constituents. Ingode, simple past and past participle of ingot. Inviting, present participle and gerund of ingot. Ingot-like, resembling an ingot. Indets, plural of ingot. Ingracious, ungracious, them kind. Ingraft, obsolete form of engraft. Ingraft, simple past and past participle of engraft. Engraffing, present participle and gerund of engraft. Engrafts, third person singular simple present indicative of engraft. Engraft, alternative spelling of engraft. Engrafted, simple past and past participle of engraft. Engrafter, one who engrafts. Engrafters, plural of engrafter. Engrafting, present participle and gerund of engraft. Engraftment, archaic form of engraftment. Engraftments, plural of engraftment. Engrafts, third person singular simple present indicative of engraft. Engram, a surname. Engrams, plural of engram. Engrave, to dye with a fast or lasting color. Engrain wallpaper, a type of wallpaper consisting of two layers of paper with wood fiber in between. Engrain wallpapers, plural of engrain wallpaper. Engrained, being an element present in the essence of a thing. Ingrainedly, in a way that is ingrained. Ingrainedness, the quality of being ingrained. Ingrainer, one who engrains. Engrainers, plural of engrainer. Engraining, present participle and gerund of engrain. Engrains, third person singular simple present indicative of engrain. Engra, a surname originating as a patronymic. Engrammaticism, synonym of ungrammaticality. Engrammaticisms, plural of engrammaticism. Engrandize, archaic form of aggrandize. Engrandized, simple past and past participle of engrandize. Engrandizes, third person singular simple present indicative of engrandise. Engrandizing, present participle and gerund of engrandise. Engraf, a surname from Italian. Engrouse, plural of engrau. Enrapple, to seize, to clutch, to grapple. Enrappled, simple past and past participle of engrapple. Engrapples, third person singular simple present indicative of engrapple. Engrappling, present participle and gerund of engrapple. Engraza, a surname from Italian. Engrasses, plural of engracia. Ingrate, ungrateful. Ingrateful, ungrateful, not grateful. Ingrateful, obsolete form of ingrateful. Ingratefully, ungratefully. Ingratefulness, quality of being ingrateful. Ingrately, ungratefully. Ingrate, plural of ingrate. Ingratiate, to bring oneself into favor with someone by flattering or trying to please them, to insinuate oneself, to worm one's way in. Ingratiated, simple past and past participle of ingratiate. Ingratiates, third person singular simple present indicative of ingratiate. Ingratiating, which ingratiates, which attempts to bring oneself into the favor of another, often with flattery or insincerity, smarmy, unctuous, oily. Ingratiatingly, in an ingratiating manner. Ingratiation, the state of being ingratiating. Ingratiations, plural of ingratiation. Ingratiative, inclined to ingratiate. Ingratiator, one who ingratiates. Ingratiators, plural of ingratiator. Ingratiatory, ingratiating. Ingratitude, a lack or absence of gratitude, thanklessness. Ingratitudes, plural of ingratitude. Engrave, a village in Haringate and Engrave Parish, Brentwood Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6292. Engraved, simple past and past participle of engrave. Engraves, third person singular simple present indicative of engrave. Engravescent, increasing in severity. Engravidate, to impregnate, literal or figurative. Engravidated, simple past and past participle of engravidate. Engravidates, Third person singular simple present indicative of ingravidate. Ingravitating. Present participle and gerund of ingravidate. Ingravidation, the state of being pregnant. Engraving, present participle and gerund of engrave. Ingredients, entrance ingress. Ingrediency, ingredients. Ingredient, one of the substances present in a mixture, especially food. Ingredient deck, the list of ingredients in a manufactured product. Ingredient decks, plural of ingredient deck. Ingredients, plural of ingredient. Ingresion, of or relating to Genotus Dominique Ingres 1780-1867, French neoclassical painter who aspired to become the guardian of academic orthodoxy against the ascendant Romantic style. Ingress, a surname. Ingress, egress, and regress. The right to enter, leave, and re-enter. Ingressed, simple past and past participle of ingress. Ingresses, plural of ingress. Ingressing, making an ingress or ingression, entering. Ingression, the act or process of entering or intruding. Ingressions, plural of ingression. Ingressive, going or directed inward, entering. Ingressively, in an ingressive way. Ingressiveness, the quality of being ingressive. Ingressives, plural of ingressive. Ingru, simple past of ingro. Ingria, a region to the south of Kelia in what is now Russia. Ingrian, a Finno-Ugric language spoken by the Ijorian people of Ingria. Ingrians, plural of Ingrian. Ingrid, a female given name from Old Norse. Ingroove, to form a groove in. Ingroove, simple past and past participle of ingroove. Ingroove, third person singular simple present indicative of ingroove. Ingrooving, present participle and gerund of ingroove. Engross, prior to the abolition of enrollment in 1849, to engross a parliamentary bill prior to royal assent by preparing it on a roll incorporating any amendments. Engrossed, simple past and past participle of engross. Engrosser, obsolete form of engrosser. Engrossers, plural of engrosser. Engrosses, third person singular simple present indicative of engross. Engrossing, present participle and gerund of engross. Engrossment, prior to the abolition of enrollment in 1849, the act of preparing a parliamentary bill for royal assent by entering it into a roll incorporating any amendments. Engrossments, plural of engrossment. Inground, inside the ground. Ingroup, the social group that one belongs to. Ingrouped, simple past and past participle of ingroup. Ingrouping, present participle and gerund of ingroup. Ingroups, plural of ingroup. Ingro, a suburb of Keighley, Metropolitan Borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0539. Ingrowing, growing inwards or abnormally towards a part of the body. Ingrown, that has grown inwards or abnormally towards a part of the body. Ingrownness, the quality of the ingram. Ingrows, third person singular simple present indicative of ingro. Ingro, growth inwards. Ingrowths, plural of ingrowth. Ingrum, a surname. Ingrums, plural of Ingram. S, a surname. Inguanzo, a surname from Spanish. Inguanzos, plural of Inguanzo. Inudem, a Meide surname from Manipuri. Inet, the groin or genitalia. Ingens, plural of ingen. Inelti, not guilty. Ingenal, of or pertaining to the groin. Inguinal canal, one of the two passages in the anterior abdominal wall which in men convey the spermatic cord and in women the round ligament. Inguinal canals, plural of inguinal canal. Inguinal ligament, a ligament that extends from the anterior superior iliac spine to the pubic tubercle and is formed by the aponeurosis of the sternal oblique muscle of the abdomen. Inguinal ligaments, plural of inguinal ligament. Inguino, ingem, growing. Inguino-abdominal, relating to the groin and abdomen. Inguinocrural, relating to the groin and leg. Inguinocutaneous, inguinal and cutaneous. Inguinodenia, a pain in the groin, typically appearing after a hernia operation. Inguinophoral, pertaining to both the ingen groin and the femur. Inguinolabial, relating to the groin and labia. Inguinoperitonal, relating to the groin and peritoneum. Inguinoscrotal, relating to the groin and scrotum. Engulf, archaic form of engulf. Engulfed, simple past and past participle of engulf. Engulfing, present participle and gerund of engulf. Engulfment, archaic form of engulfment. Engulfments, plural of engulfment. Engulfs, third person singular simple present indicative of engulf. Engulf, obsolete form of engulf. Engulfant, swallowing. Engulfed, simple past and past participle of engulf. Engulfing, present participle and gerund of engulf. Engulfs, third person singular simple present indicative of engulf. Ingurgitate, to swallow greedily or in large amounts. Ingurgitated, simple past and past participle of ingurgitate. Ingurgitates, third person singular simple present indicative of ingurgitate. Ingurgitating, present participle and gerund of ingurgitate. Ingurgitation, the act of swallowing greedily or immoderately, gulp. Ingurgitations, plural of ingurgitation. Inguri, a river in Georgia. Inash, a member of Anak people of the northeastern Caucasus, now mostly Sunni Muslim and resident in the Russian Republic of Ingushetia. Ingush Autonomous Oblast, Autonomous Oblast of the Soviet Union in the Russian SFSR from 1924 to 1934. Ingutis, plural of Ingush. Ingushetia, a republic and federal subject of Russia in the Caucasus. Capital, Magas. Ingushetia, of, from or relating to the Republic of Ingushetia, Russia. Ingushetians, plural of Ingushetian. Ingustable, tasteless, insipid. Iranic, of or relating to the North Sea Germanic languages. Initialism of isonicotinic acid hydrazide. Inhab, abbreviation of inhabitant. Inhabile, not apt or fit, inappropriate, unsuitable. Inhability, unsuitableness, inability. Inhabit, to live or reside in. Inhabitability, the quality of being inhabitable. Inhabitable, fit to live in, habitable. Inhabitants, alternative form of inhabitancy. Inhabitances, plural of inhabitants. Inhabitancies, plural of inhabitancy. Inhabitancy, the condition of inhabiting or of being inhabited. Occupancy. Inhabitant, someone or thing who lives in a place. Inhabitantless, lacking inhabitants, uninhabited. Inhabitants, plural of inhabitant. Inhabitate, to inhabit. Inhabitated, simple past and past participle of inhabitate. Inhabitates, third person singular simple present indicative of inhabitate. Inhabitating, present participle and gerund of inhabitate. Inhabitation, the act of inhabiting or the state of being inhabited, indwelling. Inhabitations, plural of inhabitation. Inhabitative, feminine name for inhabitant of a place. Inhabitativeness, a propensity towards permanent residence in a place or abode, love of home and country. Inhabitatives, plural of inhabitative. Inhabited, having inhabitants, lived in. Inhabitedness, the quality of being inhabited. Inhabiter, one who inhabits an inhabitant. Inhabiters, plural of inhabiter. Inhabitus, second person singular simple present indicative of inhabit. Inhabiteth, third person singular simple present indicative of inhabit. Inhabiting, present participle and gerund of inhabit. Inhabitive, having a propensity towards permanent residence in a place or abode, fond of home and country. Inhabitiveness, alternative form of inhabitativeness. Inhabiter, one who inhabits, an inhabitant. Inhabiters, plural of inhabiter. Inhabitress, a female inhabitant. Inhabitresses, plural of inhabitress. Inhabits, third person singular simple present indicative of inhabit. Inhabiting, present participle and gerund of inhabit. Inhabs, plural of inhab. Inhalability, the condition of being inhalable. Inhalable, that can be inhaled. Inhalant, intended for inhaling. Inhalants, plural of inhalant. Inhalation, the act of inhaling, inbreathing. Inhalational, administered as a gas or vapor that is inhaled. Inhalations, plural of inhalation. Inhalative, pertaining to or administered by inhalation. Inhalatively, by means of inhalation. Inhalator, an inhaler. Inhalators, plural of inhalator. Inhalatory, of or relating to inhalation. Inhale, to draw air into the lungs, through the nose or mouth by action of the diaphragm. Inhaled, simple past and past participle of inhale. Inhalement, inhalation. Inhalements, plural of inhalement. Inhalant, used for inhaling. Inhaler, one who inhales. Inhalers, plural of inhaler. Inhales. Third person singular simple present indicative of inhale. Inhalus. Second person singular simple present indicative of inhale. Inhala. Third person singular simple present indicative of inhale. Inhaling. Present participle and gerund of inhale. Inhalings. Plural of inhaling. Inhaben. A city in southern Mozambique lying on Inhambane Bay. Inabs. Obsolete spelling of enhance. Enhancement. Obsolete form of enhancement. Enhancements. Plural of enhancement. Enhances. Third person singular simple present indicative of enhance. In the harmonic. Lacking harmony, discordant, dissonant. Inharmonical. Alternative form of inharmonic. Inharmonicities. Plural of inharmonicity. Inharmonicity. The quality or state of being not or less than totally harmonious. Inharmonies. Plural of inharmony. Inharmonious. A behavior, event, ideas, etc. lacking accord or agreement. Inharmoniously. In an inharmonious way. Inharmoniousness. The quality of being harmonious. Inharmony. Lack of harmony. In awe. A rope used to haul in the clew of a sail or a jib boom. Inhaler. Synonym of inhal. Inhalers. Plural of inhaler. Inhals. Plural of inhal. Enhance. Obsolete form of enhance. Enhances. Third person singular simple present indicative of enhance. Elat. To inhabit, frequent, or haunt. Enhausts. To draw inward or absorb. Enhausted. Simple past and past participle of enhausts. Enhausting. Present participle and gerund of enhausts. Enhausts. Third person singular simple present indicative of enhausts. Enhurst. Alternative form of enhurst. Enhurst. Simple past and past participle of enhurst. Enhurses. Third person singular simple present indicative of enhurst. Enhursing. Present participle and gerund of enhurse. In heart. To put heart into, make hearty. In heartu. Simple past and past participle of in heart. In hearting. Present participle and gerund of in heart. In hearts. Third person singular simple present indicative of in heart. In out. Simple past and past participle of in whole. Inhersed. Obsolete form of inhersed. Inhere. To be inherent, to be an essential or intrinsic part of, to be fixed or permanently incorporated with something. Inher. Simple past and past participle of inhere. Inhereditary. Hereditary. Inherence. The state of being inherent or permanently present in something, indwelling. Inherences. Plural of inherence. Inherences. Plural of inherency. Inherence. The condition of being inherent. Naturally as part or consequence of something. Inherent power. Any of the powers that are given to a national government. Inherent powers. Plural of inherent power. Inherent vice, an intrinsic shortcoming in an object, especially in objects' inbuilt tendency to degrade, which adversely affects its evaluation, preservability, insurability, or acceptability to be transported by a shipper, and which usually limits the legal liability of those who handle or care for it. Inherent vices, plural of inherent vice. Inherent vowel. In an abugida, the vowels sound often as schwa in Brahmic scripts appended by default to a consonant symbol lacking a vowel diacritic. Inherent vowels, plural of inherent vowel. Inherently, in an inherent way, naturally, innately. Inheres, third person singular simple present indicative of inhere. Inhera, third person singular simple present indicative of inhere. Inhering, present participle and gerund of inhere. Inherit, to receive property, a title, etc. by legal succession or bequest after the previous owner's death. Inheritability, heritability. Inheritable, that can be inherited. Inheritableness, heritability. Inheritably, by inheritance. Inheritage, synonym of heritage or inheritance. Inheritages, plural of inheritage. Inheritance, the passing of title to an estate upon death. Inheritance law, the area of law pertaining to passing on property, titles, debts, rights, and obligations upon the death of an individual. Inheritance powder, any of several poisons used for murder, but especially arsenic and, to a lesser extent, thallium. Inheritance powders, plural of inheritance powder. Inheritance tax, a tax based on the value of the property of a deceased person and charged on the beneficiaries of the estate. Inheritance taxes, plural of inheritance tax. Inheritances, plural of inheritance. Inherited, simple past and past participle of inherit. Inherited audience, the section of a broadcast's audience who had no specific intention of viewing or listening, but who continued doing so after the immediately preceding broadcast. Inherited audiences, plural of inherited audience. Inheritedness, the state or quality of being inherited. Inheriti, heir, inheritor, one who inherits. Inherites, plural of inheriti. Inheritance, misspelling of inheritance. Inheritor, alternative form of inheritor. Inheritors, plural of inheritor. Inheriting, present participle and gerund of inherit. Inheritocracies, plural of inheritocracy. Inheritocracy, an economic situation in which individuals' prosperity is mainly dependent on inherited wealth rather than income from work or other sources. Inheritocrat, one who benefits from inherited wealth. Inheritocrats, plural of inheritocrats. Inheritor, someone who inherits something, an heir. Inheritors, plural of inheritor. Inheritor, obsolete form of inheritor. Inheritors, plural of inheritor. Inheritress, a female inheritor, an heiress. Inheritresses, plural of inheritress. Inheritress, a female inheritor, inheritrix. Inheritresses, plural of inheritrix. Inheritrix, female inheritor, heiress. Inheritrixes, plural of inheritrix. Inherits, third person singular simple present indicative of inherit. Inherse, obsolete form of inherse. Inhersed, simple past and past participle of inherse. Inhersus, third person singular simple present indicative of inherse. Inhersing, present participle and gerund of inherse. Inherium, inherence, act of inhering. Inhesions, plural of inhesion. Inhiation, a gaping after, eager desire, craving. Inhibin, a peptide hormone secreted by the gonads which inhibits the secretion of follicle-stimulating hormone and is thus under consideration as a male contraceptive. Inhibent, plural of inhibin. Inhibit, to hold in or hold back, to keep in check, restrain. Inhibitabilities, plural of inhibitability. Inhibitability, the quality or degree of being inhibitable. Inhibitable, capable of being inhibited. Inhibitant, something that inhibits. Inhibitant, plural of inhibitant. Inhibitory, alternative form of inhibitory. Inhibited, simple past and past participle of inhibit. Inhibitedly, in an inhibited manner. Inhibitedness, the path to being inhibited. Inhibitor, alternative form of inhibitor. Inhibitors, plural of inhibitor. Inhibitable, alternative form of inhibitable. Inhibiting, present participle and gerund of inhibit. Inhibitingly, so as to inhibit. Inhibition, a writ from a higher court to an inferior judge to stay proceedings. Inhibitionless, without inhibition. Inhibitions, plural of inhibition. Inhibitive, that inhibits. Inhibitively, so as to inhibit. Inhibitor, one who, or that which, inhibits. Inhibitorily, in an inhibitory manner. Inhibitors, plural of inhibitor. Inhibitory, that inhibits. Inhibits, third person singular simple present indicative of inhibit. Inhide, inside a hive. Inhide, simple past and past participle of inhive. Inhives, third person singular simple present indicative of inhive. Inhiving, present participle and gerund of inhive. Inof, a surname. Inholb, to contain, hold in. Inholder, an indweller or anything indwelling, inhabitant, occupant. Inholders, plural of inholder. Inholding, a piece of privately owned land inside the boundary of a national park, national forest, state park, or similar publicly owned protected area. Inholdings, plural of inholding. Inholds, third person singular simple present indicative of inhold. Inhomogeneities, plural of inhomogeneity. Inhomogeneity, the state of being inhomogeneous. Inhomogeneous, not homogeneous. Inhomogeneously, in an inhomogeneous manner. And inhomogeneous, not homogeneous. And homogeneously, alternative form of inhomogeneously. Ehu, to confine or enclose as with a hoop or hoops, coop up. It hooped, simple past and past participle of inhoop. Inhoopen, present participle and gerund of inhoop. Inhoops, third person singular simple present indicative of inhoop. Inhospitability, the quality or state of being inhospitable. Inhospitable, not inclined to hospitality, unfriendly. Inhospitableness, the state or quality of being inhospitable. Inhospitably, in an inhospitable manner. Inhospitalities, plural of inhospitality. Inhospitality, lack of hospitality. In-house, alternative spelling of in-house. Inhospitalities, plural of inhospitality. Inhospitality, lack of hospitality. In-house, alternative spelling of in-house. In how far? To what extent? How far? In a river in Ukraine. Inhuman, of or pertaining to inhumanity and the indifferently cruel, sadistic, or barbaric behavior it brings. Inhumane, alternative form of inhuman, lacking pity or compassion for misery and suffering, cruel, unkind. Inhumanely, in an inhumane manner. Inhumaneness, the condition of being inhumane. Inhumanist, superlative form of inhumane, most inhumane. Inhumanities, plural of inhumanity. Inhumanity, the lack of compassion. Inhumanly, in an inhuman manner. Inhumanist, quality of being human, cruel. Inhumate, to inhume, to bury. Inhumated, simple past and past participle of inhumate. Inhumate, third person singular simple present indicative of inhumate. Inhumating, present participle and gerund of inhumate. Inhumation, the act of burial. Inhumationist, a person who believes in burial of the dead rather than cremation. Inhumationists, plural of inhumationists. Inhumations, plural of inhumation. Inhumatory, relating to inhumation or burial. To bury in a grave. Inhumed, simple past and past participle of inhume. Inhumer, one who inhumes. Inhumers, plural of inhumer. Inhumes, third person singular simple present indicative of inhume. Inhuming, present participle and gerund of inhume. Inhere, obsolete spelling of inhere. Inhere, simple past and past participle of inhere, archaic spelling of inhered. Inherent, archaic form of inherent. Inherently, obsolete spelling of inherently. Inheres, third person singular simple present indicative of inhere. Inhere, present participle and gerund of inhere. Inhesion, obsolete form of inhesion. Plural of inaian. Inaiac, relating to the inaian. Inaiad, to what inaian. Inail, relating to the inaian. Inayama, obsolete form of yam the vegetable. Inayamas, plural of inayama. Inayas, plural of inaya. Inaibaloi, synonym of Ibaloi language. Inencephalic, relating to inencephaly. Inencephalus, a person exhibiting inencephaly. Anencephaly, a cephalic disorder characterized by spina bifida and spinal retroflexion. Inigo, a male given name. Inades, a surname from Spanish. Inadezes, plural of Inigas. Iniguahan district, a barangay of Bato, late Philippines. Aniviridalphin of the family Inii. Plural of Inii. Inimaginable, unimaginable, inconceivable. Inimical, inimicable, inimical, harmful, hostile. Inimical, harmful in effect. Inimicalities, plural of inimicality. Inimicality, the state or quality of being inimical or hostile, unfriendliness. Inimically, in an inimical manner. Inimicalness, the property of being inimical. Inimicitious, inimical, unfriendly, hostile. Inimicitiously, in an inimicitious way. Inimicus, obsolete form of inimical. Inimitability, the property or status of being inimitable. Inimitable, beyond imitation, surpassing all others, matchless. Inimitableness, inimitability, the state or quality of being inimitable. Inimitably, in an inimitable manner. Inimplantable, alternative form of unimplantable. Ininu, the Cree people. Inuit, any Iberdelphin of the superfamily Ineodia. Inuit is plural of Inaioi. Yeah, a small protuberance on the external surface of the back of the skull near the neck, the external occipital protuberance. Irans, plural of Inayan. Inaiopterygian, any member of the order Inaiopterygiformsin, Inaiopterygia of extinct fishes. Inaiopterygians, plural of Inaiopterygian. Inevero, the chemical compound 4-iodo-3-nitrobenzamide, once proposed as a drug for cancer treatment. Inequity, obsolete spelling of iniquity. Inequities, plural of iniquity. Iniquitous, characterized by iniquity, deviation from what is right. Iniquitous, in an iniquitous manner. Iniquitousness, quality of being iniquitous. Iniquity, deviation from what is right, gross injustice, sin, wickedness. Iniquous, synonym of iniquitous. Irradiated, not irradiated. Inirritability, the state of being inirritable. Inirritable, incapable of being stimulated into action as a muscle. Inirritative, not accompanied with excitement. Inishrin, an island of County Donegal, Ireland. An isle, obsolete form of an isle. An insult, simple past and past participle of anile. Aniles, third person singular simple present indicative of anile. Inislang, present participle and gerund of anile. A clipping of initialization. Inethan, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Ineda, a municipality of Misamis Oriental, Philippines. Edit, simple past and past participle of inet. Initiado, able to initiate. Initial, chronologically first, early, of or pertaining to the beginning, cause or origin. Initial caps, a casing style similar to title case except that every word invariably begins with a capital letter. Initial coin offering, a type of funding using cryptocurrencies. Initial coin offerings. Plural of initial coin offering. Initial condition. In dynamical system, an initial condition is the value of a variable at a specific time, also known as a seed value. Initial mass function, a relationship that specifies the mass distribution of a newly formed stellar population. Initial object, an object within a category which sends out arrows to all other objects in that category, and such that each of these arrows is unique. Initial objects, plural of initial object. Initial point. In surveying, the point where the principal meridian crosses the baseline. Initial points, plural of initial point. Initial public offering. The first offering to members of the public of stock in a company, normally followed by a listing of that stock on a stock exchange. Initial public offerings. Plural of initial public offering. Initial reject. An item that is not terminally defective but fails to meet the manufacturer's technical standards for sale through its normal retail channels. Initial rejects. Plural of initial reject. Is not terminally defective but fails to meet the manufacturer's technical standards for sale through its normal retail channels. Initial rejects. Plural of initial reject. Initial setting time. Of concrete, the moment in time that cement turns into paste after mixing with water and begins to lose its plasticity. Initial setting times. Plural of initial setting time. Initial topology. Given as set X a family of topological spaces M hash 90 that AT hash 90 that A hash 95 hash 123 A hash 92 A hash 125 and a family of functions F hash 90 that A hash 58 X hash 92 to M hash 90 that the initial topology is the closest topology on X such that all F hash 90 that A are continuous. Initial value problem. The problem of solving an ordinary differential equation together with an initial condition, a set of specified values for the unknown function or its derivatives at some point. Initial value problems. Plural of initial value problem. Initial value problem. Alternative form of initial value problem. Initial value problems. Plural of initial value problem. Initial. Having initials. Initialer, the artist who decorates the initial letters in an illuminated manuscript. Initialers, plural of initialer. Initiales, language that is rendered confusing by many initialisms. Initialing, present participle and gerund of initial. Initialings, plural of initialing. Initialization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of initialization. Initializations, plural of initialization. Initialize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of initialize. Initialized, simple past and past participle of initialize. Initializer, alternative spelling of initializer. Initializers, plural of initializer. Initializes, third person singular simple present indicative of initialize. Initializing, present participle and gerund of initialize. Initialism, a term formed from the initial letters of several words or parts of words which is itself pronounced letter by letter. Initialisms, plural of initialism. Initialists, a writer who identifies themselves by the initial letters of their name. Initialists, plural of initialists. Initializable, that can be initialized. Initialization, the process of preparing something to begin. Initializations, plural of initialization. Initialize, to assign initial values to something. Initialized, simple past and past participle of initialize. Initializer, one who or that which initializes. Initializers, plural of initializer. Initializes, third person singular simple present indicative of initialize. Initializing, present participle and gerund of initialize. Initial, simple past and past participle of initial. Initialer, alternative form of initialer. Initialers, plural of initialer. Initialing, present participle and gerund of initial. Initially, At the beginning. Initialness. The quality of being initial or coming first. Initials. Plural of initial. Agent. The subject of an initiation. Agents. Plural of initiand. Initiate. To begin, to start. Initiate. Simple past and past participle of initiate. Nieti. One who, or that which, is initiated. Initiate is. Plural of initiati. Initiates. Plural of initiate. Initiateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of initiate. Yet. Involving religious, spiritual, etc. initiation into something. Initiating. Present participle and gerund of initiate. Initiation. The act of initiating or the process of being initiated or introduced. Initiation. Ceremonies. Plural of initiation ceremony. Initiation ceremony. A ritual during which an initiate is admitted to an organization or given secret knowledge, sometimes contains one or more tests that have to be passed or endured. Initiation codon. A codon that signals the first amino acid to be used in the synthesis of the polypeptide chain of a protein, either AUG or GUG. Initiation codons. Plural of initiation codon. Initiational. Relating to or involving initiation into a religious group, spiritual status, etc. Initiationism. A rite or act of initiation. Initiations. Plural of initiation. Initiative. Serving to initiate. Initiatively. On one's own initiative, without being prompted. Initiatives. Plural of initiative. Initiator. One who initiates. Initiatories. Plural of initiatory. Initiatorily. In an initiatory manner. Initiators. Plural of initiator. Initiatory. Of or pertaining to initiation. Initiatrix. A female initiator. Present participle and gerund of it. Initiation. Initiation. Beginning. At the third person singular simple present indicative of in it. Initi. Inject. To push or pump something, especially fluids, into a cavity or passage. Injectability. The quality of being injectable. Injectable. Capable of being or designed to be injected. Injectables. Plural of injectable. Indectal. Relating to injection. Injectant. A substance that is injected. Injectants. Plural of injectant. Injectate. Material that is injected. Injectates. Plural of injectate. Injected. Simple past and past participle of inject. Injectee. A person receiving an injection. Injectees. Plural of injectee. Injector. Alternative form of injector. Injectors. Plural of injector. Injectability. Alternative form of injectability. Injectable. Alternative form of injectable. Injectables. Plural of injectable. Injecting. Present participle and gerund of inject. Injection. Fuel injection. The pressurized introduction of fuel into a cylinder. Injection molding. A manufacturing process for producing parts by injecting material into a mold. Injection moldings. Plural of injection molding. Injectional, relating to injection. Injections, plural of injection. Injectisome, a needle-like projection of protein in some bacteria used as a sensory probe. Injectosomes, plural of injectisome. Injecti, a material formed by injection of a sediment typically between strata. Injectites, plural of injectites. Injective, of relating to or being an injection, such that each element of the image or range is associated with at most one element of the preimage or domain. Inverse deterministic. Injective function, synonym of injection, a relation on sets X, Y that associates each element of Y with at most one element of X. Injective functions, plural of injective function. Injectively, with regard to injection, in an injective manner. Injectiveness, the state or quality of being injective. Injectivities, plural of injectivity. Injectivity, the property of being injective. Injector, one who, or that which, injects something. Injectoral, relating to an injector. Injectors, plural of injector. Injectosome, alternative form of injectisome. Injectosomes, plural of injectosome. Injects, third person singular simple present indicative of inject. Ingelititis, a notional disease that damages an organization, causing its employees to become frustrated, unmotivated, and or jealously competitive. Ingelate, placed in jelly. Ingen, alternative form of injun. Ingens, plural of ingen. Injera, a pancake-like flatbread made from fermented teff flour, a traditional food of Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Yemen, and the newer people of Sudan. Ingeras, plural of injera. Ingest, misspelling of ingest. Ingested, simple past and past participle of ingest. Ingesting, present participle and gerund of ingests. Ingests, third person singular simple present indicative of ingest. Injat, a village in North Khorasan province, Iran. Injedian, a surname from Armenian. Injedians, plural of Injidian. Inja, in card tricks, one or more cards secretly made to protrude slightly from the deck toward the performer. Injar, simple past and past participle of injar. Injogging, present participle and gerund of injar. Injogs, plural of injog. Enjoy, obsolete form of enjoin. Enjoined, simple past and past participle of enjoin. Enjoining, present participle and gerund of enjoin. Enjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of enjoin. Enjoint, to disjoint, to separate. Enjointed, simple past and past participle of enjoint. Enjointing, present participle and gerund of enjoined. Enjoyance, third person singular simple present indicative of enjoined. Enjoy, obsolete form of enjoy. Enjoy, simple past and past participle of enjoy. Enjoying, present participle and gerund of enjoy. Enjoys, third person singular simple present indicative of enjoy. Injucundity, the quality of being unpleasant, disagreeableness. Injudicable, not able to be determined by a judge. Injudicial, not according to the forms of law. Injudicious, showing poor judgment, not well judged. Injudiciously, in an injudicious manner. Injudiciousness, the state or condition of being injudicious. Injure, alternative letter case form of injun. Injunct, to put an injunction against. Use both of the party who applies for the injunction and of the judge who grants it. Injuncted, simple past and past participle of injunct. Injuncting, present participle and gerund of injunct. Injunction, the act of enjoining, the act of directing, commanding, or prohibiting. Injunctional, being or pertaining to an injunction. Injunctionless, lacking an injunction. Injunctions, plural of injunction. Injunctive, a verbal mood in Sanskrit characterized by secondary endings but no augment, and usually resembling an augmentless aorist or imperfect. Injunctively, as an injunction. Injunctives, plural of injunctive. Injuncts, third person singular simple present indicative of injunct. Injuns, plural of injun. Injurable, capable of being injured. Injurate, causing injury. Injurets, plural of injurate. Endure, to wound or cause physical harm to a living creature. Injure, simple past and past participle of injure. Injured parties, plural of injured party. Injured party, the plaintiff in a lawsuit. Injuredly, in an injured manner. Injuredness, the quality of being injured. Injurer, one who injures something. Injurers, plural of injurer. Injures, third person singular simple present indicative of injure. Injurious, second person singular simple present indicative of injure. Injura, third person singular simple present indicative of injure. Injuria, injury, invasion of another's rights. Injurious sign, damno, a legal wrong that causes no actual damage or injury to anyone. Injury, simple past and past participle of injury. Injuries, plural of injury. Injuring, present participle and gerund of injure. Injurious, causing physical harm or injury, harmful, hurtful. Injuriously, in an injurious manner, in a manner that injures or damages. Injuriousness, the quality of being injurious. Injuriousnesses, plural of injuriousness. Injury, damage to the body of a living thing. Injury current, the electric current due to an injury potential. Injury currents, plural of injury current. Injury potential, the electric potential arising in a muscle or nerve from trauma injury. Injury potentials, plural of injury potential. Injury time, additional time played after each period of a game in order to compensate for stoppages due to player injuries, loosely extended to include time added on to compensate for all types of stoppages, i.e. synonymous with stoppage time. Injury prone, who is susceptible to injury. Injury, simple past and past participle of injury. Unjust, unjust, unfair. Injustice, justice title of a justice of court seen as being unjust. Injustice collecting, a condition where one remembers and itemizes slights, imagined or real. Injustice collection, synonym of injustice collecting. Injustice collections, plural of injustice collection. Injustice collector, a person who practices injustice collecting. Injustice collectors, plural of injustice collector. Injustices, plural of injustice. Unjustly, unjustly, unfairly. A pigment or dye-based fluid used for writing, printing, etc. Ink ball, alternative form of ink ball. Ink balls, plural of ink ball. Ink bomb, an explosive device which releases an indelible ink designed to stain a person illegally opening a container of cash. Ink bombs, plural of ink bomb. Ink bottle, a bottle of ink, especially one which a pen may be dipped into. Inkwell. Ink bottles, plural of ink bottle. Ink cartridge, a user-replaceable container with one or more ink reservoirs that is designed to fit in the cartridge slot of an inkjet printer. Ink converter, a cylindrical device that can be fitted inside a fountain pen to allow the use of bottled ink instead of cartridges. Ink converters, plural of ink converter. Ink disease, fungal infection by Phytophthora cinnamomi in certain Castanea species. Ink dot, alternative form of ink dot. Ink dots, plural of ink dot. Ink eradicator, an ink eraser of the chemical kind. Ink eradicators, plural of ink eradicator. Ink eraser, an instrument used to remove ink from a writing surface, either traditionally a metal scraper or more recently a special pen dispensing a chemical that eradicates ink. Ink erasers, plural of ink eraser. Ink fountain, a container that is a part of a rotary printing press and in which ink is kept during the printing process. Ink fountains, plural of ink fountain. Inkin, to fill in or write in using a pen. Ink is in crayon, used to indicate that a document was just issued. Inkjet, alternative form of inkjet. Inkjet printer, alternative form of inkjet printer. Inkjet printers, plural of inkjet printer. Inkjets, plural of inkjet. Inkpad, alternative spelling of inkpad. Inkpads, plural of inkpad. Inkpen, a writing pen. Inkpot, alternative spelling of inkpot. Inkpots, plural of inkpot. Inksac, a muscular bag found in certain cephalopods used to generate ink. Inksacks, plural of inksac. Inkslinger, a writer, especially of low-quality writing. Inkslingers, plural of inkslinger. Inked tag, a tag consisting of ink put on clothing merchandise in stores to deter theft. Ink trap, a sharp recess in an inward corner present in certain typefaces. When printed, ink fills them as opposed to having normal corners, resulting in bleeding and loss of crispness. Ink traps, plural of ink trap. Ink up, to apply or install ink in preparation for printing. Inkwell, alternative spelling of inkwell. Inkwells, plural of inkwell. Inkball, alternative form of inkball. Ink block, a block or table onto which the ink is spread, which is then transferred by the rollers or ink balls. Ink blocks, plural of ink block. Ink cap, alternative form of ink cap. Ink caps, plural of ink cap. Ink dot, alternative form of ink dot. Ink dots, plural of ink dot. Inkjet, alternative form of inkjet. Inkjet printer, alternative form of inkjet printer. Inkjet printers, plural of inkjet printer. Inkjets, plural of inkjet. Inkpad, a piece of absorbent material, soaked with ink used for rubber stamps. The ink gets into the stamp by passing the stamp on the ink pad. Ink pads, plural of ink pad. Inkpot, alternative spelling of inkpot. Inkpots, plural of inkpot. Inkwell, alternative spelling of inkwell. Inkwells, plural of inkwell. Inkot, alternative form of inka. Incable, capable of being inked. Incalimba, a fabulous animal that features in Xhosa folk tales. It is often described as a jackal-like creature with a multicolored coat. Inked, alternative spelling of inkin. Lingas, plural of ink. Ka. Iqbal, there's a jackal-like creature with a multicolored coat. Inked, alternative spelling of inkin. Lingas, plural of inka. Iqbal, the gall of an oak tree used to produce ink. Inkballs, plural of inkball. Inkberries, plural of inkberry. Inkbarrow, a village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0157. Inkberry, any of various plants that bear dark berries or the berries themselves. Inkberry hollies, plural of inkberry holly. Inkberry holly, Ilex glaber. Iglot, a blot of ink. Inkblot tests, a Rorschach tests. Inkblot tests, plural of inkblot tests. Inkblots, plural of inkblot. Ink bottle, alternative spelling of ink bottle. Ink bottles, plural of ink bottle. Inkbrush, a brush used in Chinese calligraphy and painting. Ink brushes, plural of ink brush. Ink bush, the Platvarstia agassiana. Ink cat, a fungus of one of the genera Coprinus, Coprinolus or Coprinopsis. Ink caps, plural of ink cap. Ink seo, a beaded apron worn by the Xhosa people. Ink dye, a small spot of ink. Ink dots, plural of ink dot. Iti, obsolete spelling of ink. If, having a tattoo or tattoos. Inked tin, simple past and past participle of ink in. Inked up, simple past and past participle of ink up. Imken, made of or written with ink. Tutor, a person or device that applies ink. Inkerman, a city in Crimea, Ukraine. Incurs, plural of incur. Indes, plural of inky. Ifish, an octopus or squid. Inkfishes, plural of inkfish. Encoder, a container for ink. Encolders, plural of encolder. A core, a small portable container, often made of horn, used to carry ink. Incorn term, a borrowing from another language thought to be pretentious or unneeded, especially from Latin or Greek. Incorn terms, plural of incorn term. Incorn word, synonym of incorn term. Incorn words, plural of incorn word. Incordish, employing or characteristic of incorn terms, pedantically scholarly. Incornism, pedantry, a preference for incorn terms. Incornisms, plural of incornism. Incornist, one who uses or favors incorn terms. Incornists, plural of incornists. Incornize, to address someone using obscure words. Incornized, simple past and past participle of incornize. Incornizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incornize. Incornizing, present participle and gerund of incornize. Incorns, plural of incorn. Incozy, alternative spelling of incozy. Incosis, plural of incosi. Adhere, comparative form of inkai, more inkai. Indiest, superlative form of inkai, most inkai. Inkyly, in an inkai way, darkly blackly. Enkindle, alternative form of enkindle. Enkindled, simple past and past participle of enkindle. Enkindles, third person singular simple present indicative of enkindle. Enkindling, present participle and gerund of enkindle. Enkyness, the condition of or an instance of being inkai. Enkynesses, plural of enkyness. Ike, present participle and gerund of ink. Ikenyin, present participle and gerund of ink in. Inking up, present participle and gerund of ink up. Ingens, plural of inking. Igdish, synonym of inkai. Iget, a device, particularly one used in the printing of documents, which propels tiny droplets of ink to the paper. Inkjet printer, a device for the printing of documents, which that operates by propelling tiny droplets of liquid ink onto paper. Inkjet printers, plural of inkjet printer. Inkjet, plural of inkjet. Inkjetable, capable of being printed on an inkjet. Ickly, to hint at, disclose. Anecdote, simple past and past participle of inkly. Imply, third person singular simple present indicative of inkly. Inkus, without ink. Inkusly, without the use of ink. Inkusmes, absence of ink. Inklike, resembling ink. Incline, a line drawn in ink. Inclines, plural of incline. Inkling, usually preceded by forms of to give, a slight hint, implication, or suggestion given, a vague idea about something. Inklings, the literary group centered around English writers C.S. Lewis and his associates, particularly J.R.R. Tolkien and Charles Williams. Ink baker, a manufacturer of ink. Ink makers, plural of ink maker. Ink baking, the manufacture of ink. In mad, a person employed to prepare inks for use in printing. Iked, plural of ink man. And it, knockmead. In that, alternative form of a knit. In not, to fasten or bind as with a knot, to not together. In nots, third person singular simple present indicative of in not. In nodded, simple past and past participle of in not. In nodding, present participle and gerund of in not. In Ka, a city and town in Idaho. In Gusi, alternative form of Inkosi. In Gusis, plural of Inkusi. Inkosi, a chief particularly Zulu. Inkosis, plural of Inkosi. Inkpad, alternative spelling of Inkpad. Inkpads, plural of Inkpad. Inkpen, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS grid ref as SU 3764. Inkpens, plural of Inkpen. Inkbat, a pot for holding ink, and inkwell. Inkbats, plural of inkpot. Inkprint, ordinary ink printing when contrasted with braille. Ifprints, plural of inkprint. Ifproof, resistant to ink stains. Ims, plural of ink. Inkstin, third person singular simple present indicative of ink in. Inksep, third person singular simple present indicative of ink up. Inkscape, a free and open source vector graphics editor used to create vector images. Ikshed, the writing of polemical letters or articles. Inkslinger, a careless or unskillful writer. Inkslingers, plural of inkslinger. Inkspot, a spot of ink. Inkspots, plural of inkspot. Inkstain, a spot or area that has been discolored by absorbing ink. Inkstains, plural of inkstain. Inkstand, a small tray containing pens, and an inkwell, by extension a pot for holding ink, inkpot, inkwell. Inkstandish, an inkstand. Inkstandishes, plural of inkstandish. Inkstands, plural of inkstand. Inkstir, a surname. Aristic, a cake of solid ink used in traditional East Asian calligraphy and painting, in combination with an inkstone and inkbrush. Inksticks, plural of inkstick. Inkstone, a stone mortar used for grinding and holding ink in the East Asian art and calligraphy tradition. Inkstones, plural of inkstone. Inktober, an annual challenge in which artistic participants create an ink illustration for every day of October. Ithu, synonym of jacquardi. Imquid, a herbaceous perennial plant of species Phytolacca octandra. Inkwell, a container for ink, designed and usually positioned so that a person may conveniently dip a pen into it whenever a refill is needed. Inkwells, plural of inkwell. Inkud, Hypalate trifoliata, a small tree in the soapberry family, native to extreme southern Florida and islands of the Caribbean. It has trifoliate leaves and produces small flowers in early summer. Inquoods, plural of inquood. Inkwork, are done in ink. Imquirks, plural of inquirk. Imcrider, an instrument that records a received telegraph message in ink as Morse code. Imcriders, plural of incrider. Anti, the Inquisitor, player character from the video game Dragon Age, Inquisition. Inkai cap, the mushroom Coprinopsis atramentarия. edible but poisonous when consumed with alcohol. Inkai caps, plural of inkai cap. Inkai dinkies, plural of inkai dinky. Inkai dinky, a small key light. Initialism of Irish National Liberation Army. Enlice, to work in as lace, to embellish with work resembling lace. Enlice, simple past and past participle of inlace. Enlices, third person singular simple present indicative of inlace. Enlacing, present participle and gerund of inlace. Enlay, simple past and past participle of inlay. Imlau, alternative form of inlayam. Emund, within the land, relatively remote from the ocean or from open water, interior. Inland Empire, a region of Southern California, chiefly consisting of western Riverside County and southwestern San Bernardino County. Inland Hairstreak, a species of butterfly, Jalmanus aridus, endemic to Western Australia. Inland hairstreaks, plural of inland hairstreak. Inland Northwest, a region of the American Northwest centered on the greater Spokane, Washington area, encompassing all of eastern Washington and northern Idaho, including northeastern Oregon and western Montana. Inland Revenue, a British government department responsible for the collection of taxes not including local taxes and customs and excise duties. Inland Revenue, revenue that is derived from stamps, excise, income tax, etc. Inland revenues, plural of inland revenue. Inland Sea, synonym of Ceto Inland Sea. Inland Sea, a large but relatively shallow expanse of water within a landmass, sometimes connected to the ocean. Inland seas, plural of inland sea. Inland snake-eyed skink, any of species Cryptobopharis australis of arboreal skink, endemic to inland and central Australia. Inland taipan, Oxyuranus microlepidatus, a highly venomous snake endemic to semi-arid regions of central East Australia. Inland taipans, plural of inland taipan. Inlander, someone who lives inland. Inlanders, plural of inlander. Inlandish, relating to or produced in the land itself, domestic, home, native. Inlands, plural of inland. Inline, one of the inner lanes near the bottom of a pinball table that lead the ball toward the flippers. Inlines, plural of inline. Inlapidate, to convert into a stony substance, to petrify. Inlapidated, simple past and past participle of inlapidate. Inlapidates, third person singular simple present indicative of inlapidate. Inlapidating, present participle and gerund of inlapidate. Enlarge, archaic form of enlarge. Enlarge, simple past and past participle of enlarge. Enlarding, present participle and gerund of enlarge. Enlarge, third person singular simple present indicative of enlarge. Enlarge, archaic spelling of enlarge. Enlarge, simple past and past participle of enlarge. Enlarges, third person singular simple present indicative of enlarge. Enlarging, present participle and gerund of enlarge. Enlaugh, any sound in a word or syllable but the first and the last one. Inlouts, plural of inlout. Inlaw, to clear of outlawry or attainder, to return to the protection of the law. In-law, simple past and past participle of in-law. Imlai, present participle and gerund of imlaw. Imlaws, plural of inlaw. Inlay, to place pieces of a foreign material with another material to form a decorative design. Inlay card, a pamphlet accompanying a CD, film, etc. summarizing the contents and production. Inlay cards, plural of inlay card. Inlaid, simple past and past participle of inlay. Inlayer, someone or something that inlays. Inlayers, plural of inlayer. Inlaying, present participle and gerund of inlay. Inlayings, plural of inlaying. Inlayas, plural of inlay. Inlay, to lead into conduct. Inlayde, present participle and gerund of inlead. Inlayeds, plural of inlead. Inlay, alternative form of enleak. Inlayeds, third person singular simple present indicative of inlead. Inlay, a hole where water leaks in. Inlaykage, a leak inward from the outside. Inlaykages, plural of inleakage. Inlakes, plural of inleak. Inlining, leaning inward. Inl, simple past and past participle of inlead. Inlet, a body of water let into a coast such as a bay, cove, fjord, or estuary. Inlet manifold, synonym of intake manifold. Inlet manifolds, plural of inlet manifold. Inlet valve, a valve that lets fuel into a cylinder. Inlet valves, plural of inlet valve. Inlet, having an inlet. Inlets, plural of inlet. Inletting, present participle and gerund of inlet. Inlettings, plural of inletting. Inleration, the fact of God's being invested in a book, the Quran, as opposed to in flesh as held by Christianity. Inle, an area of older rocks surrounded by younger rocks, typically formed by erosion of part of the younger rock. Immernas, the papi or degree of emir. Inlier, plural of inlier. Inlie, to shine. Inlighted, lit up or lighted, illuminated. Enlighten, alternative spelling of enlighten. Enlightens, third person singular simple present indicative of enlighten. Enlighting, present participle and gerund of enlight. Enlights, third person singular simple present indicative of enlight. Enlightenability, the of being enlightable. Inlineable, capable of being inlined. Inline, alternative spelling of inline. Inline engine, alternative form of inline engine. Inline engines, plural of inline engine. Inline hockey, a form of hockey played on inline skates and a roller rink. Inline skate, alternative spelling of inline skate. Inline skates, plural of inline skate. Inline skating, alternative form of inline skating. Inline sled, hockey, synonym of inline sledge hockey. Inline sledge hockey, a parasport, a variant of roller sledge hockey, an adapted form of inline hockey, a modified form of ice sledge hockey, a form of hockey for wheelchair-bound athletes played on floor rinks similar to that found in inline hockey, using sledges similar to those in ice sledge hockey, with the skate blade replaced with an inline skate roller set, and a front caster instead of the forward ball, paired with the sticks from roller sledge hockey. Inlineable. Alternative form of inlineable. Inline. Simple past and past participle of inline. Inline. A portion of code that is optimized by means of inline expansion. Inline is plural of inline. Inliner. A program or algorithm that optimizes code using inline expansion. Inliners. Plural of inliner. Inlines. Third-person singular simple present indicative of inline. Inlining. Present participle and gerund of inline. Inlinings. Plural of inlining. Inlike. A hyperlink to a web page from an external website. Inlings. Plural of inlink. Unless. Archaic form of enlist. Enlisted. Simple past and past participle of enlist. Enlisting. Present participle and gerund of enlist. Enlists. Third person singular simple present indicative of enlist. Emma. Alternative spelling of enlive. Emlaus. Third person singular simple present indicative of inlove. Imlaw. A surname. Imai. To lock in. Imacht. Simple past and past participle of inlock. Inlocking. Present participle and gerund of inlock. Imox. Third person singular simple present indicative of inlock. Imo. Introspection. Imux. Plural of inlook. Inlo. A surname. Inlos. Plural of inlo. Inlumine. Obsolete form of illumin. Inlumined. Simple past and past participle of inlumine. Inlumining. Present participle and gerund of inlumine. Ami. Inward, interior, secret. Inuit, located further and especially from a coast. It'll acronym of inner nuclear membrane. Emase. The state of being an inmate. Emma, a surname. Inmental, to enwrap in a mantle and shroud. Inmentals. Third person singular simple present indicative of inmental. Inmerge. Marrying inside one's own ethnic, religious, or social group. Inmerges. Plural of inmarriage. Inmarried. Simple past and past participle of inmarry. Inmarries. Third person singular simple present indicative of inmarry. Inmarry. To marry a member of one's in-group. Inmit. Present participle and gerund of inmarry. Inmarsat. A British satellite telecommunications company. Inmarsat. Alternative letter case form of Inmarsat. Inmate. A person confined to an institution such as a prison as a convict or hospital as a patient. Inmatehood. The state or condition of an inmate. Inmatsme. A person confined to an institution such as a prison as a convict or hospital as a patient. Inmatehood. The state or condition of an inmate. Inmates. Plural of inmate. Inmate. Entrails. Inmates. The viscera of animals as meat. Imish. Alternative spelling of imesh to imesh, to catch as with meshes and nets to ensnare. Imesh. Simple past and past participle of inmish. Inmeas. Third person singular simple present indicative of inmish. Inmisher, present participle and gerund of inmish. Inmu, alternative form of emu. Emud, simple past and past participle of inu. Inue, present participle and gerund of inmu. Inmus, third person singular simple present indicative of inmu. Imad, Imads, Ahmedst. Immigrant, a person who migrates to another part of the same region or country. Immigrants, plural of immigrant. Immigration, a migration inwards, especially synonym of immigration. Immigrations, plural of immigration. Enmingal, alternative form of enmingle. Enmingals, third person singular simple present indicative of inmingle. Immix, to mix in, intermingle. Inmixes, third person singular simple present indicative of inmix. Emma, a surname. Immens, plural of inman. Inmost, the very deepest within, farthest from the surface or external part, innermost. Inmostness, the quality of being inmost. Inmosts, plural of inmosts. Imu, to move inwardly or in the mind, to affect with emotion. Innos, third person singular simple present indicative of innuv. Plural of INM. Initialism of international non-proprietary name. A right tributary of the Danube in Switzerland, Austria, and Germany. In of course, any of the 4 professional associations for barristers in England and Wales which have supervisory and disciplinary functions over their members and provide facilities such as libraries and accommodation. In yard, alternative form of inyard. Inyards, plural of inyard. Inyard, archaic form of inyard. Inyards, plural of inyard. Enna, a transliteration of the Belarusian or Russian female given name acute nna inna. Inej, the quantity of goods remaining in a container when received after shipment. Inejas, plural of innage. Inamorata, alternative form of inamorata. Inamoradas, plural of inamorata. Inamorado, alternative form of inamorado. Enamorados, plural of inamorado. Inafhai, a class of Mede traditional dresses worn by women. Enter, entrail, gut, intestine. Innards, plural of innard. Innate, inborn, existing or having existed since birth. Innate immune system, the initial line of defense that entails a cascade of cells and mechanisms that protect the host from infection by different organisms in an indeterminate pattern. Innate immune systems, plural of innate immune system. Innate immunity, immunity and immune response granted by the innate immune system. Innate, simple past and past participle of innate. Innately, in an innate manner, referring to a property that is possessed merely by its nature. Innateness, the condition of being innate. Innateness is, plural of innateness. Innates, third person singular simple present indicative of innate. Innate, present participle and gerund of innate. Innatism, the view that the mind is born with certain ideas or knowledge as opposed to the idea of the blank slate or tabula rasa. Innatist, a supporter of innatism. Innatists, plural of innatists. Innatu, natu, Innavigable, incapable of being navigated, impassable by ships, etc. Innavigably, in an innavigable manner. An obsolete form of in. An necessary, not required. Ed, simple past and past participle of in. Innegligible, not negligible. Innelli, a triclinic petiole mineral containing barium, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, sulfur, and titanium. An inhabitant of the inner planets of the solar system. Inner Asia, a region of Asia, usually comprising of what is now Central Asia, Mongolia including Inner Mongolia, and northeastern China, particularly as an area of historically strong pastoralist influence in contrast to surrounding sedentary civilizations. Inner automorphism, an automorphism which is a conjugation by a fixed element. Inner automorphisms, plural of inner automorphism. Inner bar, the legal profession as practiced by Queen's Counsel. Inner brass, an island of the United States Virgin Islands. Inner cabinet, the often informal inner circle within a cabinet which may itself by an official inner circle within a government or council of ministers which includes only the ministers or secretaries of state etc. who are closest to the executive head of state, prime minister or equivalent notably presiding officer. Inner cabinets, plural of inner cabinet. Inner cell mass, a mass of cells within a primordial embryo that will eventually develop into the distinct form of a fetus in most eutherian mammals. Inner cell masses, plural of inner cell mass. Inner child, the childlike aspect of a person's psyche, typically the personality and the memories of one's childhood, especially in the context of coexisting with and being suppressed by an adult aspect of the person. Inner children, plural of inner child. Inner chim, the emotional part of the human brain that can cause a person to act impulsively and without regard for consequences. Inner chimps, plural of inner chim. Inner circle, the group comprising one's closest friends or associates. Inner circles, plural of inner circle. Inner cities, plural of inner city. Inner city, the parts of a large city closer to its core, especially older, populous areas of low income or immigrant families as opposed to centrally located commercial areas. Inner class, a class that is declared entirely within the body of another class. Inner classes, plural of inner class. Inner core, the solid material found in the center of some planets at extremely high temperature and pressure, distinct from the liquid outer core. Inner cores, plural of inner core. Inner critic, a subpersonality that judges and demeans the actions, appearance, etc. of oneself. Inner critics, plural of inner critic. Inner diameter, the diameter of the inside of a tube, pipe, or any other object. Inner diameters, plural of inner diameter. Inner ear, the portion of the ear located within the temporal bone which includes the semicircular canals, vestibule, and cochlea and is responsible for hearing and balance. Inner ears, plural of inner ear. Inner emigration, the choice of some German writers to remain in Nazi Germany despite being opposed to Nazism. Inner experience, the awareness and understanding of one's own thoughts, feelings, and sensations, allowing for reflection on mental states and fostering a deeper insight into self and consciousness. Inner eye, synonym of third eye. Inner eyes, plural of inner eye. Inner Hebrides, the islands of the Hebrides along the west coast of Scotland, separated from the outer Hebrides by the Little Minge. Inner House, the higher branch of the Scottish Court of Session, its jurisdiction chiefly appellate. Inner Join, a join yielding a set of records that combines only the matching records from a set of tables. Inner Joins, plural of inner join. Inner Cartley, alternative form of Sheeta Cartley. Inner Lips, the Leia Minora. Inner Man, the spiritual or intellectual part of a person's mind. Alternative form of Sheeta Cartley. Inner Lips, the Leia Minora. Inner Man, the spiritual or intellectual part of a person's mind, soul, or nature. Inner Manchuria, synonym of Manchuria as the 3 northeastern provinces of China. Inner Marker, a type of marker beacon placed to indicate when an aircraft crosses the runway threshold of a Category Roman II or Category Roman III ILS or IGS approach, triggering a continuous visual and oral sequence of rapid-fire Morse code dots from the marker beacon receiver in the cockpit of an aircraft flying over the marker. Inner Markers, plural of inner marker. Inner Man, plural of inner man. Inner Mission, missionary work directed at members of one's own religious group, intended to alleviate hardship and raise the level of religious observance. Inner Missions, plural of inner mission. Inner Mongolia, an autonomous region of China, south of Mongolia, with closely related native Mongolian population, mostly north of the Great Wall. Capital, Hohhot. Inner Oort Cloud, a donut-shaped region of the Oort Cloud located 2,000 to 20,000 O from the Sun. It is home to many minor planets, notably sednoids. Inner Oort Clouds, plural of inner Oort Cloud. Inner Orbital Complex, a complex typically of a transition element in which the hybridization of the central metal atom utilizes d orbitals from the shell inside that of the outermost occupied shell. Inner Orbital Complexes, plural of inner orbital complex. Inner Peace, peace of mind. Inner Planet, any planet of the solar system whose orbit is located between the asteroid belt and the Sun, i.e. any of Mercury, Venus, Earth, or Mars. Inner Planets, plural of inner planet. Inner Product, numbered. Inner Product Space, a vector space which is additionally equipped with an inner product. Inner Product Spaces, plural of inner product space. Inner Products, plural of inner product. Inner Regular, whose measure is equal to the supremum of the measures of all compact sets which are contained by it. Inner Salt, Inner Salts, plural of inner salt. Inner Sanctum, Sanctum Sanctorum, Holy of Holies. Inner Sanctums, plural of inner sanctum. Inner semidirect product, the condition that a group G is a semidirect product of 2 subgroups N and H. Inner semidirect products, plural of inner semidirect product. Inner Solar System, the area of the solar system that comprises certain objects that are relatively close to the Sun, including Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, while not including the other planets. Inner Source, alternative form of inner source. Inner Strength, integrity of character, resoluteness of will, mental resistance to doubt or discouragement. Inner Strengths, plural of inner strength. Inner Tibet, the area of high-Attic Tibetan populations that are outside of the area roughly equivalent to the Tibetan Autonomous Region, but inside of China. Inner Trigram, the trigram located at the bottom below the outer trigram in a hexagram. Inner Trigrams, plural of inner trigram. Inner Two, an inflatable rubber tube with a valve inserted into the casing of a pneumatic tire. Inner tubes, plural of inner tube. Inner voice, a vocal part intermediate between the highest and the lowest. Inner West, a large suburban area and local government area. Inner West Council in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Inner workings, the mechanisms that function internally to a system and are not outwardly visible. Inner city, of pertaining to or situated in the central part of a city, especially an older, populous area of low-income or immigrant families. Inner directive, tending to follow one's own rules rather than those of society. Inner platform effect, an antipattern in which a system is made so cusplica of the development platform used to create it. Inner platform effects, plural of inner platform effect. Inner belt, a highway that loops around a city close to the city that is without looping around the whole metropolitan area. Inner belts, alternative spelling of inner city. Introduce, pronunciation, spelling of introduce. Introduce, simple past and past participle of introduce. Introduces, third person singular simple present indicative of introduce. Introducing, present participle and gerund of introduce. Interestin, pronunciation spelling of interesting. Interestin, pronunciation spelling of interesting. Interesting, pronunciation spelling of interesting. Inowathem, a small town in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Peeblesshire OS grid ref NT 3336. Innoa, inward, deep-seated. Innomore, comparative form of inner, more inner. Innermost, farthest inside or toward the center or middle. Innermostly, in or into the innermost place, most inwardly. Innermostness, the quality of being innermost. Innermosts, plural of innermost. Innerness, the quality of being inner. Innernessas, plural of innerness. Inner, the mechanism of spiritual or intuitive insight or connectedness. Innets, plural of internet. Inner, plural of inner. Inner sole, an insole, a cushioning layer lining the inside bottom of a shoe or boot. Inner soles, plural of inner sole. Inner source, the use of open source software development best practices and the establishment of an open source-like culture within organizations for the development of software that is proprietary or not open source. Inner source, alternative letter case form of inner source. Inner spring, that is constructed using springs enclosed within a padded fabric cover. Understanding, comprehension of one's own purported innate knowledge. Innertkirchen, a village and municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Innertube, alternative spelling of inner tube. Innertubes, plural of inner tube. Interrupt, pronunciation spelling of interrupt. Innervate, to supply an organ or part of the body with nerves. Innervated, supplied with nerves, having fibers distributed to a part of the body. Innervates, third person singular simple present indicative of innervate. Innervating, present participle and gerund of innervate. Innervation, the act of innervating or stimulating. Innervational, relating to innervation. Innervations, plural of innervation. Innervator, nerve stimulator. Innervators, plural of innervator. Inner, to innervate. Inert, simple past and past participle of innerve. Innerve, third person singular simple present indicative of innerve. Innerving, present participle and gerund of innerve. Innerwear, clothing worn underneath other clothing, nearer to the skin. Innerwear, of a plumage and inner web. Innerwebs, plural of innerweb. Innerwear, a small village in East Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Gridref NT 7274. Innerworld, synonym of headspace. Innerworlds, plural of innerworld. Ines, a surname. Essays, plural of ines. Ines, the quality of being in or in se. Ennest, superlative form of in. Most in, most popular, most fashionable. Inno, the interior, the inside, room. Inno, alternative, form of anu. Inaxin, any of a class of proteins used to create gap junctions in invertebrates. Innexins, plural of innexin. Innexin, a group of innexins that form a channel through the membrane of a cell. Innexins, plural of innexin. Evil, enough to fill an in. Evils, plural of inful. Inholder, an innkeeper. Inholders, plural of inholder. An eye, anything concave, especially. And a plural of in. An eye. A period of play in which members of a visiting baseball team attempt to hit a baseball pitched by the opposing home team until 3 players are called out, followed by a similar attempt by members of the home baseball team against the visiting team's pitching. There are 9 or more innings in a regulation baseball game. Innings, one sides from when the first player begins to bat until the last player is out, or individual players turn to bat, or the runs scored during those durations. Innenses, plural of innings. Innisfail, a town in Alberta, Canada. Innisfallen, an island of Loughlin, County Kerry, Ireland. Innisfal, a town in Simcoe County, Ontario, Canada. Innisfree, a village in Alberta, Canada. Inmethkeen, a village in County Monaghan, Ireland. Innes, a surname. Innessus, plural of innes. Imet, contraction of isn't it. Inidency, a burden, a dead weight. Initial, obsolete spelling of initial, nowadays a common misspelling. Iniction, a leaning or resting upon something, an instance of a thing being supported by another, innitency. Innictions, plural of inniction. Aegit, an innkeeper. Akeeper, the person responsible for the running of an inn, usually the proprietor. Innkeeper worm. Urechus copo, a North American spoon worm. Innkeeper worms, plural of innkeeper worm. Innkeeperess, a female innkeeper. Innkeeperesses, plural of innkeeperess. Innkeepers, plural of innkeeper. Innkeepe, the trade of an innkeeper, hostelry. Innkeepress, a female innkeeper. Innkeeps, plural of innkeep. Inlandet, a county in southeastern Norway formed on 1 January 2020 on the merger of Hedmark and Oppland. Enas, without an in, mi, resembling or characteristic of an in. Enasums, absence of responsibility for a crime, tort, etc. Enascensus, plural of innocence. Innocences, plural of innocency. Innocence, synonym of innocence. A surname. Innocent agent, a person who unknowingly, unintentionally, or under force or coercion commits a criminal act on behalf of another. Innocent agents, plural of innocent agent. Innocent as a lamb, very innocent. Innocent as a newborn babe, entirely innocent. Innocent as the babe unborn. Entirely innocent. Innocent as the child unborn, utterly innocent. Innocent bystander, a person who, although present at some event without taking part in it, is affected by it deleteriously. Innocent bystanders, plural of innocent bystander. Innocent passage, the passage of civilian and in some countries also military vessels through the territorial and archipelagic waters of foreign states without interference, subject to good behavior on the part of the vessels and their crews. Innocent, obsolete form of innocent. Innocenter, comparative form of innocent, more innocent. Innocentus, superlative form of innocent, most innocent. Innocenti, a surname from Italian. Innocentes, plural of innocenti. Innocently, in an innocent manner. Innocently divorced, divorced but not the party at fault. Innocentus, quality of being innocent. Innocence, plural of innocent. Innocence Day, synonym of childless. Iniquities, plural of iniquity. Iniquity, innocuousness. Inoculate, alternative spelling of inoculate. Inoculated, simple past and past participle of inoculate. Inoculation, alternative spelling of inoculation. Inoculations, plural of inoculation. Inoculative, misspelling of inoculative. Innocuous, harmless, producing no ill effect. Innocuously, in an innocuous manner. Innocuousness, the condition of being innocuous. Innocuousnesses, plural of innocuousness. Innodate, to bind up as in a knot, to include. Innodated, simple past and past participle of innodate. Innodates, third person singular simple present indicative of innodate. Innodating, present participle and gerund of innodate. Inogen, a female given name from the Celtic languages. Inogens, plural of inogen. Innominable, not to be named. Innominate, having no name, nameless, unnamed, anonymous. Innominate arteries, plural of innominate artery. Innominate artery, the brachiocephalic artery. Innominate bone, the hip bone. Innominate bones, plural of innominate bone. Innominate substance, synonym of substantia innominata. Innominate vein, synonym of brachiocephalic vein. Innominate veins, plural of innominate vein. Innominates, plural of innominate. rather than from the main stem. Innovate, to alter, to change into something new, to revolutionize. Innovative. Simple past and past participle of innovate. Innovates. Third person singular simple present indicative of innovate. Innovating. Innovative. Innovatingly. In an innovative manner. Innovation. The act of innovating. The introduction of something new in customs, rights, etc. Innovational. Of or pertaining to innovation. Innovationalism. Support for innovation, a policy of innovating. Innovationary. Tending to promote innovation. Innovationism. Support for innovation, a policy of innovating. Innovationist. A promoter of innovation. Innovationists. Plural of innovationists. Innovations. Plural of innovation. Innovative. Characterized by the creation of new ideas or inventions. Innovatively. In an innovative manner. Innovativeness. The characteristic of being innovative. Innovator. Someone who innovates, a creator of new ideas. Innovator's dilemma. The observation that well-established companies tend to concentrate on improving existing products, leaving them vulnerable to new competitors and disruptive technologies. Innovatorily. In an innovatory manner. Innovators. Plural of innovator. Innovatory. Producing new ideas or products. Innovator. Rare spelling of innovator. Innovators. Plural of innovator. Innovatrix. A woman who innovates, a female innovator. To invent, to innovate. Indolent. Fictional, made up, imaginary. Innolenting. Present participle and gerund of innovant. Innovention. Something innovented. Innoventions. Plural of innovention. Innoventer. One who innovents. Innoventors. Plural of innoventor. Innovations. Third person singular simple present indicative of innovant. Innoxious. Having no harmful effect. Harmless, innocuous. Innoxiously. In an innoxious manner. Innoxiousness. The quality of being innoxious. Plural of inn. Plural of inn. Inns of court. Plural of inn of court. Innsbruck. The capital city of Tyrol in western Austria. Innsbrucker. A native or inhabitant of Innsbruck. Innsbruckers. Plural of Innsbrucker. Innu. The Montagnais language. Innuemon. The Montagnais language. Innubilis. Cloudless. Innuendes. Plural of innuendo. Innuendo. A derogatory hint or reference to, or often sexual insinuation about, a person or thing. Innuendoed. Simple past and past participle of innuendo. Innuendos. Plural of innuendo. Innuendoing. Present participle and gerund of innuendo. Innuendos. Plural of innuendo. Innuendous. Of or pertaining to innuendo, containing innuendo. Innuendously. In an innuendous manner. Inert. Conveying a hint, significant. Inuit. dated form of Inuit. Inuits, plural of Inuit. Innumerable, that cannot be numbered, too numerous to count. Innumerability, the state of being innumerable. Innumerable, not capable of being counted, enumerated, or numbered. Innumerableness, the state or condition of being innumerable, countlessness. Innumerably, to an innumerable extent, uncountably. Innumeracies, plural of innumeracy. Innumeracy, an ignorance of mathematics and of how to apply it to practical applications, low ability to think critically in a quantitative way. Innumerable, enumerate, lacking numeracy. Enumerately, in an enumerate manner. Enumerates, plural of enumerate. Enumerous, not capable of being counted or numerated, indefinitely numerous. Inundated, misspelling of inundated. Innutrition, lack of nutrition. Innutritious, not providing nourishment. Innutritive, lacking in nutrition. Innertal, a region of Upper Austria. Ella, alternative form of the Burmese city. Alternative form of Innai. Inyard, the yard of an inn. Inyards, plural of inyard. Yiddo, a queen of Boeotia who, after her death and transfiguration, was worshipped as a goddess under the epithet Leucathea. Inno, a surname. Innos, plural of Innoa. Inobedient, not obedient, disobedient. Inobnoxious, not obnoxious. Inoborate, any of a class of borate minerals with chain-like structure. Inoberates, plural of inoberate. Inobscurable, synonym of unobscurable. Inobsequiousness, quality of being obsequious. Inobservable, unobservable. Inobservance, lack of observance. Inobservances, plural of inobservance. Inobservancy, alternative form of inobservance. Inobservant, not observant. Inobservantly, in an observant manner. Inobservation, lack of observation. Inattainable, not able to be attained. Inobtrusive, inconspicuous, unobtrusive. Inobtrusively, in an inobtrusive manner. Inobtrusiveness, the quality of being inobtrusive. Inova, acronym of ischemia and no obstructive coronary artery disease. Inocarpin, a gummy red pigment extracted from the clear juice of the Otaheite chestnut Inocarpus fagifer. Inoculate, obsolete form of inoculate. Inoculated, simple past and past participle of inoculate. Inoculates, third person singular simple present indicative of inoculate. Inoculating, present participle and gerund of inoculate. Inoculation, obsolete form of inoculation. Inoculations, plural of inoculation. Inoccupancies, plural of inoccupancy. Inoccupancy, the state of having no occupants, the state of being unoccupied. Inoccupation, lack of occupation, being busy, lack of something to do. Inosolate, Any snakefly in the family Inosolidae. Inosolids, plural of inosolid. Inocencio, a surname from Spanish. Inocencios, plural of inocencio. Inotromed, any extinct bivalve in the family Inotromidae. Inotromeds, plural of inotromen. Inocoshrum, a particular and androgen. Inocubate, misspelling of inoculate. Inocubated, simple past and past participle of inocubate. Inocubates, third person singular simple present indicative of inocubate. Inoccubating, present participle and gerund of inocubate. Inocula, plural of inoculum. Inoculability, the quality of being inoculable. Inoculable, capable of being inoculated. Inoculant, the active material used in an inoculation, an inoculum. Inoculants, plural of inoculant. Inocular, inserted in the corner of the eye like the antenna of certain insects. Inoculatable, alternative form of inoculable. Inoculate, to introduce an antigenic substance or vaccine into something, for example the body or someone, such as to produce immunity to a specific disease. Inoculated, simple past and past participle of inoculate. Inoculates, third person singular simple present indicative of inoculate. Inoculating, present participle and gerund of inoculate. Inoculation, the introduction of an antigenic substance or vaccine into the body to produce immunity to a specific disease. Inoculation lymphoreticulosis, cat scratch disease. Inoculations, plural of inoculation. Inoculative, relating to inoculation. Inoculativity, the condition of being inoculative. Inoculator, one who inoculates. Inoculators, plural of inoculator. Inoculatory, relating to inoculation. Inoculatrices, plural of inoculatrix. Inoculatrix, a female inoculator. Innocui, one who is inoculated. Inocules, plural of inoculi. Inoculant, alternative form of inoculant. Inoculants, plural of inoculant. Inoculum, the active material used in an inoculation, an inoculant a material or a docera. Inoculums, plural of inoculum. Note, a data structure representing an object such as a file or a directory in a Unix or similar file system. Inodes, plural of inode. Inode, to make odious or hateful. Inodiated, simple past and past participle of inodiate. Inodates, third person singular simple present indicative of inodiate. Inodiating, present participle and gerund of inodiate. Inodilator, an inotropic vasodilator. Inodilators, plural of inodilator. Inodorate, scentless, without an odor. Inodorous, odorless. Inodorousness, the lack of odor. Inoffensive, not offensive. Inoffensively, in an inoffensive manner. Inoffensiveness, the state or condition of being inoffensive. Inofficial, synonym of unofficial. Inofficially, unofficially. Physiosity, the quality of being inefficacious. Inefficient. Indifferent to obligation or duty. Inefficiously. In an inefficacious manner, without efficiousness. Inefficiousness. The quality of being inefficacious. Enogatran, a peptidomimetic thrombin inhibitor. Enogem, a complex nitrogenous substance formerly hypothesized to be continually decomposed and reproduced in the muscles during life. Inaugurotny, non-Cossack immigrants to Cossack-controlled land in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Inocosterone, a particular phytogisone isolated from chaff flowers, a species Escherichia sphoriae. Inoffectable, incapable of being smelled, odorless. Inalimumab, a mouse monoclonal antibody developed as an immunosuppressive drug against graft versus host disease. Inomycin, misspelling of inomycin. Abbreviation of inoperative. Inapacan, a municipality of late Philippines. Inoperability, the quality or state of being inoperable. Inoperable, incapable of being successfully operated on. Inoperably, in an inoperable manner. Inoperancy, the quality of being inoperant or inoperative, of lacking the power to be effective or effectual. Inoperant, not operant. Inoperation, agency, influence, production of effects. Inoperational, not operational. Inoperations, plural of inoperation. Inoperative, not working or functioning, either idle or broken. Inoperativeness, the state or condition of being inoperative, non-function. Inopercular, inoperculate. Inoperculate, having no operculum, said of certain gastropod shells. Inoperculates, plural of inoperculate. Inopinable, not to be expected, inconceivable. Inopinate, not expected, thought of, or looked for. Inopportune, unsuitable for some particular purpose. Inopportunely, in an inopportune manner. Inopportuneness, the quality of being inopportune. Inopportunism, a reluctance to take advantage of pragmatic opportunities that present themselves usually because of ideological or theological purity. Inopportunist, one who suffers from inopportunism. Inopportunists, plural of inopportunists. Inopportunity, lack of opportunity or chances to do something. Inoppressive, not oppressive or burdensome. Inopinable, indisputable, incontestable, unquestionable. Inoppressor, an inotropic vasopressor. Inoppressors, plural of inoppressor. Inoptimal, synonym of non-optimal. Inoptimally, in an inoptimal manner. Inopulent, not opulent, not rich. Inor, an Afro-Asiatic language spoken in Ethiopia. Inor, to form or constitute as an orb. Inord, simple past and past participle of inor. Inordering, present participle and gerund of inor. Inorbs, third person singular simple present indicative of inor. In order, to arrange, order, put in order. Inordinacies, plural of inordinacy. Inordinacy, the state or quality of being inordinate, excessiveness. Inordinate, excessive, unreasonable, or inappropriate in magnitude. Inordinately, in an inordinate manner. Inordinateness, the quality of being inordinate, unreasonable excess. Inordination, deviation from custom, rule, or right, irregularity. Inordinations, plural of inordination. Inor, abbreviation of inorganic. Inorganic, relating to a compound that does not contain carbon. Inorganic carbon, carbon that is not present as organic compounds, principally carbonate minerals. Inorganic chemists, a chemist whose field is inorganic chemistry. Inorganic chemistries, plural of inorganic chemistry. Inorganic chemistry, the chemistry of the elements including carbon and those compounds that do not contain carbon. Inorganic chemists, plural of inorganic chemists. Inorganic compound, any compound not containing carbon atoms. Inorganic compounds, plural of inorganic compound. Inorganic polymer, any giant molecule linked by covalent bonds, but having no or few carbon atoms in the main molecular backbone. Inorganic polymers, plural of inorganic polymer. Inorganical, archaic form of inorganic. Inorganically, in an inorganic manner. Inorganics, plural of inorganic. Inorganization, alternative form of inorganization. Inorganized, alternative form of inorganized. Inorganity, the quality of being inorganic. Inorganization, lack of organization. Inorganize, to disrupt the organization of disorganize. Inorganize, unorganize. Inorganizes, third person singular simple present indicative of inorganize. Inorganizing, present participle and gerund of inorganize. Inorganomtalic, describing any compound that contains a bond between a metal atom and an element other than carbon. Inori, I know, right? Inornate, not ornate. Inorthodox, synonym of unorthodox. Inosamine, any amine derived from inositol by replacing one or more OH groups with NH2. Inosamines, plural of inosamine. Inoscavin, any of a group of bioactive compounds made by Felinus lindius. Inoscavins, plural of inoscavin. Inosculate, to homogenize, to make continuous. Inosculated, simple past and past participle of inosculate. Inosculates, third person singular simple present indicative of inosculate. Inosculating, present participle and gerund of inosculate. Inosculation, the junction or connection of vessels, channels, or passages so that their contents pass from one to the other, union by mouths or ducts, intercommunication. Inosculations, plural of inosculation. Inosilicate, any silicate having interlocking chains of silicate tetrahedra. Inosilicates, plural of inosilicate. Inosinate, any salt or ester of inosinic acid. The salts are used as flavor enhancers. Inosinates, plural of inosinate. Inosine, any nucleoside formed from xanthine attached to a ribose. Inosine pranobax, a combination of inosine, acetamidobenzoic acid, and dimethylamidoisopropanol used as an antiviral drug. Inosines, plural of inosine. Inosinic, relating to inosine. Inosinic acid, a nucleotide inosine phosphate found in muscle tissue. Inosinome, all the inosines of an organism. Inosinomes, plural of inosinome. Inosinol, a univalent radical derived from inosine, the acyl group derived from inosinic acid. Inosite, former name of inositol. Inosites, plural of inosite. Inositae, any phospholipid containing inositol, phosphatidylinositol. Inositides, plural of inositae. Inositol, a simple carbocyclic sugar hexahydroxycyclohexane, chemical formula C6H0, which occurs in animal and plant tissue, once treated as part of the vitamin B complex, but is not a vitamin as it can be synthesized by the body. Inositolphosphoglycan, a phosphoglycan derived from a phosphatidylinositol. Inositolphosphoglycans, plural of inositolphosphoglycan. Inositolphospholipid, any phospholipid containing inositol, phosphatidylinositol. Inositolphospholipids, plural of inositolphospholipid. Inositals, plural of inositol. Inoslau, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Inoslavern, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Inosos, a sugar present in muscle tissue. Inososes, plural of inosos. Inostensible, not ostensible. Inotagma, the hypothetical contractile elements of protoplasm. Inotagmata, plural of inotagma. Not alone. The cyclooxygenase inhibitor 2Z2,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl-methylene 5-methyl-3,2-H-furanone present in some mushrooms. Inodosin, a neuropeptide, similar to oxytocin, present in ants. Inodosinergic, produced or activated by inodosin. Inodosins, plural of inodosin. Inotrope, any inotropic dry. Inotropes, plural of inotrope. Inotrope, increasing or decreasing the force of muscular contractions. Inotropicity, the condition of being inotropic. Inotropics, plural of inotropic. Inotropes, plural of inotropy. Inotropism, a modification of the force of muscle contraction. Inotropy, the force of muscle contraction. Inotuzumab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat some cancers. Inotuzumab ozogamicin, a humanized monoclonal antibody for the treatment of cancers. And now, a surname from Japanese. Inawa, the belief of reincarnation in Odinani. Inawi, a surname from Japanese. Inawis, plural of inawi. Inovirus, any of the genus Inovirus of filamentous bacteriophages. Inoviruses, plural of inovirus. Inorik Law, a city in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Inorik Law, a city in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Inox, stainless steel. Inoxidative, not oxidative. Inoxidizability, The condition of being inoxidizable. Inoxidizable. That cannot be easily oxidized. Inoxidized, not oxidized. Inoxidizing, preventing or hindering oxidization or rust. L. Initialism of ice nucleating particle. And bent. To reconstruct missing or damaged portions of images by interpolation of surrounding areas. And painted. Simple past and past participle of inpaint. And painter. A person or an algorithm that performs inpainting. And painters. Plural of inpainter. Inpainting. A technique in which missing or damaged portions of images are reconstructed by interpolation of surrounding areas. Inpaintings. Plural of inpainting. And bents. Third person singular simple present indicative of inpaint. In parlance. Alternative spelling of in parlance. Impatiate. Impatient. A patient whose treatment requires at least one night's residence in a hospital. A hospitalized patient. Impatience. Plural of impatient. Impatiate. An employee of a multinational company who is from a foreign country but is transferred from a foreign subsidiary to the corporation's headquarters. Impatiates. Plural of impatiate. Indas. Plural of inpat. Indemand. An incoming payment, income. Inpayments. Plural of inpayment. Impenetrable. Misspelling of impenetrable. Unless. Alternative form of in phase. Implant. Within a plane. Impacting. A folded area of epithelium formed during invagination. Inpacketings. Plural of inpacketing. Inpoint. The opening period of an edited sequence of audio or video. Inpoints. Plural of inpoint. Impossible. Obsolete spelling of impossible. Impor. To pour in. Impor. Simple past and past participle of impor. Inpouring. An inward flow. Inpouring. Plural of inpouring. Inpours. Third person singular simple present indicative of inpour. Inperquan. An antineoplastic drug. F. Plural of INP. The act or process of putting in, infusion. Input arm. The side of a lever on which force is applied. Input arms. Plural of input arm. Input device. Any of many hardware devices that provide input from a user or elsewhere to a computer. Input devices. Plural of input device. Input field. Synonym of field, a physical or virtual location for the input of information in the form of symbols. Input fields. Plural of input field. Input method. A set of mnemonics for inputting a foreign script or exotic symbols not found on a physical keyboard. Input method editor. A program that facilitates the input of foreign scripts or exotic symbols on a computer or similar device. Input method editors. Plural of input method editor. Input methods. Plural of input method. Input neuron. A neuron in the input layer of a neural network, outputting only a constant. Input neurons. Plural of input neuron. Input output section. the part of the environment division of a COBOL program that specifies the symbolic names of external files accessed by the program. Input-output sections, plural of input-output section. Input-output table, a table used in the analysis of industrial and economic structures as well as in making economic forecasts. Input-output tables, plural of input-output table. Input/output, the flow of information to and from human users or other client systems. Inputs, plural of input. Inputable, capable of being input. Inputted, simple past and past participle of input. Inputter, one who, or that which inputs. Inputters, plural of inputter. Inpute, present participle and gerund of input. Inquartation, quotation. Inquire, obsolete form of inquire. Injure, simple past and past participle of inquire. Inquires, third person singular simple present indicative of inquire. Inquiry, present participle and gerund of inquire. Inquest, a formal investigation, often held before a jury, especially one into the cause of a death. Inquest of office, an inquest undertaken on occasions when the Crown claimed the right of possession to land or property. Inquestionable, alternative form of unquestionable. Inquests, plural of inquest. Inquests of office, plural of inquest of office. Inquiet, to disquiet. Inquietation, disturbance. Inquietations, plural of inquietation. Inquieted, simple past and past participle of inquiet. Inquieting, present participle and gerund of inquiet. Inquietly, in an inquiet manner. Inquietness, unquietness. Inquiets, third person singular simple present indicative of inquiet. Inquietude, a condition of being restless, uneasy, or nervous. Inquietudes, plural of inquietude. Inquilab, misspelling of inquilab. Inquilling, an animal that lives commensally in the nest, burrow, gall, or dwelling place of an animal of another species. Inquiliums, plural of inquiline. Inquilinism, the situation where one animal lives commensally in the nest, burrow, or dwelling place of an animal of another species. Inquilinus, that lives in the dwelling place of another species. Inquinate, to pollute or make dirty. Inquinated, simple past and past participle of inquinate. Inquinates, third person singular simple present indicative of inquinate. Inquinating, present participle and gerund of inquinate. Inquination, defilement, pollution, stain or impurity. Inquinations, plural of inquination. Inquirable, capable of being inquired into. Subject or liable to inquisition or inquest. Inquirance, inquiry. Inquiration, inquiry. Inquirations, plural of inquiration. Inquire, to ask about something. Inquire after, to ask about the health of someone. Inquire of, to ask. Inquire, simple past and past participle of inquire. Inquired after, simple past and past participle of inquire after. Inquired of, Simple past and past participle of inquire of. Inquirender, an authority to inquire. Inquirant, making inquiry, questioning. Inquirants, plural of inquirant. Inquirer, one who inquires. Inquirers, plural of inquirer. Inquires, third person singular simple present indicative of inquire. Inquires after, third person singular simple present indicative of inquire after. Inquires of, third person singular simple present indicative of inquire of. Inquiries, plural of inquiry. Inquiring, present participle and gerund of inquire. Inquiring after, present participle and gerund of inquire after. Inquiring of, present participle and gerund of inquire of. Inquiringly, in an inquiring manner. Inquiring, plural of inquiring. Inquirist, an inquirer, a questioner. Inquirists, plural of inquirers. Inquiry, the act of inquiring, is seeking of information by asking questions, interrogation, a question or questioning. Inquiry-based learning, an active educational approach where learning begins by posing questions or scenarios. Inquisible, admitting judicial inquiry. Inquisiti, one who is being questioned or interrogated. Inquisities, plural of inquisiti. Inquisition, a tribunal of the Roman Catholic Church set up to investigate and suppress heresy. Inquisition post-mortem, a local investigation into the lands of a deceased person in order to discover the amount of income and the legal rights that were due to the crown. Inquisitional, of or pertaining to an inquisition. Inquisitionally, in an inquisitional manner. Inquisitionary, inquisitional. Inquisitioned, simple past and past participle of inquisition. Inquisitioning, present participle and gerund of inquisition. Inquisitionist, a member of an inquisition, an official questioner or interrogator. Inquisitionists, plural of inquisitionists. Inquisitions, plural of inquisition. Inquisitions post-mortem, plural of inquisition post-mortem. Inquisitive, eager to acquire knowledge, acquisitive. Inquisitive monkey, a southern African moth, Janamima mariana. Inquisitive monkeys, plural of inquisitive monkey. Inquisitively, in an inquisitive manner, curiously. Inquisitiveness, the quality of being inquisitive, curiosity. Inquisitor, a person who inquires, especially searchingly or ruthlessly. Inquisitorial, of or pertaining to an inquisition, specifically the Inquisition. Inquisitorial system, a trial system in which the prosecutor also acts as judge. Inquisitorial systems, plural of inquisitorial system. Inquisitorialism, a system of criminal procedure resembling the Roman Inquisition. Inquisitorially, in an inquisitorial manner. Inquisitorialness, the quality of being inquisitorial. Inquisitorious, inquisitorial. Inquisitors, plural of inquisitor. Inquisitorship, the role or status of inquisitor. Inquisitorships, plural of inquisitorship. Inquisitory, in the manner of an inquisition or inquiry. Inquisitor. Obsolete form of inquisitor. Inquisitors. Plural of inquisitor. Inquisitus. Inquisitive, curious. Inquisitress. A female inquisitor. Inquisitresses. Plural of inquisitress. Inquisitrix. A female inquisitor. Inquisitoriant. Inquisitorial. Inquiracy. The condition of being inquirate or not having enough members to carry out business and cast votes. Inquirate. That lacks the number sufficient to form a quorum. Error. Initialism of international normalized ratio indicator of the clotting tendency of blood. Enracinated. Rooted, implanted, ingrained. Inradiate. Plural of in radius. In radius, the radius of the largest circle that will fit inside any given geometric shape, especially inside a regular polygon. Irid. Obsolete spelling of enrage. Irid. Simple past and past participle of enrage. Irriges. Third person singular simple present indicative of enrage. Irriging. Present participle and gerund of enrage. Interel. To enclose or surround with rails. Interel. Simple past and past participle of interrail. Interrailing. Present participle and gerund of interrail. Interels. Third person singular simple present indicative of interrail. Enrapture and rapture. Irreconcilable. Not capable of being reconciled. Enregister. Obsolete spelling of enregister. Enregister. Simple past and past participle of enregister. Enregistering. Present participle and gerund of enregister. Enregisters. Third person singular simple present indicative of enregister. French Institute for Research in Computer Science and Automation. Irish. Obsolete spelling of enrich. Irish. Simple past and past participle of enrich. Enriches. Third person singular simple present indicative of enrich. Enriching. Present participle and gerund of enrich. Enrichment. Archaic form of enrichment. Enrichments. Plural of enrichment. Emrir. A rowing boat that has oarlocks positioned on the gunwales. Enriggers. Plural of enrigger. Eero. A small decorative box hung from the sash of a kimono for holding small objects. Eero. A small decorative box hung from the sash of a kimono for holding small objects. Imro. A barangay of Aurora, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Inroaded. Simple past and past participle of inroad. Inroading. Present participle and gerund of inroad. Inroads. Plural of inroad. Inroad. Obsolete spelling of inroad. Enroll. Obsolete form of enroll. Enroll. Incurved or rolled inwards. Enrolling. Present participle and gerund of enroll. Enrollment. The recording of a statute or act by placing it on a roll. Enrollments. Plural of enrollment. Enrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of enroll. Enrollments. Alternative form of enrollment. Enrollments. Plural of enrollment. Inrows. Plural of inrow. Inrounded. Exhibiting inrounding. Inrounding. a phonetic feature found in Swedish, a form of rounding where the lips are protruded and kept relatively close together. Era. In ski jumping, a steep portion of the ramp where skiers gain speed before taking off. Eroding. Running or flowing inward. Inrunnings. Plural of inrunning. Errons. Plural of inrun. Interruption. An act of bursting or breaking in. Interruptions. Plural of interruption. Inur. A crowding or flooding in. Inurs. Simple past and past participle of inrush. Inrush. Plural of inrush. Irushing. Moving towards or into. Inushings. Plural of inushing. Initialism of isolated neutron star. Abbreviation of insert. Ins and outs. The details or fine points of something. Abbreviation of insurance. Insabitati. The Waldenses. In safety. Lack of safety, insecurity, danger. Inside. Alternative form of inside. Nsaka, a cultural center point within an African village. The community elders and leaders often gather under the Nsaka to discuss community and business matters. The term Nsaka is most commonly used in the countries of Zambia and South Africa. In years gone by, villages were established and built surrounding a large tree which served the purpose of the place to meet, but in recent generations, the Nsaka is commonly built as a circular thatch-roofed gazebo supported by wooden poles. A circle of low-level walls serve as seating or as shelter from the wind. Larger Nsakas sometimes have fire pits built in the center for winter warmth. Nsakas, plural of Nsaka. Insalaco, a surname from Italian. Insalacos, plural of insalaco. Insalivate, to mix with saliva as when eating. Insalivated, simple past and past participle of insalivate. Insalivates, third person singular simple present indicative of insalivate. Insalivating, present participle and gerund of insalivate. Insalivation, the mixing of food with saliva during mastication. Insalubrious, unhealthful, not providing or promoting health. Insalubriously, in an insalubrious manner. Insalubriousness, the quality of being insalubrious. Insalubrities, plural of insalubrity. Insalubrity, the condition of being insalubrious, unhealthiness, unwholesomeness. Insalutary, not salutary or wholesome, bad for health. Insanability, the state of being insanable or impossible to cure. Insanable, not capable of being healed, incurable, irremediable. Insane, exhibiting unsoundness or disorder of mind, not sane, utterly mad. Insane asylum, a facility where persons with serious mental disorders are housed. Insane asylums, plural of insane asylum. Insane in the membrane, insane, crazy. Insanely, in an insane manner, not sanely. Insaneness, insanity, madness. Insaner, comparative form of insane, more insane. Insanery, an insane asylum. Insanus, superlative form of insane, most insane. Insangu, any particular plant which is smoked as a recreational drug, especially wild hemp. Insaniac, insane and maniacal. Insaniacs, plural of insaniac. Insaniac, to render unsound, to make mad. Insaniate, simple past and past participle of insaniate. Insaniates, third person singular simple present indicative of insaniate. Insaniating, present participle and gerund of insaniate. Insanitarily, in an insanitary way. Insanitariness, the papi being insanitary. Insanitary, of or pertaining to a lack of sanitation, unsanitary, dirty, unhealthy. Insanitation, lack of sanitation, unhygienic conditions. Insanitations, plural of insanitation. Insanities, plural of insanity. Insanity, the state of being insane, madness. Insano, an insane person. Insanos, plural of insano. Insatiabilities, plural of insatiability. Insatiability, the condition of being insatiable. Insatiable, not satiable, incapable of being satisfied or appeased. Very greedy. Insatiableness, the quality of being insatiable. Insatiables, plural of insatiable. Insatiably, in an insatiable manner. Insatiate, that is not satiated, insatiable. Insatiately, insatiably. Insatiateness, the state of being insatiate. Insatiety, insatiableness. Insatisfaction, insufficiency, emptiness. Insatisfactions, plural of insatisfaction. Insaturable, not capable of being saturated. Insa, simple past of in-sea. Inscape, a landscape of an indoor setting. Inscapes, plural of inscape. A village in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, NJ 6328. In science, ignorance, the lack of knowledge. In science, lacking knowledge, ignorant. Imsco, a surname. Imigos, plural of insco. Inagons, alternative spelling of ensconce. Inigamist, simple past and past participle of ensconce. Ensconces, third person singular simple present indicative of ensconce. Ensconcing, present participle and gerund of ensconce. Inscore, a surname. Inscores, plural of inscore. Inscribable, that can be inscribed, whose vertices all lie on a sphere. Inscribe, to write or cut words onto something, especially a hard surface or a book to be given to another person, to engrave. Inscribe, simple past and past participle of inscribe. Inscribed circle, an encircle. Inscribed circles, plural of inscribed circle. Inscribed matter, physical material containing an inscribed message, used as a means of communication between intelligences separated by astronomical distances. Inscriber, a person who inscribes. Inscribers, plural of inscriber. Inscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of inscribe. Inscribus, second person singular simple present indicative of inscribe. Inscribeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of inscribe. Inscribing. Present participle and gerund of inscribe. Immigrant. Inscribed. Inscriptable. Able to be inscribed. Inscripted. Simple past and past participle of inscript. Inscriptability. Quality of being inscriptable. Inscriptable. Capable of being inscribed. Inscripting. Present participle and gerund of inscript. Inscription. The act of inscribing. Inscriptional. Of or pertaining to inscription. Inscriptional Pahlavi. The earliest attested form of Pahlavi scripts dating to the reign of Mithridates IR 171-138 BC. Inscriptionally. In an inscriptional manner. Inscription. Inscribed, marked with an inscription. Inscriptionist. One who inscribes, a writer of inscriptions. Inscriptionists. Plural of inscriptionists. Inscriptionless. Without an inscription, not inscribed. Inscriptions. Plural of inscription. Inscriptive. Of the character or nature of an inscription. Inscriptively. In an inscriptive manner. Inscripts. Third person singular simple present indicative of inscript. Inscripturate. To put or make into scripture, to record or write in scripture. Inscripturated. Put or made into scripture, recorded, written, or included in scripture. Inscripturate. Inscripturates. Third person singular simple present indicative of inscripturate. Inscripturating. Present participle and gerund of inscripturate. Inscripturation. The act or process of inscripturating. Inscripturations. Plural of inscripturation. In scripture. Written in scripture. Inscroll. To write on a scroll, to record. Inscrolled. Simple past and past participle of inscroll. Inscrolling. Present participle and gerund of inscroll. Inscrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of inscroll. Inscrutability. The condition of being inscrutable. Inscrutable. Difficult or impossible to comprehend, fathom, or interpret. Inscrutableness. Inscrutability. Inscrutables. Plural of inscrutable. Inscrutably. In an inscrutable manner. Insculpt. To engrave, to carve, to sculpt. Insculpt. Simple past and past participle of insculp. Insculping. Present participle and gerund of insculp. Insculps. Third person singular simple present indicative of insculp. Insculpt. Sculpted, carved. Insculption. Inscription. Insculptions. Plural of insculption. Insculpture. An engraving or inscription. Insculpture. Engraved. Insculptures. Plural of insculpture. At initialism of internet sequence database collaboration. Inseam. The seam of a trouser up the inside of the leg. Enseamed. Simple past and past participle of enseam. Enseaming. Present participle and gerund of enseam. Enseams. Plural of enseam. Ensearched. Alternative form of ensearch. Ensearched. Simple past and past participle of insearch. Insearches. Third person singular simple present indicative of in search. In searching, present participle and gerundive in search. Insecable, indivisible, literal or figurative. An arthropod in the insecta class characterized by 6 legs up to 4 wings and a chitinous exoskeleton. Insect hotel, a man-made structure created to provide shelter for insects. Insect hotels, plural of insect hotel. Insect house, synonym of insect hotel. Insect houses, plural of insect house. Insect powder, any insecticide in powder form. Insect powders, plural of insect powder. Insect screen, a window screen. Insect screens, plural of insect screen. Insectageddon, a hypothetical worldwide disaster that would happen due to many insect species going extinct, as for example if the Holocene extinction remains unchecked. Insectageddons, plural of insectageddon. Insectin, of insects. Insectaria, plural of insectarium. Insectaries, plural of insectary. Insectarium, a type of live insect zoo or a museum or exhibit of live insects and similar arthropods. Insectariums, plural of insectarium. Insectary, a place for keeping living insects. Insectation, pursuit, harassment, persecution. Insectations, plural of insectation. Insectum, the condition of being an insect, insects in general. Insected, resembling or relating to an insect. Insection, of, pertaining to, or resembling insects. Insecticidal, of, relating to, or being insecticide, insect killing. Insecticidality, the quality of being insecticidal. Insecticidally, as an insecticide. Insecticide, a substance used to kill insects. Insecticides, plural of insecticide. Insectivorous, containing or producing insects. Insectivorm, resembling an insect. Insectifuge, a substance that protects against insects. Insectifuges, plural of insectifuge. Insectile, of or pertaining to insects. Insection, a cutting in or into, incision. Insections, plural of insection. Insectivoran, any animal of the former order Insectivora. Insectivorans, plural of insectivoran. Insectivore, insect-eating animal or plant. Insectivores, plural of insectivore. Insectivorian, insectivorous. Insectivorous, feeding on insects. Insectivore, the condition of being an insectivore. Insect kind, all insects considered as a group. Insectless, without insects. Insects-like, resembling an insect in any of various attributes such as form, behavior, or sound. Insecticutor, a device used to attract insects and kill them with electricity. Insecticutors, plural of insecticutor. Insectoi, insects-like. Insectoidal, resembling or being an insect or insectoid. Insectoids, Plural of insectoi. Insectologer. A scientist who studies insects. Insectologers. Plural of insectologer. Insectologic. Of or pertaining to insectology, entomology. Insectological. Of or pertaining to insectology, entomology. Insectologists. A scientist who studies insects. Insectologists. Plural of insectologists. Insectology. The scientific study of insects. Insectophobe. A person afflicted by insectophobia. Insectophobes. Plural of insectophobe. Insectophobia. An abnormal fear of insects. Insectotoxin. A toxin that specifically affects insects. Insectotoxins. Plural of insectotoxin. Insect-proof. Resistant to insects. Insects. Plural of insect. Insectual. Of, relating to, or characteristic of an insect. Insecti. Full of insects. Insecure. Not secure. Insecurely. In an insecure manner. Insecureness. Insecurity. Insecure. Comparative form of insecure, more insecure. Insecurus. Superlative form of insecure, most insecure. Insecurities. Plural of insecurity. Insecurity. A lack of security, uncertainty. Inseducible. Not seducible, impossible to seduce. Empty. To see into, to observe acutely. Is a present participle and gerund of in see. And seen. Past participle of in see. And please. Third person singular simple present indicative of in see. Insane. A town in Yunnan, Myanmar. Inselver. A monadnock isolated mountain. Inselberg. Plural of inselber. Inselbergs. Plural of inselber. Incel. A surname. Inseminable. Able to be inseminated or impregnated. Inseminate. To sow, to disperse or plant seeds. Inseminated. Simple past and past participle of inseminate. Inseminati. One who has been inseminated. Inseminati is. Plural of inseminati. Inseminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of inseminate. Inseminating. Present participle and gerund of inseminate. Insemination. A sowing of seed, the act of inseminating. Inseminations. Plural of insemination. Inseminator. A person who or device that inseminates. Inseminators. Plural of inseminator. Inseminatory. Relating to insemination. Immiscend. To send in. Insending. Present participle and gerund of insend. Insends. Third person singular simple present indicative of insend. Insensate. Having no sensation or consciousness, unconscious, inanimate. Insensately. In an insensate manner. Insensateness. Quality of being insensate. Insensates. Plural of insensate. Insense. To make to understand, to instruct. Insense. Simple past and participle of incense. Incensos, third person singular simple present indicative of incense. Insensibilize, alternative spelling of insensibilize. Insensibilize, simple past and past participle of insensibilize. Insensibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of insensibilize. Insensibilizing, present participle and gerund of insensibilize. Insensibilities, plural of insensibility. Insensibility, the property of being insensible. Insensibilize, to render insensible. Insensibilized, simple past and past participle of insensibilize. Insensibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of insensibilize. Insensibilizing, present participle and gerund of insensibilize. Insensible, unable to be perceived by the senses. Insensibleness, insensibility. Insensiblists, an unfeeling person. Insensiblists, plural of insensiblists. Insensibly, in an insensible manner, without feeling or noticing something. Incensing, present participle and gerund of insense. Insensitive, expressing or feeling little or no concern, care, compassion, or consideration for the feelings, emotions, sentiments, or concerns of other people, inconsiderate or incompassionate. Insensitively, in an insensitive manner. Insensitiveness, quality of being insensitive. Insensitivities, plural of insensitivity. Insensitivity, the condition of being insensitive. Insensuous, not sensuous, not pertaining to or detectable to the senses. Emet, simple past and past participle of insend. Insentience, the condition of being insentient. Insentient, having no consciousness or animation, not sentient. Inseparabilities, plural of inseparability. Inseparability, the condition of being inseparable. Inseparable, unable to be separated, bound together permanently. Inseparableness, the quality or state of being inseparable. Inseparables, plural of inseparable. Inseparably, in an inseparable manner. Inseparate, not separate, together, united. Inseparately, inseparably. Inseparable, misspelling of in an inseparable manner. Inseparate, not separate, together, united. Inseparately, inseparably. Inseparable, misspelling of inseparable. Insequent, having an almost random drainage, often forming dendritic patterns. Insera, a surname from Italian. Inseras, plural of insera. Insert, a key that when pressed switches between the overtape mode and the insert mode of a computer. Insert song, a piece of incidental music in anime. Insert songs, plural of insert song. Insertable, able to be inserted, able to be put into something else. Insertables, plural of insertable. Insertant, a receptor that is inserted into an enzyme. Insertance, plural of insertant. Insert, simple past and past participle of insert. Insertee, one who is penetrated by another during sexual intercourse. Insertees, plural of insertee. Inserter, a person who or device that inserts. Inserters, plural of inserter. Insertus, Second person singular simple present indicative of insert. Insertive. Third person singular simple present indicative of insert. Incertain. A protolytic fragment of tensin. Inserting. Present participle and gerund of insert. Insertings. Plural of inserting. Insertance. Plural of insertin. Insertion. The act of inserting or something inserted. Insertion order. A document that specifies the dates and scope of a media buy used in print, online, and broadcast media. Insertion orders. Plural of insertion order. Insertion reaction. A class of reaction in which a bond, typically a double bond, is broken and a small molecule such as carbon monoxide is inserted in its place. Insertion reactions. Plural of insertion reaction. Insertion sort. A sorting algorithm that performs its task by inserting new items into a pre-existing sorted data structure. Insertion sorts. Plural of insertion sort. Insertion time. The length of time which is required to rearrange a subcritical mass of fissile material into a prompt critical mass. Insertion times. Plural of insertion time. Insertional. That involves insertion. Insertionally. By means of insertion. Insertions. Plural of insertion. Inserto. Of or relating to insertion, especially in regard to sexual acts. Insertless. Lacking inserts. Inserter. One who or that which inserts. Inserters. Plural of inserter. Inserts. Plural of insert. Inser. To be of use to an end, to serve. Inserve. Plural of inserter. Inserts. Plural of insert. Inser. To be of use to an end, to serve. Inserve. Simple past and past participle of inserve. Inserves. Third person singular simple present indicative of inserve. In service. In service training. Inserviceable. Alternative form of unserviceable. In services. Plural of in service. Insurient. Conducive, instrumental. Inserring. Present participle and gerund of insur. In session. The act of sitting as in a tub or bath. In sessions. Plural of in session. Ancestor. Any of the former taxonomic order incessors, which included many songbirds. Incessorial. Pertaining to a member of the order incessors or perching birds, perching or designed for perching. Incessors. Plural of incessor. Essa. To set in fix or implant. Inset day. A day during term time on which pupils do not attend school, but staff take part in training or complete administrative tasks. Inset days. Plural of inset day. Ansatz. Plural of inset. Inseted. Simple past and past participle of inset. Insetter. A device for inserting pre-printed color segments into a monochrome publication. Insetters. Plural of insetter. Insetting. Present participle and gerund of incest. Inseverable. Incapable of being severed, indivisible, inseparable. Inseverably. So that it cannot be severed. Inshallah. Alternative spelling of inshallah. Indallah. Expressing the speaker's wish for a given future event to occur, and also generally their emphasis on its contingency upon the divine will. Inde. A two-handled plane for shaving or hollowing out the inside of barrels. Injaves. plural of inshave. Ag, archaic form of enchieve. Idiot, archaic form of enchieve. Idiot, simple past and past participle of enchieve. Is, third person singular simple present indicative of enchieve. Ishie, present participle and gerund of enchieve. Injace, third person singular simple present indicative of enchieve. Entel, to enclose in a shell. Enshel, simple past and past participle of inshell. Inshale, present participle and gerund of inshell. Injalf, plural of inshell. Injalter, to put into a shelter. Injalter, simple past and past participle of inshelter. Inshopere, present participle and gerund of inshelter. Injalders, third person singular simple present indicative of inshelter. Itip, to put aboard a ship. Inshipment, a shipment inward and import. Inshipments, plural of inshipment. Inshipped, simple past and past participle of inship. Inshipe, present participle and gerund of inship. Indieps, third person singular simple present indicative of inship. Enzut, the act of shooting or moving rapidly inward as a baseball that is pitched with a curve. Enduts, plural of inshoot. Inshore, close to especially in sight of a shore. Insuring, the outsourcing of employment domestically. Ishrin, archaic form of enshrine. Enshrine, simple past and past participle of inshrine. Inshrines, third person singular simple present indicative of inshrine. Inshrining, present participle and gerund of intrine. Insurance, insurance. Insure, I dialect spelling of insure. Insured, simple past and past participle of insure. Insures, third person singular simple present indicative of insure. Insuring, present participle and gerund of insure. Insication, the process of drying out. Inside, the interior inner pet. Inside address, the delivery address of an addressee written on the page of a letter. Inside addresses, plural of inside address. Inside back, a back whose primary job is to create space for the outside backs outside him, i.e. the scrun half, the fly half, and the inside center. Inside backs, plural of inside back. Inside baseball, technical matters concerning baseball generally not apparent or of interest to spectators. Inside center, a player who is positioned between the fly half and the outside center. Inside centers, plural of inside center. Inside dealing, synonym of insider trading. Inside diameter, alternative form of inner diameter. Inside diameters, plural of inside diameter. Inside edge, the edge of that closest to the body of the batsman. Inside edge, simple past and past participle of inside edge. Inside edges, plural of inside edge. Inside edging, present participle and gerund of inside edge. Inside forward, alternative form of inside forward. Inside forwards, plural of inside forward. Inside information, Information obtained by or from a person in a position of trust, a director, an employee, a consultant that affects the price of publicly traded securities. Inside job, a crime or other illicit action committed by or with the assistance of someone either having a relationship with a victim or entrusted with access to the victim's affairs and premises. Inside jobs, plural of inside job. Inside joke, a joke that is understood or meant to be understood only by certain people who are aware of the details and in-group. Inside jokes, plural of inside joke. Inside lag, the amount of time it takes for the government or the central bank to respond to a shock in the economy. Inside lags, plural of inside lag. Inside lane, the slow lane. Inside lanes, plural of inside lane. Inside leg, a clothing measurement for trousers/pants taken from crotch to ankle. Inside loo, an aerobatic maneuver in which a vertical circle is entered from straight and erect level flight, with a positive pitching movement used at all points in the loop to draw the circle. Inside loops, plural of inside loop. Inside man, synonym of shill an accomplice at a confidence trick during an auction or gambling game. Inside men, plural of inside man. Insido, inside, inside out, within the surface terms area and FC. Inside passage, the sea routes going through the islands of southeastern Alaska, United States. Inside pocket, a pocket inside of a garment, hence not visible to others. Inside pockets, plural of inside pocket. Inside salesman, a sales representative employed by a retail or wholesale vendor who works on the premises of his or her employer, transacting with customers directly on a sales floor or by telephone, online messaging, etc. Inside salesman, plural of inside salesman. Inside scoop, the newest, exclusive, or even confidential information on someone or something, especially when it is not typically well known or accessible to the general public. Inside scoops, plural of inside scoop. Inside stories, plural of inside story. Inside story, the true state of affairs, known only to privileged insiders. Inside straight, ellipsis of inside straight draw. Inside straight draw, a straight draw where a card is missing from the middle of the straight, therefore only one rank can complete the straight. Inside straight draws, plural of inside straight draw. Inside straights, plural of inside straight. Inside the box, restricted by convention. Inside track, the lane or track used at the interior. Inside tracks, plural of inside track. Inside trading, synonym of insider trading. Inside voice, synonym of int or voice. Inside voices, plural of inside voice. Inside work, anything built into dice for the purpose of loading them and cheating at games. Inside baseball, alternative form of inside baseball. Inside forward, a forward playing on one side of the center forward, but not as wide as the outside forward. Inside forwards, plural of inside forward. Inside out, synonym of sidelong. Inside out flower, any of the flowering plants of the genus Vangelia in the Barbae family. Inside out flowers, plural of inside out flower. Inside out nests, the quality of being inside out. inside the Beltway, within the portions of Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia encircled by Interstate 495, the Washington Beltway. Inside the park homer, a home run that does not leave the stadium. Inside the park homers, plural of inside the park homer. Inside the parker, a home run in which the ball does not leave the field of play, and inside the park home run. Inside the parkers, plural of inside the parker. Insideless, that has no inside. Insidely, in an inside or internal manner, internally. Insideness, the state or condition of being inside. Insider, a person who has special knowledge about the inner workings of a group, organization, or institution. Insider baseball, misconstruction of inside baseball. Insider dealing, synonym of insider trading. Insider dealings, plural of insider dealing. Insider trade, the illegal trade of a security of a publicly held company by a person who has privileged access to information concerning the company's financial condition or plans. Insider trades, plural of insider trade. Insider trading, the illegal trading of a public company's stock or other securities based on material, non-public information about the company. Insiderdom, the status of being an insider. Insiderish, like an insider, familiar with inner knowledge in jokes, etc. Insiderism, the characteristic behavior of insiders. Insiderly, characteristic of insiders. Insiderness, the quality of being an insider. Insiders, plural of insider. Insidery, characteristic of an insider, especially reflecting an insider perspective. Insides, plural of inside. Inside, outside, beginning. A tagging scheme commonly employed in tasks such as named entity recognition within computational linguistics. Inside, to lie in ambush for. Insidiated, simple past and past participle of insidiate. Insidiates, third person singular simple present indicative of insidiate. Insidiator, someone who lies in ambush or plots. Insidiators, plural of insidiator. Insidious, producing harm in a stealthy, often gradual, manner. Insidiously, in an insidious manner. Insidiousness, a surreptitious hurtfulness, quality of entrapment or treacherousness, the characteristic of being insidious. Insidiousnesses, plural of insidiousness. Insidious, misspelling of insidious. Inside, a sight or view of the interior of anything, a deep inspection or view, introspection, frequently used with into. Inside, having insight. Insightful, possessing insight, percipient. Insightfully, in an insightful manner, with insight. Insightfulness, the state or condition of being insightful. Insightless, lacking insight. Insightlessness, absence of insight. Insights, plural of insight. Insignia, an insignia. Insignia, a patch or other object that indicates a person's official or military rank or membership in a group or organization. Insignias, plural of insignia. Insignificance, the state of being insignificant. Insignificances, plural of insignificance. Insignificances, plural plural of insignificancy. Insignificancy, lack of signification, meaninglessness. Insignificant, not significant, not important, inconsequential, or having no noticeable effect. Insignificantly, in an insignificant manner, or to a degree that does not matter. Insignificance, plural of insignificant. Insignificative, not expressing meaning. Insignis, synonym of insignis pine. Insignis pine. The Madurai pine, Pinus radiata. Insignis pines, plural of insignis pine. Insignis pine. Alternative spelling of insignis pine. Insignis pines, plural of insignis pine. Insignium, a symbol or sign of something. Ensignment, a token, mark, or explanation. Ensignments, plural, symbol or sign of something. Ensignment, a token, mark, or explanation. Ensignments, plural of ensignment. Insimulate, to accuse. Insimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of insimulate. Insincere, not genuinely meaning what has been expressed, not sincere, artificial, factitious. Insincerely, in an insincere manner. Insincereness, the quality of being insincere, lack of sincerity. Insincerus, superlative form of insincere, most insincere. Insincerities, plural of insincerity. Insincerity, property of being insincere, lacking sincerity or truthfulness. Insinue, to strengthen with, or as if with sinews, to innerve, to invigorate. Insinue, simple past and past participle of insinue. Insinuant, insinuating, insinuative. Insinuate, to hint, to suggest tacitly, usually something bad while avoiding a direct statement. Insinuated, simple past and past participle of insinuate. Insinuates, third person singular simple present indicative of insinuate. Insinuateth, third person singular simple present indicative of insinuate. Insinuating, present participle and gerund of insinuate. Insinuatingly, in an insinuating way. Insinuatingness, the state or condition of being insinuating. Insinuation, the act or process of insinuating, a creeping, winding, or flowing in. Insinuational, of or relating to insinuation. Insinuations, plural of insinuation. Insinuative, tending to insinuate, insinuating. Insinuatively, in an insinuative manner. Insinuativeness, the quality of being insinuative. Insinuator, one who insinuates. Insinuators, plural of insinuator. Insinuatory, insinuative. Insinuendo, insinuation containing innuendo. Insinuendos, plural of insinuendo. Insinuendos, plural of insinuendo. Insipid, unappetizingly flavorless. Insipid schizotypal, exhibiting one of the two subtypes of schizotypal personality disorder as defined by the American psychiatrist Theodore Millon, includes features of schizoid personality disorder, depressive personality disorder, and dependent personality disorder. Insipider, comparative form of insipid, more insipid. Insipidus, Superlative form of insipid, most insipid. Insipidities. Plural of insipidity. Insipidity, the condition of being insipid, insipidness. Insipidly, in an insipid manner. Insipidness, a lack of distinctive, appealing, or energetic character, tastelessness, extreme blandness. Incipience, stupidity, folly. Incipient, foolish, lacking wisdom, stupid. Incipiently, in an incipient fashion. And thus, to hold up a claim emphatically. Insistence, misspelling of insistence. Insistences, misspelling of insistences. Insisted, simple past and past participle of insists. Insistence, second person singular simple past indicative of insists. Insistence, the state of being insistent. Insistences, plural of insistence. Insistencies, plural of insistency. Insistency, the quality of being insistent. Insistent, standing or resting on something. Insistently, in an insistent manner, pressingly. Insister, one who insists. Insisters, plural of insister. Insist, second person singular simple present indicative of insist. Insista, third person singular simple present indicative of insist. Insisting, synonym of insistent. Insistently, in an insisting manner. Insistive, incessant. And thus, third person singular simple present indicative of insist. Insisture, fixedness, persistence, insistence. Incisioncy, freedom from thirst. Incision, the insertion of a scion in a stock, engraftment. Incisions, plural of incision. Incisuate, an isometric dipletal tin white mineral containing antimony, bismuth, and platinum. Imagir, a surname. Imagirs, plural of Inskip. Enosget, a village in Inskip with Sowerby Parish, Wyre District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4637. Inskip with Sowerby, a civil parish in Wyre District, Lancashire, England, which includes these two villages. Itageps, plural of inskip. Enslave, archaic form of enslave. Enslaved, simple past and past participle of enslave. Enslaver, archaic form of enslaver. Enslavers, plural of enslaver. Enslaves, third person singular simple present indicative of enslave. Enslaving, present participle and gerund of enslave. Enhui, a surname. Ensleeper, visitor who will spend the night, overnight guests. Ensleepers, plural of ensleeper. Endele, a surname. Endeles, plural of inslee. Inlope, a slope that is tilted towards a road. Ebza, abbreviation of instruction. Ensnare, alternative spelling of ensnare. Ensnarer, simple past and past participle of ensnare. Ensnarer, one who ensnares. Ensnarers, plural of ensnare. Ensnared, third person singular simple present indicative of ensnare. Ensnaring, present participle and gerund of ensnare. Ensnarl, to make into a snarl or knot, to entangle. Insnarl. Simple past and past participle of insnarl. Insnarling. Present participle and gerund of insnarl. In the gnarls. Third person singular simple present indicative of insnarl. Insons. Plural of inson. Insober. Lacking sobriety, drunk. Insobrietas. Plural of insobriety. Insobrietas. Not sober, drunk. Insobriety. The state of being drunk, a lack of sobriety. Insociability. The quality of being insociable. Lack of sociability. Insociable. Not sociable or companionable. Insociableness. The quality of being insociable. Insociably. In an insociable manner. Insociate. Unaccompanied, solo. Insofar. To such a degree or extent. Insofar as. To the extent that. Insaw. Abbreviation of insoluble. Insulate. To dry in or expose to the sun's rays, to ripen or prepare by such exposure. Insulated. Simple past and past participle of insulate. Insulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of insulate. Insulating. Present participle and gerund of insulate. Insolation. The instant radiant energy emitted by the sun which reaches a unit area over a period of time, typically measured over a horizontal area at the Earth's surface or at the top of Earth's atmosphere. Insulational. Relating to insulation. Insulations. Plural of insulation. Insole. The inside sole of a shoe or other footwear. Insole. Simple past and past participle of insole. Insolence. Contemptible, ill-mannered conduct. Insulting, arrogant, bold behavior or attitude. Insolenced. Simple past and past participle of insolence. Insolences. Plural of insolence. Insolences. Plural of insolency. Insolencing. Present participle and gerund of insolence. Insolence. The quality of being insolent. Insolent. Insulting in manner or words, particularly in an arrogant or insubordinate manner. Insolently. In an insolent manner. Insolentness. Quality of being insolent. Insolence. Plural of insolent. Insult. Plural of insole. Insolidity. Lack of solidity, weakness. Insoling. Present participle and gerund of insole. Insaw. A surname. Insolubilization. Alternative form of insolubilization. Insolubilizations. Plural of insolubilization. Insolubilize. Non-Oxford British English Standard form of insolubilize. Insolubilized. Simple past and past participle of insolubilize. Insolubilizer. Alternative form of insolubilizer. Insolubilizers. Plural of insolubilizer. Insolubilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of insolubilize. Insolubilizing. Present participle and gerund of insolubilize. Insolubilities. Plural of insolubility. Insolubility. The quality of being insoluble. Insolubilization. The process of insolubilizing. Insolubilizations. Plural of insolubilization. Insolubilize. To make insoluble. Insolubilized. Simple past and past participle of insolubilize. Insolubilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of insolubilize. Insolubilizing. Present participle and gerund of insolubilize. Insoluble. That cannot be dissolved. Insolubleness. The quality or state of being insoluble, insolubility. Insolubles. Plural of insoluble. Insolubly. In an insoluble manner, irresolubly, irresolvably. Insolvability. The quality of being insolvable. Insolvable. Impossible to solve, insoluble. Insolvably. In an insolvable manner. Insolvated. Absorbed by solvation. Insolvents. Alternative form of insolvency. Insolvencies. Plural of insolvency. Insolvency. The condition of being insolvent. The state or condition of a person who is insolvent. The condition of one who is unable to pay their debts as they fall due, or in the usual course of trade and business. Insolvent. Unable to pay one's bills as they fall due. Insolvently. While insolvent. Insolvents. Plural of insolvent. Insomnia. A sleeping disorder that is known for its symptoms of unrest and the inability to sleep. Insomniac. One who suffers an inability or difficulty sleeping, a sufferer from insomnia. Insomniacs. Plural of insomniac. Insomnias. Plural of insomnia. Insomnias. Restless, sleepless. Insomnolence. Sleeplessness. Insomnolences. Plural of insomnolence. Insomnolency. Inability to sleep. Insomnia. Insomnolent. Characterized by an inability to sleep, experiencing insomnia. Insomuch. Because of, since, as a result of. Insonate. To expose to, or treat with, ultrasound. Insonated. Simple past and past participle of insonate. Insonates. Third person singular simple present indicative of insonate. Insonating. Present participle and gerund of insonate. Insonation. Exposure to or treatment with ultrasound. Insonations. Plural of insonation. Insonicate. To insonate. Insonicated. Simple past and past participle of insonicate. Insonication. Insonation. Insonications. Plural of insonication. Insonification. The process or the result of insonifying. Insonifications. Plural of insonification. Insonify. Simple past and past participle of insonify. Insonify. To flood an area or an object with carefully controlled sound waves, typically as a part of sonar or ultrasound imaging. Insonorous. Not clear or melodious. Truly. Insouciance. Carelessness, heedlessness, indifference, or casual unconcern. Insouciances. Plural of insouciance. Insouciant. Casually unconcerned, carefree, indifferent, nonchalant. Insouciantly. In an insouciant manner. Insoul. To set a soul in, reflexively, to fix one's strongest affections on. Insoled. Simple past and past participle of insole. Insole, present participle and gerund of insole. Insoles, third person singular simple present indicative of insole. Insource, to obtain goods or services by insourcing. Insourced, simple past and past participle of insource. Insources, third person singular simple present indicative of insource. Insourcing, the obtaining of goods or services using existing in-house resources or employees. L. Abbreviation of inspector. F. Alternative form of inspake, simple past of inspeak. Inspan, to yoke oxen. Inspan, simple past and past participle of inspan. Inspanning, present participle and gerund of inspan. Inspans, third person singular simple present indicative of inspan. Enspeak, to speak into, instill into. In speaking, present participle and gerund of inspeak. Present participle and gerund of inspeak. Inspeaks, third person singular simple present indicative of inspeak. Inspecific, nonspecific, unspecific. Inspect, to examine critically or carefully, especially to search out problems or determine condition, to scrutinize. Inspect the plumbing, synonym of use the toilet. Inspectability, the quality of being inspectable. Inspectable, able to be inspected. Inspected, simple past and past participle of inspect. Inspected the plumbing, simple past and past participle of inspect the plumbing. Inspectee, one who undergoes an inspection. Inspectees, plural of inspectee. Inspector, archaic form of inspector. Inspectors, plural of inspector. Inspecting, present participle and gerund of inspect. Inspecting the plumbing, present participle and gerund of inspect the plumbing. Inspectingly, with inspection, looking closely. Inspectings, plural of inspecting. Inspection, the act of examining something often closely. Inspection pit, a narrow pit or trench over which a vehicle can be parked and conveniently worked on from beneath. Inspection pits, plural of inspection pit. Inspectional, of or pertaining to an inspection. Inspectioneer, one who carries out an inspection, an inspector. Inspectioneers, plural of inspectioneer. Inspectionism, voyeurism. Inspectionist, a viewer. Inspectionist, plural of inspectionist. Inspections, plural of inspection. Inspective, engaged in inspection, involving inspection. Inspector, a person employed to inspect something. Inspector General, a senior official responsible for inspecting conformance to the standards in a civil or military organization. Inspector Knacker, a generic police officer or the police in general. Inspector Knackers, plural of Inspector Knacker. Inspectoral, alternative form of inspectorial. Inspectorate, an organized group of inspectors. Inspectorates, plural of inspectorate. Inspectorial, of or pertaining to an inspector or to inspection. Inspectors, plural of inspector. Inspectors general, plural of inspector general. Inspectorship, the condition of being an inspector, the office of an inspector. Inspectorships, plural of inspectorship. Inspectoscope, a machine for examining a person or luggage, etc. by means of X-rays to check for forbidden items. Inspectoscopes, plural of inspectoscope. Inspector, obsolete form of inspector. Inspectors, plural of inspector. Inspectress, a female inspector. Inspectresses, plural of inspectress. Inspectresses, plural of inspectrix. Inspectrix, a female inspector. Inspects, third person singular simple present indicative of inspect. Inspects the plumbing, third person singular simple present indicative of inspect the plumbing. Insperse, to sprinkle, to scatter. Insperses, third person singular simple present indicative of insperse. Inspersion, the act of sprinkling. Inspersions, plural of inspersion. Inspecsimus, a confirmation and reaffirmation of one or several royal grants made in the past, generally at the request of a putative beneficiary. Inspecsimuses, plural of inspecsimus. Inspection, obsolete spelling of inspection. Insphere, archaic form of insphere. Inspire, simple past and past participle of insphere. Inspheres, third person singular simple present indicative of insphere. Insphering, present participle and gerund of insphere. Inspin, a woman in cell. Inspirable, able to be inspired. Inspiral, describing the paths of a pair of astronomical bodies, for example binary stars or black holes that are spiraling in towards each other, losing energy to gravitational waves. Inspiral, simple past and past participle of inspiral. Inspiraling, present participle and gerund of inspiral. Inspiral, simple past and past participle of inspiral. Inspiraling, present participle and gerund of inspiral. Inspirals, plural of inspiral. Inspirate, something inhaled. Inspirates, plural of inspirate. Inspiration, the drawing of air into the lungs, accomplished in mammals by elevation of the chest walls and flattening of the diaphragm as part of the act of breathing. Inspiration porn, the portrayal of people with disabilities as being inspirational on the basis of their life circumstances. Inspirational, having the ability to inspire. Inspirationalism, synonym of inspirationism. Inspirationalist, synonym of inspirationist. Inspirationalists, plural of inspirationalists. Inspirationalization, the process of making or becoming inspirational. Inspirationally, in an inspirational manner. Inspirationals, plural of inspirational. Inspirationism, a belief in mystical inspiration in religion. Inspirationists, one who holds to inspiration, especially divine inspiration. Inspirationists, plural of inspirationists. Inspirationless, without inspiration. Inspirations, plural of inspiration. Inspirative, tending to inspire. Inspirator, an inspirer, one who inspires. Inspirators, plural of inspirator. Inspiratory, of or pertaining to inspiration in all senses. Inspiratrices, plural of inspiratrix. Inspiratrix, a female inspirator. Inspire, to infuse into the mind, to communicate to the spirit, to convey, as by a divine or supernatural influence, to disclose preternaturally, to produce in, as by inspiration. Inspire, having excellence through inspiration. Inspirely, in an inspired manner. Inspiredness, quality of being inspired. Inspirer, someone who inspires. Inspirers, plural of inspirer. Inspires, third person singular simple present indicative of inspire. Inspires, second person singular simple present indicative of inspire. Inspire, third person singular simple present indicative of inspire. Inspiring, providing inspiration, encouraging, stimulating. Inspiringly, in an inspiring manner. Inspirings, plural of inspiring. Inspire, to strengthen or hearten, give impetus or vigor. Inspirited, simple past and past participle of inspirit. Inspirator, a person or thing that inspirates. Inspirators, plural of inspirator. Inspiriting, present participle and gerund of inspirit. Inspiritingly, in an inspiriting manner. Inspirits, third person singular. Third person singular simple present indicative of inspirit. Inspirometer, an instrument for measuring the force, frequency, or volume of the inspirations in breathing. Inspirometers, plural of inspirometer. Inspissen, a thickening agent. Inspissens, plural of inspissen. Inspissate, to thicken a fluid in the sense of making it more viscous, especially by boiling, evaporation, or condensation, to condense. Inspissate, thickened or dried by evaporation. Inspissets, third person singular simple present indicative of inspissate. Inspissating, present participle and gerund of inspissate. Inspissation, the act of thickening. Inspissations, plural of inspissation. Inspissator, an apparatus for evaporating liquids, an evaporator. Inspissators, plural of inspissator. In spite, despite, irrespective of, notwithstanding. In spite of, alternative form of in spite of. Inspo, flipping of inspiration. Inspoke, simple past of inspeak. Inspoken, past participle of inspeak. Of, plural of ins. S, alternative form of inst. S, abbreviation of institute. Insta, clipping of Instagram. Insta thought, alternative form of insta thought. Insta thoughts, plural of insta thought. Insta, essen. Insta call, a call made right after the last player bets or raises. Insta called, simple past and past participle of insta call. Insta calling, present participle and gerund of insta call. Insta calls, plural of insta instacall. Insta at a childless man who enters into a relationship with a woman who has children, instantly becoming a father. Instadads, plural of instadad. Instamom, a childless woman who enters into a relationship with a man who has children, instantly becoming a mother. Instamoms, plural of instamom. Instasex, sexual intercourse entered into with another person within a short time of meeting that person. Instathought, a person who posts sexual or suggestive images on Instagram. Instathoughts, plural of instathought. Instaban, to ban without hesitation. Instaban, simple past and past participle of instaban. Instabening, present participle and gerund of instaban. Instabans, third person singular simple present indicative of instaban. Instabilities, plural of instability. Instability, the quality of being unstable. Unstable, exhibiting instability, unstable. Instableness, instability, unstableness. Instacall, alternative spelling of instacall. Instackled, simple past and past participle of instacall. Instackling, present participle and gerund of instacall. Instacall, plural of instacall. Instaslib, a famous user of the photo sharing and social media platform Instagram. Instacelebrities, plural of instacelebrity. Instacelebrity, synonym of instaceleb. Instacelebs, plural of instaceleb. Instat, a father who runs an Instagram account focused on his child/children or fatherhood in general. Instadad, plural of instadad. Instada, instant dat. Instadas, plural of instada. Instafame, the state or quality of being well known or popular on Instagram. Instafamus, well known or popular on Instagram. Ensager, to immediately jib with no damage beforehand necessary. Instagib, simple past and past participle of instagib. Instagibbing, present participle and gerund of instagib. Instajebs, third person singular simple present indicative of instagib. Instagram, an online photo and video sharing social networking service originally designed to mimic old-fashioned instant cameras. Instagrammable, alternative spelling of Instagrammable. Instagrammability, alternative spelling of Instagrammability. Instagrammable, alternative spelling of Instagrammable. Instagrammability, the state or quality of being Instagrammable. Instagrammable, visually attractive or interesting such that it lends itself to being photographed and posted on social media, specifically on Instagram, photogenic. Instagrammed, simple past and past participle of Instagram. Instagrammer, a user of the photo sharing and social networking service Instagram. Instagrammers, plural of Instagrammer. Instagramming, present participle and gerund of Instagram. Instagrams, plural of Instagram. Instackle, an instant kill. Instackled, simple past and past participle of instackle. Instackling, present participle and gerund of instackle. Instackles, plural of instackle. Install, Alternative spelling of install. Installed. Misspelling of installed. Installing. Misspelling of installing. Install. To connect, set up, or prepare something for use. Installability. The capability of being installed. Installable. Capable of being installed. Installation. An act of installing. Installation art. A genre of art which incorporates any media including the physical features of the site to create a conceptual experience in a particular environment. Installational. Of or pertaining to installation. Installation-like. Resembling or characteristic of an art installation. Installations. Plural of installation. Installed. Simple past and past participle of install. Installed base. The number of units of a system or product that are currently in use. Installed bases. Plural of installed base. Installer. One who installs. Installers. Plural of installer. Installfus. An event where experienced users assist others with installing an operating system on their computers. Installfists. Plural of installfus. Installing. Present participle and gerund of install. Installment. One of a series of parts, whether equal or unequal to the other parts of the series of a given entity or a given process, which part presents or is presented at a particular scheduled interval. Installment loan. A loan that is repaid over time with a set number of regularly scheduled payments and may or may not include a balloon payment. Installment loans. Plural of installment loan. Installment plan. Synonym of hire purchase. Installment plans. Plural of installment plan. Installments. Plural of installment. Installs. Third person singular simple present indicative of install. Installment. Alternative spelling of installment. Installments. Plural of installment. Installo. Quick or instantaneous affection. Installment. Alternative spelling of installment. Installments. Plural of installment. Installo. Quick or instantaneous affection. Installs. Third person singular simple present indicative of install. Installus. Instantaneous sexual attraction or desire. Instamatic. A kind of inexpensive point-and-shoot camera. Instamatics. Plural of instamatic. Instamine. An event where a cryptocurrency is released but most of the currency is quickly mined by only few miners. Instamine. Simple past and past participle of instamine. Instamines. Plural of instamine. Instamining. Present participle and gerund of instamine. Instamum. A mother who runs an Instagram account focused on her child/children or motherhood in general. Instamums. Plural of instamum. Instamp. Alternative form of instamp. Instamped. Simple past and past participle of instamp. Instamping. Present participle and gerund of instamp. Instamped. Third person singular simple present indicative of instamp. Instamum. Alternative spelling of instamum. Instamums. Plural of instamum. Instance. Urgency of manner or words, an urgent request, insistence. Instance, To cite an instance, to adduce an example. Instance variable. A member variable that is associated with a class for which each object of the class has a separate copy. Instance variables. Plural of instance variable. Instance. Simple past and past participle of instance. Instance then. Simple past and past participle of instance in. Instances. Plural of instance. Instances in. Third person singular simple present indicative of instance in. Instanza. Third person singular simple present indicative of instance. Instanze. Alternative form of instantiate. Instantiated. Misspelling of instantiated. Instantiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of instantiate. Instantiating. Misspelling of instantiating. Instanciation. Misspelling of instantiation. Instances. Plural of instancy. Instancing. The creation of an instance of something. Instancing in. Present participle and gerund of instance in. Instancings. Plural of instancing. Instance. Insistence. Insistency. Emerson. A very short period of time, a moment. Instant camera. A camera that uses cell-developing film to create a chemically developed print shortly after the photograph is taken. Instant cameras. Plural of instant camera. Instant coffee. A beverage in the form of a powder, granules, or concentrated liquid made from coffee and able to be quickly reconstituted by adding water. Instant coffees. Plural of instant coffee. Instant karma. A circumstance where something deserving but unexpected happens, especially when a person's actions backfire and cause an immediate, unforeseen, and unintended effect that may be deemed just desserts for those actions. Instant loss 2, a two-panel comic depicting a character who displays smugness or overconfidence in the first panel, only to be defeated or humiliated in the second. Instant loss 2, plural of instant loss 2, instant mommy. An instant noodle soup dish that is popular in the Philippines and abroad, consisting of pre-cooked noodles with a packet of soup, seasoning, and oil that can be prepared by adding hot water. Instant mash. Instant mashed potatoes. Instant mashed potato. Singular of instant mashed potatoes. Instant mashed potatoes. A potato preparation in the form of a powder or flakes, used to prepare mashed potato quickly and easily. Instant message. A message conveyed through an instant messaging program. Instant messaged. Simple past and past participle of instant message. Instant messages. Plural of instant message. Instant messaging. A form of real-time communication where two or more people exchange text messages, usually short, using computers or other devices with communications capabilities. Instant messenger. A computer application which allows instant text communication between two or more people through a network or the internet in its entirety. Instant messengers. Plural of instant messenger. Instant noodle. One of a mass of dried pre-cooked noodles fused with oil, usually soaked in boiling water for a few minutes before being eaten. Instant noodles. Plural of instant noodle. Instant reply. A video coding of an action that can be replayed immediately after video footage. Instant replay system. a technology to review controversial or close calls by officials through video playback, allowing for analysis of plays from multiple angles and in slow motion to potentially correct or modify initial decisions. Instant replay systems. Plural of instant replay system. Instant replays. Plural of instant replay. Instant suntan. Suntan oil or bronzing oil. Instant runoff voting. A form of alternative or preferential voting system in which voters rank candidates and votes for the worst performing candidate are reallocated to the voters' next highest choices until one candidate has reached the threshold for election. Instantaneities. Plural of instantaneity. Instantaneity. The condition of being instantaneous. Instantaneous. Occurring, arising, or functioning without any delay, happening within an imperceptibly brief period of time. Instantaneous velocities. Plural of instantaneous velocity. Instantaneous velocity. The velocity of an object at any given instant, especially that of an accelerating object. Instantaneously. Without any delay. In an instantaneous manner. Instantaneousness. Condition of being instantaneous. Instanter. Immediately, instantly. Without delay. Essential. That can be instantiated. Instantial. Relating to, being or constituting an instance. Instantially. In an instantial way, as instantiatable. Synonym of instantiable. Instante. To represent a concept, theme, or principle by an instance. Instantiate. Simple past and past participle of instantiate. Instantates. Third person singular simple present indicative of instantiate. Instantiate. Present participle and gerund of instantiate. Instantiation. The production of an instance, example, or specific application of a general classification, principle, theory, etc. Instantiations. Plural of instantiation. Instantiator. One who, or that which instantiates. Instantiators. Plural of instantiator. Instantize. Alternative form of instantize. Instantize. Simple past and past participle of instantize. Instantizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instantize. Instantizing. Present participle of instantize. Instantization. The process of instantizing. Instantize. To process milk powder into an instant version that is very easy for the consumer to reconstitute. Instantize. Simple past and past participle of instantize. Instantizer. A machine that instantizes. Instantizers. Plural of instantizer. Instantizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instantize. Instantizing. Present participle and gerund of instantize. Instantly. Obsolete form of instantly. Instantly. A once, without delay. Ansiness. Quality of instant. Incentin. A solution to the imaginary time nonlinear field equation of Yang-Mills theory carries information about quantum tunneling. Instantane. Of, pertaining to, or comprising instantons. Instantons. Plural of instanton. Instants. Plural of instant. Instapoem. A work of instapoetry. Instapoems. Plural of instapoem. Instapoet. A poet working in the instapoetry genre. Instapoetry. a genre of short-form poetry which emerged on Instagram in the late 2010s and is typically presented in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Instapowitz, plural of instapowit. Instar, an arthropod at a specified one of these stages of development. Instarred, simple past and past participle of instar. Instarring, present participle and gerund of instar. Instars, plural of instar. Instate, to install someone in office, to establish. Instated, simple past and past participle of instate. Instatement, the act or process of instating. Instatements, plural of instatement. Instates, third person singular simple present indicative of instate. Instathought, alternative form of instathought. Instathoughts, plural of instathoughts. Instating, present participle and gerund of instate. Instance, obsolete form of instance. Instances, plural of instance. Instant, obsolete form of instant. Instantly, obsolete form of instantly. Instaure, to renew or renovate. Instaurate, simple past and past participle of instaurate. Instaurates, third person singular simple present indicative of instaurate. Instaurating, present participle and gerund of instaurate. Instauration, restoration after decay or dilapidation, renewal, repair. Instaurations, plural of instauration. Instaurator, one who renews or restores to a former condition. Instaurators, plural of instaurator. Instaura, to renew or renovate, to instaurate. Instavers, the world of users of the Instagram online photo sharing service. Instaurly, lending itself to being photographed and posted on social media, photogenic. Instead, in the place of something usually mentioned earlier as a substitute or alternative. Instead of, in lieu of, in place of, rather than. Instead, contraction of instead of. In stealing, entering or manifesting surreptitiously. And steve, to steep or soak, drench. And state, simple past and past participle of insteep. Insteeping, present participle and gerund of insteep. Instaves, third person singular simple present indicative of insteep. Installation, a generalization of insolation to stars other than the sun. In a step, the arch pat of the top of the foot between the toes at the ankle. In step borer, a supposed torture device placed on the foot like a boot, on which there is a blade that can be inserted into the upper part of the foot. In step borers, plural of in step borer. In the stepped, having a specified kind of instep. In steps, plural of instep. In stex, acronym of instrument in support of trade exchanges. Nth, initialism of integrase strand transfer inhibitor. Instigant, alternative form of instigator. Instigate, to bring about by urging or encouraging. Instigated, simple past and past participle of instigate. Instigates, third person singular simple present indicative of instigate. Instigating, present participle and gerund of instigate. instigatingly, in a way that instigates or incites. Instigation, the act of instigating or the state of being instigated, incitement, especially to evil or wickedness. Instigations, plural of instigation. Instigative, tending to instigate. Instigator, a person who intentionally instigates, incites, or starts something, especially one that creates trouble. Instigators, plural of instigator. Instigator, obsolete spelling of instigator. Instigators, plural of instigator. Instigatress, a female instigator. Instigatresses, plural of instigatress. Instigatrices, plural of instigatrix. Instigatrix, female equivalent of instigator. Instill, Australia, Ireland, and UK standard spelling of instill. Instill, to cause a quality to become part of someone's nature. Instillate, a fluid injected or infused into the body. Instillated, simple past and past participle of instillate. Instillates, plural of instillate. Installation, the act of instilling. Installation abortion, a rare method of abortion performed by injecting a solution into the uterus. Installation abortions, plural of installation abortion. Installations, plural of installation. Instillator and instiller. Instillators, plural of instillator. Instilled, simple past and past participle of instill. Instiller, one who instills. Instillers, plural of instiller. Instilling, present participle and gerund of instill. Instillings, plural of instilling. Instillment, the act of instilling. Instillments, plural of instillment. Instills, third person singular simple present indicative of instill. Instillment, the act of instilling, installation. Instillments, plural of instillment. Instills, third person singular simple present indicative of instill. Instimulate, to stimulate, to excite. Instimulated, simple past and past participle of instimulate. Instimulates, third person singular simple present indicative of instimulate. Instimulating, present participle and gerund of instimulate. Instimulation, stimulation. Instimulations, plural of instimulation. Instinct, a natural or inherent impulse or behavior. Instinct shooting, art of accurately shooting instinctively without aiming and concentrating on the target. Instinction, instinct, incitement, inspiration. Instinctive, related to or prompted by instinct. Instinctive drift, the tendency of an organism to revert to instinctive behaviors that can interfere with the condition response. Instinctively, innately, by instinct, without being taught. Instinctiveness, the quality of being instinctive. Instinctivities, plural of instinctivity. Instinctivity, the quality of being instinctive or prompted by instinct. Instinctless, without instinct. Instincts, plural of instinct. Instinctual, of, relating to, or derived from instinct. Instinctualize. Alternative spelling of instinctualize. Instinctualize. Simple past and past participle of instinctualize. Instinctualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instinctualize. Instinctualizing. Present participle and gerund of instinctualize. Instinctualization. The process by which something becomes instinctual. Instinctualize. To make instinctual. Instinctualize. Simple past and past participle of instinctualize. Instinctualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instinctualize. Instinctualizing. Present participle and gerund of instinctualize. Instinctually. In an instinctual way. Enste. Plural of insti. Enste. Abbreviation of institute. Also instit. Enstet. Abbreviation of institute. Also instit. Institutarial. Relating to an agent or factor. Institute. An organization founded to promote a cause. Institute of Technology. Synonym of technological university. Institute professor. A professor with the highest academic title at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology MIT. Institute professors. Plural of institute professor. Instituted. Simple past and past participle of institute. Institutor. A person who institutes something. Institutors. Plural of institutor. Institutes. Plural of institute. Institutus. Second person singular simple present indicative of institute. Instituta. Third person singular simple present indicative of institute. Instituting. Present participle and gerund of institute. Institution. A custom or practice of a society or community. Institution building. The process of building institutions, all senses. Institutional. Of, pertaining to, characteristic of, or organized along the lines of an institution. Institutional advancement. A division of an institution focused on the improvement of the entity, primarily involved in fundraising activities. It is therefore heavily involved in communications, especially alumni relations, marketing, and public relations. Institutional advertising. Advertising that promotes a company rather than the specific products or services it offers. Institutional framework. The systems of formal laws, regulations, and procedures, and informal conventions, customs, and norms that shape socioeconomic activity and behavior. Institutional frameworks. Plural of institutional framework. Institutional memories. Plural of institutional memory. Institutional memory. A collective set of facts, concepts, experiences, and knowledge held by a group of people inside an organization. Institutional racism. Racism expressed in the practice of social and political institutions. Institutional racisms. Plural of institutional racism. Institutional religion. Alternative form of organized religion. Institutional religions. Plural of institutional religion. Institutional syndrome. Synonym of institutionalization, social deficits as a result of a long period spent in prison, etc. Institutionalization. Commonwealth and Ireland standard spelling of institutionalization. Institutionalizations, plural of institutionalization. Institutionalize, alternative spelling of institutionalize. Institutionalize, simple past and past participle of institutionalize. Institutionalizer, alternative form of institutionalizer. Institutionalizers, plural of institutionalizer. Institutionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of institutionalize. Institutionalizing, present participle and gerund of institutionalize. Institutionalism, adherence to the established religion or to established codes of conduct. Institutionalisms, plural of institutionalism. Institutionalists, of, pertaining to, or following institutionalism. Institutionalists, plural of institutionalists. Institutionalities, plural of institutionality. Institutionality, the quality of being institutional. Institutionalizable, able to be institutionalized. Institutionalization, the process of establishing a practice as a norm. Institutionalizations, plural of institutionalization. Institutionalize, to establish as a normal practice. Institutionalize, simple past and past participle of institutionalize. Institutionalizer, one who, or that which institutionalizes something. Institutionalizers, plural of institutionalizer. Institutionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of institutionalize. Institutionalizing, present participle and gerund of institutionalize. Institutionally, in an institutional manner. Institutionals, plural of institutional. Institutionary, relating to an institution or institutions. Institutionism, synonym of institutionalism. Institutionize, synonym of institutionalize. Institutionize, simple past and past participle of institutionize. Institutionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of institutionize. Institutionizing, present participle and gerund of institutionize. Institutions, plural of institution. Institution y, throughout an institution. Institutus, a writer or compiler of or a commentator on institutes. Institutists, plural of institutus. Institutive, tending or intended to institute, having the power to establish. Institutively, in a way that conforms to an institution. Institutor, one who institutes something. Institutors, plural of institutor. Institutress, a female institutor. Institutresses, plural of institutress. Institutrices, plural of institutrix. Institutrix, a female institutor. Ensunt, abbreviation of the instrument. Ensatz, plural of instant. Ensta, to stop, close, schade, make fast. Instopped, simple past and past participle of instop. In stopping, present participle and gerund of insta. Stops, third person singular simple present indicative of instop. In store, inside a store or shop. In store, simple past and past participle of in store. In stores, third person singular simple present indicative of in store. In storing, present participle and gerundive in store. In Stow, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England, at the confluence of the rivers Taw and Torge Owesgrid FSS 4730. Ensur, abbreviation of instrument. In stratify, interstratify. In stream, to flow or stream in, flow or stream into. In streamed, simple past and past participle of in stream. In streaming, a flowing in, influx. In streamings, plural of in streaming. In streams, plural of in stream. In strengthen, strengthen inwardly. In strengthens, third person singular simple present indicative of in strengthen. In stress, in the philosophy of Jared Manley Hopkins, the apprehension or realization of the inscape or distinctive design of an object. In stress, simple past and past participle of in stress. In stresses, plural of in stress. In stressing, present participle and gerund of in stress. In strew, to strew about, scatter in or upon, spread. In strews, third person singular simple present indicative of in strew. Intrinsic, misspelling of intrinsic. Ensign, abbreviation of instruction. Ensigns, plural of instant. In stroke, an inward stroke, specifically in a steam engine or other engine, a stroke in which the piston is moving away from the crankshaft. In strokes, plural of in stroke. Instruct, to teach by giving instructions. Instructability, the quality or degree of being instructable. Instructable, capable of being instructed, receptive to instruction or education. Instructed, simple past and past participle of instruct. Instructedness, the quality of being instructed. Instructee, a person being instructed. Instructees, plural of instructee. Instructor, one who instructs. Instructors, plural of instructor. Instructus, second person singular simple present indicative of instruct. Instructe, third person singular simple present indicative of instruct. Instructable, capable of being instructed, teachable. Instructing, present participle and gerund of instruct. Instruction, the act of instructing, teaching, or providing with information or knowledge. Instruction cycle, the steps that a central processing unit undertakes in order to process a single instruction, consisting of fetching, decoding, and executing the instruction in question and updating the program counter. Instruction cycles, plural of instruction cycle. Instruction set, the set of machine instructions that a particular CPU can execute, the corresponding set of assembly language mnemonics. Instruction sets, plural of instruction set. Instruction time, the total amount of time during which a student receives teaching or instruction from a classroom teacher in a school. Instruction times, plural of instruction time. Instructional, intended for purposes of instruction, for teaching. Instructional design, the discipline of creating educational materials often with the implication of alternative media. Instructionally, In an instructional manner. Instructionals, plural of instructional. Instructionless. Without instruction. Instructions, plural of instruction. Instructive, conveying knowledge, information, or instruction. Instructive case, noun case used to indicate means. It answers the question how, and in English, this is usually expressed by the prepositional phrase by means of, as in by means of the house. Languages that use the instructive case include Finnish and rarely Estonian. Instructive cases, plural of instructive case. Instructively. In an instructive manner. Instructiveness, the quality of being instructive. Instructives, plural of instructive. Instructivism, a form of education based in instruction by a teacher with no active involvement from the pupils. Instructivists, relating to instructivism. Instructological, of or pertaining to instructology. Instructology, a branch of education that studies the way in which instruction is used to impart knowledge or understanding. Instructor, one who instructs, a teacher. Instructress, alternative form of instructress. Instructoresses, plural of instructores. Instructor, a teacher. Instructress, alternative form of instructress. Instructoresses, plural of instructores. Instructorial, of or relating to instruction or instructors. Instructories, plural of instructory. Instructors, characteristic of an instructor, didactic. Instructors, plural of instructor. Instructorship, the office of an instructor. Instructorships, plural of instructorship. Instructory, of or relating to instruction, instructive, educational. Instructor, obsolete form of instructor. Instructors, plural of instructor. Instructress, a female instructor. Instructresses, plural of instructress. Instructresses, plural of instructrix. Instructrix, a female instructor. Instructrixes, plural of instructrix. Instructs, shortened form of instructions. Instrument, a device used to produce music. Instrument approach, an approach pre-landing procedure using flight instruments for some or all navigation to the landing airport and runway, as opposed to one flown solely by visual reference to the ground. Instrument approaches, plural of instrument approach. Instrument flying, guiding an airplane based only on instruments in the control panel. Instrument landing system, a collection of radio navigation aids always including a localizer and glide slope, and often 1 to 3 marker beacons as well used by pilots for approach guidance to a specific airport runway, especially when visibility is limited. Instrument landing systems, plural of instrument landing system. Instrument maker, maker of scientific instruments. Instrument panel, a flat, usually vertical surface onto which controls, instruments, and displays are mounted. Instrument panels, plural of instrument panel. Instrumental, essential or central, of great importance or relevance. Instrumental case, a noun case used to express means or agency and is generally indicated in English by or with the objective. Languages that use the instrumental case include Armenian, Serbo-Croatian, Czech, Dirbal, Georgian, Latvian, Slovene, Polish, Ukrainian, Quechua, Russian, Assamese, Tamil, Turkish, and Sanskrit. Extinct languages that use the instrumental case include Old English, Old Saxon, and Old High German. Instrumental cases. Plural of instrumental case. Instrumental rationality. A specific form of rationality focusing on the most efficient or cost-effective means to achieve a specific end, but not in itself reflecting on the value of the end. Instrumental version. A remixed song which lacks the vocal tracks. Instrumental versions. Plural of instrumental version. Instrumental width. The width of a fringe formed in monochromatic light. Instrumental widths. Plural of instrumental width. Instrumentalization. The treatment of an idea as an instrument that functions as a guide to action. Instrumentalizations. Plural of instrumentalization. Instrumentalize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of instrumentalize. Instrumentalize. Simple past and past participle of instrumentalize. Instrumentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instrumentalize. Instrumentalizing. Present participle and gerund of instrumentalize. Instrumentalism. In the philosophy of science, the view that concepts and theories are merely useful instruments whose worth is measured not by whether the concepts and theories are true or false or correctly depict reality, but how effective they are in explaining and predicting phenomena. Instrumentalisms. Plural of instrumentalism. Instrumentalists. One who plays a musical instrument as distinguished from a vocalist. Instrumentalists. Plural of instrumentalists. Instrumentalities. Plural of instrumentality. Instrumentality. The condition or quality of being instrumental, being useful, serving a purpose. Instrumentalization. Alternative spelling of instrumentalization. Instrumentalizations. Plural of instrumentalization. Instrumentalize. To make into an instrument for achieving a goal. Instrumentalize. Simple past and past participle of instrumentalize. Instrumentalizer. One who instrumentalizes. Instrumentalizers. Plural of instrumentalizer. Instrumentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of instrumentalize. Instrumentalizing. Present participle and gerund of instrumentalize. Instrumentally. By means of an instrument or agency as means to an end. Instrumentalness. Usefulness or agency as means to an end. Instrumentality. Instrumentals. Plural of instrumental. Instrumentaria. Plural of instrumentarium. Instrumentarium. Set of instruments. Tool set. Instrumentary. Instrumental. Instrumentation. The act of using or adapting as an instrument, a series or combination of instruments. Instrumentational. Relating to or serving as instrumentation. Instrumentations. Plural of instrumentation. Instrumented. Simple past and past participle of instrument. Instrumenting. Present participle and gerund of instrument. Instrumentation. Misspelling of instrumentation. Instrumentus. A performer on a musical instrument. Instrumentists. Plural of instrumentus. Instrument-like. Like an instrument. Instrumentally. By means of an instrument, instrumentally. Instruments. Plural of instrument. F's. Plural of inst. In style. The style. In styled. Simple past and past participle of in style. In styles. third person singular simple present indicative of in style. In styling, present participle and gerund of in style. In suavities, plural of in suavity. In suavity, lack of suavity, unpleasantness. Insubnuable, alternative form of unsubduable. In subjection, lack of subjection or obedience. Insubmergible, not capable of being submerged, buoyant. In submission, lack of submission, disobedience. Insubmissive, unwilling to submit, not submissive, disobedient. Insubordinate, rebellious or defiant to authority, contumacious. Insubordinated, not subordinated. Insubordinately, in an insubordinate manner. Insubordinateness, the quality of being insubordinate. Insubordinates, plural of insubordinate. Insubordination, the quality or state of being insubordinate, disobedience to lawful authority, specifically an employee's failure or refusal to comply with a request or an assignment given by his or her supervisor. Insubordinations, plural of insubordination. Insubres, a Gaulish people who lived in Insubria. Insubria, a historic region in modern Lombardy, Italy. Insubrian, or from Insubria. Insubstantial, unable to be substantiated. Insubstantial, lacking substance, not real or strong. Insubstantialities, plural of insubstantiality. Insubstantiality, the state or quality of being insubstantial. Insubstantially, in an insubstantial manner. Insubstantiated, alternative form of unsubstantiated. Insubstantive, not substantive in any sense. Insubvertible, that cannot be subverted. Insiccation, the act of soaking or moistening, maceration, solution in the juice of herbs. Insiccations, plural of insiccation. Insuccess, lack of success. Inmar, to suck in, inhale, absorb, soak up. Imsuck, simple past and past participle of insuck. Insucken, the multure paid by occupiers of thorough lands for the service of grinding. Insuckens, plural of insucken. Insucking, a sucking inward. Insuckings, plural of insucking. Pneumux, plural of insuck. Insudate, fluid collection within an arterial wall. Insudates, plural of insudate. Insudation, the action of forming an insudate. Insudations, plural of insudation. Insudative, not sudative. Ensue, archaic form of ensue. Ensued, simple past and past participle of ensue. Ensues, third person singular simple present indicative of ensue. Insuetude, the state or quality of being unaccustomed, lack of habit. Insufferable, not sufferable, very difficult or impossible to endure, intolerable, unbearable. Insufferableness, the state of being insufferable. Insufferably, in an insufferable manner. Insufficient, misspelling of insufficient. Insufficiently, misspelling of insufficiently. Insufficience, obsolete form of insufficiency. Insufficiencies, plural of insufficiency. Insufficiency, the lack of sufficiency, a shortage or inadequacy. Insufficient, an inadequate quantity of, not enough. Insufficiently, not sufficiently. Insufflate, to breathe or blow into or on. Insufflated, simple past and past participle of insufflate. Insufflates, third person singular simple present indicative of insufflate. Insufflating, present participle and gerund of insufflate. Insufflation, the action of breathing or blowing into or on. Insufflations, plural of insufflation. Insufflator, agent noun of insufflate, a person or device which insufflates. Insufflators, plural of insufflator. Ensuing, present participle and gerund of ensue. Insertable, obsolete form of unsuitable. Insula, a block of buildings in a Roman town. Insulable, capable of being isolated. Insulae, plural of insula. Insula, any material used to provide insulation. Insolence, plural of insolent. Insular, of or being pertaining to, situated on, or resembling an island or islands. Insular cortex, synonym of insula. Insular cortices, plural of insular cortex. Insular gray fox, Channel Island fox. Insular gray foxes, plural of insular gray fox. Insular Spaniard, a person of Spanish descent who lives in the Philippines. Insular Spaniards, plural of insular Spaniard. Insular tameness, synonym of island tameness. Insularinase, a zinc metalloenzyme that is a prothrombin activator. Insularine, an amorphous alkaloid found in Cyclia insularis. Insularization, alternative form of insularization. Insularism, insular withdrawn behavior. Insularisms, plural of insularism. Insularities, plural of insularity. Insularity, the quality or property of being insular. Insularization, the process of making insular. Insularize, to make insular. Insularize, simple past and past participle of insularize. Insularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of insularize. Insularizing, present participle and gerund of insularize. Insular, in an insular manner. Insulars, plural of insular. Insulary, obsolete form of insular. Insulas, plural of insula. Insulatard, a form of isophane insulin used to treat diabetes. Insulate, to separate, detach, or isolate. Insulated, protected from heat, cold, noise, etc. by being surrounded with an insulating material. Insulates, third person singular simple present indicative of insulate. Insulating, present participle and gerund of insulate. Insulating tape, electrical tape. Insulating tapes, plural of insulating tape. Insulation, the act of insulating, detachment from other objects, isolation. Insulationism, synonym of isolationism. Insulationist, a supporter of insulationism. Insulationists, plural of insulationists. Insulations, plural of insulation. insulatel, serving to insulate. Insulator, a substance that does not transmit heat. Thermal insulator, sound acoustic insulator, or electricity electrical insulator. Insulators, plural of insulator. Insulatory, that acts as an insulator. Insulin, a polypeptide hormone that regulates carbohydrate metabolism in various animals, including humans. Insulin analog, any of several molecular analogs of endogenous insulin with similar insulin receptor ligand activity but suitable for differing time spans of bioavailability and action, produced recombinantly and used as medications in treating diabetes, often metonymically just called insulin, the molecular modifications notwithstanding. Insulin analogs, plural of insulin analog. Insulinospart, a short-acting modified recombinant form of insulin, a short-acting insulin analog administered by subcutaneous injection in the treatment of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Trade names. Trademarks include Novolog, Fiasp, and others. Insulin degludec, an ultra-long-acting basal insulin analog used to control diabetes. Insulin detemir, a long-acting recombinant form of insulin administered by subcutaneous injection in the treatment of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Trade names include Levemir and possibly others. Insulin glargine, a long-acting recombinant form of insulin. Trademark Lantus administered by subcutaneous injection for the management of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Insulin glucoside, a rapid-acting insulin analog. Insulin lispro, a short-acting insulin analog administered by injection in the treatment of type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Trade names include Humalog among others. Insulin resistance, a pathological condition in which cells fail to respond normally to the hormone insulin. Insulin shock therapies, plural of insulin shock therapy. Insulin shock therapy, an outdated type of shock therapy effected by means of injecting an overdose of insulin. Insulinemia, the normal presence of insulin in the bloodstream. Insulinemic, alternative form of insulinemic. Insulinase, any enzyme that inactivates insulin. Insulinases, plural of insulinase. Insulinemia, an abnormally high level of insulin in the blood. Insulinemias, plural of insulinemia. Insulinemic, exhibiting insulinemia. Insulinergic, produced or activated by insulin. Insulinic, relating to insulin. Insulinization, alternative form of insulinization. Insulinitis, synonym of type 1 diabetes. Insulinization, treatment with insulin. Insulinize, to treat with insulin. Insulinize, simple past and past participle of insulinize. Insulinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of insulinize. Insulinizing, present participle and gerund of insulinize. Insulin-like, resembling insulin or some aspect of it. Insulinogenesis, production of insulin. Insulinogenic, promoting the production of insulin. Insulinagogue, a compound that stimulates the release of insulin. Insulinagogues, plural of insulinagogue. Insulinoma, a tumor of the pancreas that secretes insulin. Insulinomas, plural of insulinoma. Insulinomata, plural of insulinoma. Insulinomimetic, that mimics the action of insulin. Insulinomimetics, plural of insulinomimetic. Insulinopathies, plural of insulinopathy. Insulinopathy, any disorder due to an excess or deficiency of insulin. Insulinopenia, insulin deficiency. Insulinopemic, relating to a form of diabetes mellitus that results from an inadequate secretion of insulin. Insulinoresistance, resistance to the effects of insulin. Insulinostatic, that keeps the concentration of insulin in the body static. Insulinotherapy, the use of insulin as a therapy for diabetes. Insulinotropic, misspelling of insulinotropic. Insulinotropic, that stimulates the production, release, and slash or activity of insulin. Insulinotropin, an insulinotropic peptide similar to glucagon. Insulinotropins, plural of insulinotropin. Insulinotropism, the stimulation of the production, release, and slash or activity of insulin. Insulins, plural of insulin. Insulite, an insulating material, usually some variety of compressed cellulose made of sawdust, paper pulp, cotton waste, etc. Insulitis, inflammation of the island of Langerhans. Insuloma, a tumor of the islet of Langerhans. Insula striatal, insular and striatal, relating to the brain's insula and striatum, especially their connectivity, both normal and abnormal. Ensalus, abounding in islands. Insulse, insipid, dull, stupid, or tasteless. Insulsity, lack of taste, insipidity. Insult, to be insensitive, insolent, or rude to somebody, to affront or demean someone. Insult one's intelligence, to treat someone as if they're not intelligent or enough to understand something obvious. Insult to injury, harm, especially verbal, added to another, usually more substantive. Insultability, the quality of being insultable. Insultable, capable of being insulted. Insultant, a consultant who is willing to criticize the organization that they work for. Insultants, plural of insultant. Insultathen, a vigorous, lengthy exchange of insults. Insultathens, plural of insultathen. Insultation, the act of insulting, abusive or insolent treatment, insult. Insultations, plural of insultation. Insulted, simple past and past participle of insult. Insulted one's intelligence, simple past and past participle of insult one's intelligence. Insulteds, second person singular simple past indicative of insult. Insultee, one who is insulted. Insultees, plural of insultee. Insulter, someone who insults. Insulters, plural of insulter. Insulteth, second person singular simple present indicative of insult. Insulteth, third person singular simple present indicative of insult. Insultant, pronunciation spelling of insulting. Insulting, containing insult or having the intention of insulting. Insulting one's intelligence. Present participle and gerund of insult one's intelligence. Insultingly, in an insulting manner, to a degree that causes insult. Insultingness, the quality of being insulting, offensiveness. Insultings, plural of insulting. Insultive, insulting. Insultant, insolent treatment. Insult, Insultments, plural of insultment. Insulter, that which insults or intends to insult. Insult-proof, resistant to insults. Insultry, insults generally, the habit or process of insulting. Insult, plural of insult. Insults one's intelligence. Third person singular simple present indicative of insult one's intelligence. And so listen, insulintegrating enzyme. Insum, to take in, to absorb. Insunder, alternative form of asunder. Insuperabilities, plural of insuperability. Insuperability, the quality or state of being insuperable, insuperableness. Insuperable, impossible to achieve or overcome or be negotiated. Insuperableness, the quality of being insuperable or insurmountable, insuperability. Insuperably, in an insuperable manner. Insupportability, synonym of insupportableness. Insupportable, that cannot be tolerated or endured. Insupportableness, the state of being insupportable, insufferableness. Insupportably, in an insupportable manner. Insupposable, incapable of being supposed or considered, inconceivable. Insuppressible, that cannot be suppressed. Insuppressibly, in an insuppressible manner. Insuppressive, insuppressible, that cannot be suppressed. Insur, abbreviation of insurance. Insurabilities, plural of insurability. Insurability, the quality of being insurable. Insurable, capable of being insured. Insurables, plural of insurable. Insurably, in an insurable way. Insurance, a means of indemnity against a future occurrence of an uncertain event. Insurance agent, a person or company that sells insurance. Insurance broker, one who solicits or negotiates insurance policies from various insurers on behalf of clients who are buying insurance. Insurance brokers, plural of insurance broker. Insurance carrier, synonym of insurance company. Insurance companies, plural of insurance company. Insurance company, a company that provides insurance policies. Insurance contract, synonym of insurance policy. Insurance contracts, plural of insurance contract. Insurance fire, a form of arson in which a fire is intentionally started in order to enable collection from an insurance policy that protects against accidental fires. Insurance fires, plural of insurance fire. Insurance fraud, receiving insurance policy-based compensation by deceitfully causing an event that, if it were accidental, would lead to a rightful claim for said compensation. Insurance frauds, plural of insurance fraud. Insurance goal, a goal scored by a team that is already leading by one goal. Insurance goals, plural of insurance goal. Insurance policies, plural of insurance policy. Insurance policy, a legal document outlining a particular insurance cover for an insured entity for a given risk. Insurance poor, short of money as a result of paying high insurance premiums. Insurance shot, a second or subsequent shot fired at a downed animal to ensure it is dead. Insurance shots, plural of insurance shot. Insurance-like, resembling insurance or insurance policies. Insurancer, an insurer, an underwriter. Insurancers, plural of insurancer. Insurances, plural of insurance. Insurant, synonym of insured. Insurance, plural of insurant. Insurance, obsolete form of insurance. Insure, to provide for compensation if some specified risk occurs, often agreed by policy contract to offer financial compensation in case of an accident, theft, or other undesirable event. Insured, covered by an insurance policy. Insureds, plural of insured. Insure, synonym of insured. Insurers, plural of insure. Insurer, one who insures. Insurers, plural of insurer. Insurers, third person singular simple present indicative of insure. Insurist, second person singular simple present indicative of insure. Insurer, third person singular simple present indicative of insure. Insur, to rise up as an insurgent or in an insurgency. Insurged, simple past and past participle of insurge. Insurgence, an uprising or rebellion and insurrection. Insurgences, plural of insurgents. Insurgencies, plural of insurgency. Insurgency. Rebellion, revolt, the state of being insurgent. Insurgent, rebellious, opposing authority. Insurgentism. Insurgents. Insurgently, in an insurgent manner. Insurgents, plural of insurgent. Third person singular simple present indicative of insurge. Insurging, present participle and gerund of insurge. Insuring, present participle and gerund of insure. Insurmountability, the state or quality of being insurmountable. Insurmountable, incapable of being passed over, surmounted, or overcome, insuperable. Insurmountableness, the quality of being insurmountable. Insurmountably, in an insurmountable manner. Insurpassable, synonym of unsurpassable. Insurrect, to take part in an insurrection. Insurrected, simple past and past participle of insurrect. Insurrector, an insurrectionist. Insurrectors, plural of insurrector. Insurrecting, present participle of insurrect. Insurrection, the action of part or all of a national population violently rising up against the government or other authority. Countable an instance of this, a revolt, an uprising, specifically one that is at an initial stage or limited in nature. Insurrectional, relating to insurrection. Insurrectionalism, the belief that insurrection is the best way to achieve a communist or socialist revolution. Insurrectionalists, a member of the insurrectional faction of the FSLN that defeated Anastasio Somozagarja on 1979. Insurrectionalists, plural of insurrectionalists. Insurrectionally, in terms of or by means of insurrection. Insurrectionaries, plural of insurrectionary. Insurrectionary, pertaining to or characterized by insurrection. Insurrectionism, a form of revolutionary anarchism that emphasizes insurrection. Insurrectionist, a person who provokes or takes part in an insurrection. Insurrectionists, plural of insurrectionists. Insurrectionize, to cause to rise up in insurrection. Insurrectionized, simple past and past participle of insurrectionize. Insurrectionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of insurrectionize. Insurrectionizing, present participle and gerund of insurrectionize. Insurrections, plural of insurrection. Insurrectiony, characteristic of an insurrection. Insurrectious, of or relating to an insurrection. Insurrecto, a rebel, especially in Cuba or the Philippines during American military involvement there around the start of the 20th century. Insurrectory, relating to insurrection. Insurrectos, plural of insurrecto. Insurrects, third person singular simple present indicative of insurrect. Insurtech, the use of information technology in the insurance industry. Inser, acronym of U.S. Navy Board of Inspection and Survey, an inspection that occurs on ships and submarines every 5 years and prior to commissioning. Insusceptibility, lack of susceptibility most senses. Insusceptible, not susceptible. Insusceptibly, in an insusceptible manner. Insusceptive, not susceptive or susceptible. Insusurration, the act of whispering into something. Inswarming, that swarms inward. Inswarmings, plural of inswarming. Inswat, archaic spelling of inswat. Iswat, simple past and past participle of inswat. Inswat is third person singular simple present indicative of inswat. Inswathing, present participle and gerund of inswat. Insweep, the motion of a swimmer's arm inward towards the body. Insweeps, plural of insweep. Inswept, narrowed at the forward end, said of an automobile frame when the side members are closer together at the forward end than at the rear. Inswing, an inward swinging motion. Inswinger, alternative form of inswinger. Inswingers, plural of inswinger. Inswinging, swinging inward. Inswings, plural of inswing. Inswire, swung or bent inward. Abbreviation of intelligence. Clipping of intermediate. Contraction of isn't it. Abbreviation of international. Interesting, dialect spelling of interesting. Abbreviation of interstate. Entabulation, an arrangement of a vocal or ensemble piece for keyboard, lute, or other plucked string instrument, written in tablature. Entabulations, plural of entabulation. Intact, left complete or whole, not touched, defiled, sullied, or otherwise damaged. Intact dilation and evacuation, synonym of intact dilation and extraction. Intact dilation and evacuations. Plural of intact dilation and evacuation. Intact dilation and extraction. A late-term surgical abortion procedure involving an order dilation of the cervix, removal of the fetus from the uterus to the shoulders, and emptying of the fetal cranium to allow for easier passage of the head through the cervix and vagina. intact dilation and extractions. Plural of intact dilation and extraction. Intactable, not perceptible by touch. Intactable, not perceptible to the touch. Intactivism, the advocacy of the right to genital integrity, i.e. the right of a person to not be subjected to the invalidatory, non-therapeutic modification of their genitals. Intactivist, a person who is involved in intactivism, one who campaigned against involuntary, non-therapeutic genital modification, such as infant male circumcision. Intactivists, plural of intactivist. Intactly, in an intact manner. Intactness, the condition of being intact. Intactnesses, plural of intactness. Intabui, plural of intaglio. Intagliated, engraved in the form of an intaglio. Intaglii, plural of intaglio. Intaglio, a design or piece of art which is engraved or etched into something. Intaglio, simple past and past participle of intaglio. Intaglios, plural of intaglio. Intaglioing, present participle and gerund of intaglio. Intaglios, plural of intaglio. Intaizumo, a one-day exhibition tournament to commemorate the retirement of a salaried rikishi. Entail, archaic form of entail. Entailed, simple past and past participle of entail. Entailing, present participle and gerund of entail. Entailment, archaic form of entailment. Entailments, plural of entailment. Entails, third person singular simple present indicative of entail. Inte, the place where water, air, or other fluid is taken into a pipe or conduit, opposed to outlet. Intake manifold, the part of an engine that supplies the fuel and air mixture to the cylinder. Intake manifolds, plural of intake manifold. Intake silencer, a device that reduces the noise in an intake system. Intake silencers, plural of intake silencer. Intake system, the subsystem of an engine that takes in air from the environment and delivers it to the combustion chamber. Intake systems, plural of intake system. Intake valve, a valve in the cylinder head of an internal combustion engine that controls the passage of fluid to be drawn into the cylinder. Intake valves, plural of intake valve. Intaken, past participle of intake. Intaker, one who or that which takes or draws in. Intakers, plural of intaker. Intakes, plural of intake. Intaking, present participle and gerund of intake. Intakings, plural of intaking. Intau, an international auxiliary language created by German linguist Erich Weferling and published in 1956, developed as a compromise between Esperanto, Ido-Occidental Interling, Neo and Novial. Ilar, internalized talk or speech, talk associated with a particular group, company, or occupation, jargon. Intaminated, uncontaminated. Intangibilities, plural of intangibility. Intangibility, the quality or state of being intangible, intangibleness. Intangible, incapable of being perceived by the senses, incorporeal. Intangible asset, Any valuable property of a business that is not a physical by nature, including intellectual property, customer lists, and goodwill. Intangible assets may or may not be shown on the balance sheet. Intangible assets, plural of intangible asset. Intangible cultural heritage, practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, or skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces that are considered by UNESCO to be part of a place's cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritages, plural of intangible cultural heritage. Intangibleness, the characteristic of being intangible. Intangibles, plural of intangible. Intangibly, in an intangible manner. Entangle, archaic form of entangle. Entangled, simple past and past participle of entangle. Entangles, third person singular simple present indicative of entangle. Entangling, present participle and gerund of entangle. Intarsia, a decorative form of Italian wood inlaying. Intarsias, plural of intarsia. Intarsio, alternative form of intarsia inlaid wood. Intarsios, plural of intarsio. Intarsis, an artist who produces intarsia designs. Intarsists, plural of intarsis. Interweb, alternative spelling of interweb. Intasome, a nucleoprotein complex active in integration of DNA from a bacteriophage into host. Intasomes, plural of intasome. Intastable, incapable of being tasted. Intacicid, any temespondyle in the family Intacicidae. Intacicids, plural of intacicid. Abbreviation of Intel Corporation. Intgol, abbreviation of intercoastal. Intectate, having a sculptured surface but no tectum of pollen. Int, simple past and past participle of int. Indefada, alternative spelling of intifada. Indefadas, plural of intifada. Intefade, alternative spelling of intifada. Intefades, plural of intefade. Integer, a number that is not a fraction, an element of the infinite enumerable set -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Integer factorization, the decomposition of a composite number into a product of smaller integers. Integer factorizations, plural of integer factorization. Entidernas, the characteristics shared by all integers. Integeramine, a pyrrolizidine alkaloid. Integers, plural of integer. Integrabilities, plural of integrability. Integrability, the quality of being integrable having an antidifference or antiderivative. Integrable, able to be integrated. Integrable function, any function that possesses a finite integral. Integrable functions, plural of integrable function. Integro, abbreviation of International Gamma Ray Astrophysics Laboratory, is satellite of the European Space Agency. Integro, constituting a whole together with other parts or factors, not omittable or removable. Integral calculus, the calculus that generalizes summation to find areas, masses, volumes, sums, and totals of quantities described by continuously varying functions. Integral domain, any non-zero commutative ring in which the product of non-zero elements is non-zero. Integral domains, plural of integral domain. Integral element. Given a commutative unital ring R with extension ring S, i.e. there's a subring of S, any element SS, there's a root of some monic polynomial with coefficients in R. Integral elements, plural of integral element. Integral equation, an equation involving a function fx and integrals of that function to be solved for fx. Integral equations, plural of integral equation. Integral function, an entire function. Integral functions, plural of integral function. Integral membrane protein, a protein or assembly of proteins that is permanently attached to a biological membrane. Integral membrane proteins, plural of integral membrane protein. Integral number, synonym of integer. Integral numbers, plural of integral number. Integral theories. Plural of integral theory. Integral theory, a conceptual framework aiming to unify a broad spectrum of Western theories and models and Eastern meditative traditions, developed by American writer and public speaker Ken Wilber in 1977. Integral transform, any transform of the form. Integral transforms, plural of integral transform. Integralism, an ideology according to which a nation is an organic unit, transcending conflict between social and economic groups. Integralisms, plural of integralism. Integralist, an adherent of Catholic integralism, an anti-pluralistic movement within Roman Catholicism. Integralistic, relating to or characteristic of integralism. Integralists, plural of integralists. Integralities, plural of integrality. Integrality, the condition of being integral. Integrally, in an integral manner. Integrally close, equal to its own integral closure in its field of fractions, equivalently containing all integral elements of its field of fractions. Integralness, integrality. Integrals, plural of integral. Integromycin, a particular hexacyclic natural product isolated from actinoplanes that inhibits the action of integrase. Integran, the function that is to be integrated. Integrans, plural of integrand. Integrant, that is part of a whole, integral. Integrants, plural of integrant. Integraph, a device that determines the value of an integral by measuring the area under a curve and drawing the curve of its integral. Integrase, plural of integraph. Integrase, any enzyme that integrates viral DNA into that of an infected cell. Integrases, plural of integrase. Integratable, synonym of integrable. Integrate, to include as a constituent part or functionality. Integrated, composed and coordinated to form a whole. Integrated circuit, a thin chip, usually of silicon, consisting of at least two interconnected semiconductor devices, mainly transistors. Integrated circuits, plural of integrated circuit. Integrated device electronics, synonym of IDE. Integrated drive electronics, synonym of IDE. Integrated optical circuit, a photonic device that integrates multiple information signals which are composed of light of various wavelengths. Integrated optical circuits, plural of integrated optical circuit. Integrated pest management, The practice of utilizing a broad range of pest control techniques within an institution as opposed to hiring out for pest control services. Integrated relative clause. Synonym of restrictive relative clause. Integrated relative clauses. Plural of integrated relative clause. Integrated school. School with both elementary school and high school students. Integrated Services Digital Network, the integration of data and voice communications services that are transported over digital facilities of various physical types. Integratedly, in an integrated manner. Integrate, third person singular simple present indicative of integrate. Integrating, present participle and gerund of integrate. Integrating resource, a publication that is updated by means of changes that are incorporated into the whole without another discrete instance being created. Integrating resources, plural of integrating resource. Integration, the act or process of making whole or entire. Integration by parts, a method of integration directly related to the rule for differentiation of products can be written as integral UDV equals UV integral V du. Integration engineer, a professional who designs, implements, and maintains software and hardware systems to ensure they function together efficiently. Integration engineers, plural of integration engineer. Integration testing, the phase in software testing that occurs after unit testing and before validation testing, where individual software modules are combined and tested as a group. Integration time of an electronic system, the period of time in which a noisy signal is averaged so as to improve the signal-to-noise ratio. Integration times, plural of integration time. Integrational, relating to integration. Integrationism, a policy of especially social or cultural integration. Integrationist, an advocate, supporter, and / or practitioner of social integration, usually aiming for greater equality. Integrationistic, relating to or characterized by integrationism. Integrationists, plural of integrationists. Integrations, plural of integration. Integrations by parts, plural of integration by parts. Integrative, tending toward or promoting integration. Integrative medicine, synonym of complementary medicine. The unifying concept is of integrating alternative medicine and scientific medicine as two components that complement each other. Integratively, in an integrative manner. Integrativeness, quality of being integrative. Integrativism, a policy of integration. Integrativist, one who supports a policy of integration. Integrativists, plural of integrativists. Integrativity, integrativeness. Integrator, a person who or a device which integrates. Integrators, plural of integrator. Integratory, causing or relating to integration. Integer, plural of integer. Integrifolious, having entire leaves. Integrin, any of many heterodimeric transmembrane proteins that function as receptors in communication between cells. Integrins, plural of integrin. Integrious, marked by integrity. Integriously, in an integrious manner. Integrities, plural of integrity. Integritas, having integrity, trustworthy, honorable. Integrity, steadfast adherence to a strict moral or ethical code. Integro, or pertaining to integration. Integrodifferential, alternative spelling of integrodiferential. Integrodiference, describing a particular recurrence relation on a function space. Integrodiferential, describing an equation or other entity containing both derivatives and integrals. Integrame, relating to integromics. Integromics, the integration of diverse scientific, biochemical, and genetic disciplines. Integrin, a system of gene capture and dissemination. Integrins, plural of integrin. Integris, having or characterized by integrity. Integumation, the branch of physiology that deals with integuments. Integument, a shell or other outer protective layer. Integumental, of or pertaining to the integument. Integumentary, of, related to, or composed of integuments. Integumentary pattern, all the features of the skin, feathers, etc. of an animal that are arranged in designs, especially the configuration of epidermal ridges dermatoglyphics characteristic of primates. Integumentary patterns, plural of integumentary pattern. Integumentary system, the skin, feathers, and other outer coverings of an animal. Integumentary systems, plural of integumentary system. Integumentation, the act or process of covering with integuments, the state or manner of being thus covered. Integuments, plural of integument. Intein, a segment of a protein analogous to an intron that is able to excise itself, the gap being closed with a peptide bond. Entains, plural of entain. Intel Corporation, a US-based multinational corporation that is best known for designing and manufacturing microprocessors and specialized integrated circuits. Intellectin, any of a group of intestinal lactoferrin receptors. Intellectins, plural of intellectin. Intellect, the faculty of thinking, judging, abstract reasoning, and conceptual understanding, the cognitive faculty. Intellected, endowed with intellect, intellectual or intelligent. Intellection, the mental activity or process of grasping with the intellect, apprehension by the mind, understanding. Intellections, plural of intellection. Intellective, of related to or process of grasping with the intellect, apprehension by the mind, understanding. Intellections, plural of intellection. Intellective, of related to or caused by the intellect. Intellectively, in an intellective manner. Intellects, plural of intellect. Intellectual, pertaining to or performed by the intellect, mental or cognitive. Intellectual capital, the value of intellectual property. Intellectual dark web, an informal group of commentators who oppose what they regard as the dominance of identity politics, political correctness, and cancel culture in higher education and the news media within Western countries. Intellectual developmental disorder, synonym of intellectual disability. Intellectual developmental disorders, plural of intellectual developmental disorder. Intellectual disabilities, plural of intellectual disability. Intellectual disability, any disability that affects the intellect or cognitive ability of a person. Intellectual freedom, the freedom to hold, receive, and disseminate ideas without restriction.